So April is a very busy time for West Ham, but also it's going to be a very busy time for the London Stadium. We've got 6 games at the London Stadium. I thought it was only 5, Russ. No, it's actually 6 games. We have 4 Premier League games. We have Southampton on the 2nd, Newcastle on the 5th, Arsenal on the 16th, and Liverpool on the 26th of April. We also have our quarter-final second leg Europa Conference League match against KAA Ghent on the 20th. And also we have the FA Youth Cup semi-final match against Southampton. The first time we've reached this stage is 1999. That's been played on Thursday the 6th, the day immediately after the Newcastle game. So if we added up all these attendances, that would be approximately 325,000 people attending London Stadium. Granted, many will be attending multiple matches, season ticket holders and whatnot, but still there's a lot of people in the London Stadium in a very short amount of time. Now, the Iron Sporting Foodbanks, you may be aware of them. They've been collecting at home games for a couple of seasons now by the Aquatic Centre on the way to Stratford. They collect on behalf of underprivileged people in the Newham area, as well as surrounding areas to the Newham borough, and have been supplying food banks for several years now, since December 2019, I believe. They are in desperate need for our help. Food banks are being used more and more as the cost of living crisis gets worse and worse, and people are turning to food banks just to survive, which means they are needed more and more, and they need our help. They need our support, and they need our money. Now, if only 1% of those 325,000 people give us £1 and pop it in the buckets for the lads on the by the Aquatic Centre, that would be, by the end of the month, £3,250. Doesn't sound like a lot, does it? But through our association with the His Church charity, they take your £1 and magically change it into £5 worth of food. So maybe we end up by end of April, with £5,000 worth of match day collections. That would equate to almost £25,000 worth of food that we could distribute to the most needy in the Newham and surrounding areas. So it only takes £1 to make a massive difference. So that's why we're launching our Bringaquid campaign, and that starts in April. I've got a few words from some of our supporters in terms of the launch.
Hi, it's Declan Rice here. Iron supporting food banks. Bringaquid campaign launches in April. Please bring £1 for a worthy cause.
Hi, I'm Kevin Nolan, and I'm supporting the Irons supporting food banks #BringAQuid campaign this April. Bring £1 to the next home game and drop it in the ISF buckets. Come on, you Irons.
So the campaign launches officially in April, in time for the Southampton game on the 2nd. We're going to be launching that with a 24-hour live stream on the West Ham Network YouTube channel. That starts on Friday, the 31st of March at 5 p.m. in the UK. And obviously we're going on to Saturday. It's all ready for the Sunday game. The stream itself will have ex-players, celebrity fans, we'll have presenters from other West Ham fan channels, we'll have opposition fans on there, there'll be quizzes, there'll be prizes to be won. It will be a really fun event, so we hope that you can join us for that event. But the main focus is our Bring £1 campaign, which launches in April. Hopefully you bring £1 to the next game and we can make a massive difference for those less privileged than us. Thanks. Yes, everybody, Russ and the West Ham Network, hope you are all safe and well. And it is the beginning of a very long day for me, a long 24 hours for me and Mr. Baker. He'll be on later on. It's his kid's birthday party today. It's been rearranged because one of his kids had chicken pox. Anyway. Before I start, let me just say thank you to Mick, who's donated a tenner already. Thank you so much, Mick. What would be great is if people could donate to the Just Giving site. Just Giving, Iron supporting food banks. I can put a link in there anyway in the chat. It's just because YouTube take 40%. So, but thank you very, very much, Mick. Appreciate it. Any sort of super chats that do get sent through, obviously we'll give the money that's given to us straight to them. But we've got a whole host of we've got loads of stuff coming up in the next 24 hours. It seems a bit bizarre to say, but anyway, let's have a quick hello and say hello to a few people in the chat. Obviously, we're streaming live on our YouTube channel, on Twitter and Facebook as well today. So hopefully get lots of people all over the place. Jake's in, good. Duke's in there. Mo's in. Reese is in. Toby's in, everybody's in. Nice to see everybody. Everyone's talking to each other. Nice to see. I'll let everyone talk to each other. Yep, that's it. Get the coffees on, gents. Yep, I've got the Red Bull in the fridge already. No worries, Mick. No worries. I mean, that's still £6, isn't it? £6. And as we said, because of our partnership with His Church charity. Every pound gets taken into £5 gets turned into £5 worth of food. So it's still 30 quid's worth of food. So cheers, man. I really appreciate it. Budgie, hope you are well. Right, anyway, we've got some special guests. Let's bring some special guests in already. We've got. I'm gonna bring in one person first because she ain't been she's just she's been in Bali. She got married. She's not now Holly Worthington anymore. It's a big change for her. So we thought we'll bring her in. She's like, where the fuck is Holly gone? Well, she's back.
I'm
there
back.
She is. She's back.
How's it going?
Very well, very well. You look refreshed.
Thank you. I don't look tanned, unfortunately. Didn't get the most sunshine. So
you don't look tanned. What's going on?
So I'm behind in front of the white wall. I'm trying to get the contrast going.
White t-shirt as well.
Exactly. Trying my very best. How have you been?
Yeah, we're good, man. We're good. We are good. It's nice because we haven't you haven't missed much of West Ham, really, have you? Really, you've been away for a couple of weeks, but you missed the last game. But that was it, really, with the international break, innit?
Yeah. Do you know what? I was trying to keep up to date. I've been using VPNs and all sorts from all over the world, trying to keep my eye on what's happening with West Ham. I feel like I've had a little bit of a detox, and it's kind of refreshing,
Yeah, I think a lot of people have the international break. I think a lot of people have had a detox. So, and obviously we're going to get it's a bit like, you've had your 40 days of Lent, so to speak, or your 2 weeks of Lent in terms of no West Ham. And now we've got this deluge now in April with 9 games in 27 days. No, it's good to have you back. It's good to have you back, Holes.
Great to be back. Missed you. Have you had your sleep ahead of this 24 hours?
No, do you know what? Yesterday, I had the worst night's sleep last night, and I thought, that's fucking typical. Isn't it? But it's okay. I've got a couch down here, and we've got loads of stuff, so hopefully we'll be all right. Let's bring in. We've got it's not just one. We've got two guests. He's going to come back on later on tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow morning. It's Alf. How are we doing, man?
Hello. How are we all? Are we well?
Very good. How are you?
I'm very well. I'm not supposed to be here, by the way.
No, I like it.
No. I've only come on just to make sure that I could work this all out.
Good.
Us old folk, we need to be able to press the right buttons. So that's it. So I thought I'd come and say hello. And
hello.
Wish you all the very best of success for this marathon effort. So
it's going to be fun. We're going to do a little rundown later on of everything that's happening. But Alf's going to be back tomorrow morning. So he's going to have a sort of kip. He's back tomorrow morning with a live grumble. A live grumble.
That's right. It's going to be 2 hours of just moaning.
Perfect.
Moaning about stuff.
Moaning about West Ham.
What else are you going to do on a Saturday morning? No, it's going to have fun. No grumbles, no moaning. We're just going to have fun, live chat, and do all sorts of stuff. There we go.
Brilliant. I love it.
Anyway.
Sounds fantastic. All right. Well, at least you know.
I'll leave it in professional hands.
Oh, okay. So someone else coming then.
I'll tell you what. It's like watching Sky Sports.
It is. It is. And it will be Sky Sports on Saturday because we're doing Soccer Saturday on Saturday. So that's going to be quite fun. But anyway, go on. I'll let you go, Alf. At least you know it works.
Listen. Take care.
Have a good one, Alf.
Cheers. Bye.
See ya. Right. So detox. But obviously we got West Ham. We got Southampton on Sunday. Oh God, shit. I'm shitting myself. I'm never really nervous about football games, but I'm really nervous about Sunday now.
Yeah, I'm feeling that as well.
Yeah.
But what can we do? Good old football.
Good old football, yeah, exactly. You've had a couple of weeks off to chill out, so now it's all coming back to haunt you now. But no,
I remember it all now.
yeah, I remember. I remember that trying to get a Westfield car park. Oh my God! But apparently, exclusive on the West Ham network. Mrs. Budden and young Flo are going to their first ever game at the London Stadium on Wednesday for the Newcastle game. Apparently, so that'll be awesome. Looking forward to that. So we'll see what happens with that. I'm sure.
Hopefully there are good luck charms.
Hopefully. Hopefully it's be good to see. And for those Stato is currently he's in America. He's about to fly out to America, and he just tweeted on our group chat. He's got selected for a random drug testing going through Heathrow, and is now stuck on the runway for an hour because of London weather as well. So poor old Stato, but he's you're one out, one in. It's like revolving doors at West Ham Network.
It's in the same place.
Exactly. Right. Let's go and run through quickly what we got coming up, just so everyone knows what, sort of rough idea of the agenda. This is obviously very rough. We have got a exclusive interview with Alessandro Diamanti. That's going to be about 6:30 today, which me and Anton did earlier in the week. It's really good, so I would urge you to watch that. Immediately after that, we've got an interview with 3 of the 1999 Youth Cup winning side. Obviously, the under 18s are through to the semi-finals for the first time ever since we won it in 1999. We've got 3 of them. We've got Izzy, who's the captain, who lifted the trophy. We've also got who else we got? Sorry, we've got Bertie Brayley, who scored a few of the goals in the final. Missed a penalty, though, as well. And then we've got Adam Newton, who also scored in that final. So that's a really good so it's really fun interview. And then at 8:30 tonight, UK time, we have got Shaka on the channel live taking your questions. I think Anton's leading that one, so that's going to be fun. What else we've got? We have got the big debates with Gatesy at 9 p.m. He's got people like Jazz. He's got Sean Wheatston, James Fever, JP. So some quite different, polarizing people on the panel there. Then we've got the Clarin Boo Boys. No, sorry, we haven't got Clarin Boo. We've got Irish Tommy doing the Late Show. That'll be at 10 o'clock. Then we've got the Clarin Boo Boys doing 11 till I think 1 a.m. I think they're on. Then at 1 o'clock, we've got Billy Horseshoe coming on for a chat. So make sure you check that out. That's 1 o'clock in the UK time. And then at 2 o'clock in the UK time in the morning, we've got the American Hammers. Lee and some of the American Hammers are taking over for a couple of hours so we can have a kip. And then me and Anton will be back on about 4 o'clock in the morning. And then we've got Budgie and Kieran, the old school Hammers, coming back. They're restarting, and that will be 5 till 7 in the morning with Craig Forrest coming on and having a chat with them. Then we've got, so I told you we've got loads on. We've got the game show with ex-WHU employee in the Babbling Irons. That'll be about 7 o'clock, I think, in the morning. Then we've got Alf, as we said, he's Grumble. Take over for a couple of hours. Then we've got an exclusive chat with Mark Phillips, the under-18 coach, who X has also done an interview with him, but ours is more fun, so come and watch ours. Then we've got young Jake doing a West Ham unofficial takeover. We've got the starting 11 show with Graham from These at Mother Brown. Then we've got a Southampton preview with a Southampton fan, and obviously we've got a couple of those interviews coming on with that. And then to sort of finish off the event, so to speak, we're doing Soccer Saturday. Obviously, a number of our relegation rivals are playing on Saturday. So Anton will be your Jeff Stelling, and we've got guys around the grounds watching the game. So loads of stuff. I can't remember. I'm surprised I remember it all, to be perfectly honest.
Great work.
Great work. Congrats on getting married. I imagine that's to you, Holly, not to me. I've been married for 11 years. So
congrats as well, though.
Managed to get that far. Don't know if it's going to happen after 24 hours. We'll see what happens. 24 hours of me down here. Not, although I will be cooking their dinner. That's the old thing. Yeah. I wish Reece said I wish Peach. Oh, Peach would have loved this. God bless him. Yeah. We're actually going to have Barney on. Barney, Peach's dad, is doing. He's jumping on with Budgie and Kieran in the morning tomorrow morning. So make sure you check that out and obviously share some love to Barney. So. Press conference. Right. So we have David Moyes' press conference today. And what I'll do is I'll give you, because we have John T. Coleman from Football London. He gives us a little video every time from outside in Rush Green car park. I'll play the video and then we'll talk about it, because I think it's quite an interesting press conference. And interesting in a bad way, I think, to be honest. But we'll just leave it like that.
To the Rush Green car park. It's been a couple of weeks since we've done one of these. Just come out of David Moyes' pre-match press conference ahead of facing Southampton on Sunday afternoon. Before I go into the press conference, understand that this video is going to be used as part of the Iron supporting Foodbanks 24-hour live stream that West Ham Network are doing. Just want to say good luck to everyone. I hope it goes. I hope it's a successful night for everyone, and you can raise lots of money for the charity. So going into today's press conference, obviously another big game, especially these home ones recently. I felt really important. You think of Everton and Nottingham Forest, even Chelsea and Villa. So yeah, it feels like another one of those occasions, start of a busy week. The West Ham play 3 times in 6 days. It's at home to Southampton on Sunday, home to Newcastle on Wednesday, and then the trip across London to Fulham on Saturday. In terms of team news, sort of the main bits come out of the press conference today. There are going to be late calls over 3 players. Naya Gerd, Gianluca Scamacca and Emerson have all returned from international duties with minor sort of knocks. Emerson, for him, it's sickness. For Gerd, it's a hip issue. And for Scamacca, it's a knee issue. So, yeah, Moyes didn't say either way whether they'd definitely be out or not. Did say there were concerns, though. But hopefully they aren't too bad and will all come through and can play on Sunday. There is set to be a triple boost. Well, hopefully, he didn't really say it much on it on the broadcast section, but Vladimir Soufal obviously missed 5 games for West Ham going into the international break, but he did play both for Czech Republic. Lucas Fabianski's obviously been pictured without a mask and back in training, so that could be him back in the squad. And also Mikel Antonio missed a couple of games before the break. So every word that Moyes has said on Football is on Football London now, so you can go and check that out. It does speak about sort of the schedule and the importance of this relegation picture, the fact that there's 9 teams, and you know it's going to be a mad sort of couple of months for those. It's going to be really important for West Ham to get some wins. You know, there are some really tough games in these final 2 months, and you feel like this first week is really important. You know, get that win over Southampton, it guarantees West Ham are out of the bottom 3. Although before the game, their position might get worse. It's probably going to, because virtually all of the rest of the bottom 9 are in action before West Ham and Southampton play. So yeah, also a very exciting week to come for the under-18s. Tomorrow they can become league champions, the under-18s Premier League South. They're currently 15 points clear. I think it's 15 points. And yeah, they only need 1 point from their final 4 games to secure the title. They play Brighton at home tomorrow, so yeah, they just need a draw from that. The under-21s play Blackburn tomorrow. And then the under-18s in action on Thursday night at the London Stadium in the semi-final of the FA Youth Cup. It's the first time West Ham have got that far in 24 years. So, and they won it that year. Michael Carrick and Joe Colum on the team. So you hope that this generation is a very talented one, having such a good year in the league. You know, they could very plausibly do a league and cup double if they win the league, of course, it'd be baffling if they didn't from this position. They'd play a sort of playoff final against the winners of the Northern League, which that looks like it's going to be either Manchester City or Sunderland, either later this month or next month. So, and I think the winner of that is in the next season's UEFA Youth League. So yeah, plenty up for grabs, and yeah, busy week for the first team and the academy. So yeah, plenty to keep an eye out for. Of course, we'll keep you up to date across all of it on Football London, so stay tuned for that. And yeah, as I say, best of luck with the live stream tonight, everyone. And yeah, fingers crossed for 3 points against Southampton this weekend.
Let me take that out. There we go. Good old John T. As always, John T. Coleman, Football London. Check out all the. We'll dissect Moyes' press conference in a bit more detail. But yeah, three potential outs, but 3 potential backs. So one hand giveth, the other taketh away, isn't it? Really, to be honest.
Definitely. And I think the 3 that we've lost, ideally.
Yeah, who would I really want? The 3 that I lost or the 3 we're getting back? To be perfectly honest, no disrespect, but the 3 we lost. But exactly. But whether we have lost them or whether it's Moyes just doing what Moyes does, obviously this is a huge game for us coming up, and I would be very surprised if there wasn't any mind games happening, or you know what Moyes does. Yeah. He says, "Oh, he's." I mean, you know, I don't know what a niggly hip is. That's what. Yeah, medical term. I'm obviously not educated enough to know what a niggly hip means. You says it's, you know, Emerson's was ill, but he still managed to play 90 minutes the other day. Okay. Yeah. And Scarmacker's feeling his knee. Well, I'm feeling my elbow, you know, so. Yeah, exactly. What happens, you know? So it's like, but he has to just throw that in, can't he? You know, at the moment we're you know, it's a game of fine margins at the moment. So I think any advantage he can get, he will do in terms of mind games or anything like that. But as fans, we like, fuck, just give us a break. Just say, yeah, everyone's back, everyone's fit. We've got a fully fit squad. Do you know what I mean?
That's all we wanted to hear, was that everyone was okay. But yeah, I'm all for the mind games. I think as a fan, it's not very fun to hear things
No.
like that. But I'm also not expecting him to come and explain exactly who we're going to have in that lineup ahead of the game. So hopefully it is just slight issues that aren't going to be an actual problem, and all of them are playing and fit.
We can only hope so. As you said, we've got Graham and Anton, I think, they've done the starting 11 show. That'll be on tomorrow, so it'll be interesting to get. That was recorded before this news came out, so it'll be interesting to see what they come up with. But yeah, I mean, if we can look at it in a bit more detail. I mean, he said in terms of the press conference, he sort of said, Vladimir still has a problem with his foot, right? How can someone who's played 2 games at the Czech Republic still have problems with his feet? I don't understand that. And exactly, it's a new one. And Mikel picks up a calf injury, dancing on a table in Inapa. And we plan to change a little, but ultimately, actually, that's the wrong one. There we go. That's better. That was from last week.
You mentioned Antonio.
Sorry, Antonio. Yeah, but anyway, that's from last week. So for me, I think I made an sort of assumption we're going to have a fully fit squad for the first time this season. I think we will have a fully fit squad. Obviously, Fabianski was back without his eye mask, although if he does play, he'll have to wear the eye mask. So apparently, so we'll see what happens. Asked about state. Now, obviously, what was quite interesting is recently Moyes has been saying, I remember someone quoted saying to him, we weren't in a relegation battle, we were in a battle for Europe or something like that at the time. But now it seems he knows we're in a relegation battle. He basically said, "You can't." Yeah, exactly. I've not worked it out how many points we'll need to stay up. I think about 36. 9 or 10 teams are involved at the bottom. We have to work a way of being safe. Come the end of the season, I'm sure we will be. We've got 9 games in April, and a lot of them at home, so it will take a lot from the players. And anything the supporters will hopefully add to the players' efforts. I think we're ready. We're in a good frame of mind. We pick up the points we need to be at the bottom, not be at the bottom end of the table. And actually, this coincides with something which I've been saying sort of all season, saying the way we've played hasn't changed from last year and even the year before that. It's just we're not scoring the goals. And I think it was the BBC website did like the runners and riders of anyone who's going down or could potentially go down. And apparently West Ham have the 7th most chances created this season in the Premier League.
Yeah, and I saw something as well saying that we were one of the better teams in the Premier League defensively.
Yes,
which is mad when you look at obviously how we're doing. But like you said, if the goals aren't coming, and even if you're losing by fine margins, regardless, you're dropping those points, and it's going to be those fine margins that that clinch it. When you look at how many teams are down there now, every point matters. Anything we can do to get 1 point even is going to be huge.
Very true. Yeah, I think now it's where we were picking up points, thinking that's a good point. That's a good point. I think now it's got to be we need 3 points. We need to beat Southampton because it is a true 6 points a game in its truest sense, isn't it? Because we have 3 points, we go 3 points ahead of them, and they don't get any points. So it is a real 6 pointer in the truest sense. And I think there's so many coming up. I mean, we've shown before it's a crazy. It's a crazy April. There's so many games in. We've got 9 games in April, and that's not. I mean, technically, it's not. It's not the first team, but then also you've got the FA Youth Cup semi-final as well in there. So I think there's 6 games at London Stadium. That's why we're launching this whole program, this whole Bringaquid for that exact reason. But there's by the end of April, we know what we're doing if we're going down or. We could have a slightly more relaxed May, I'd suggest, because obviously with both quarterfinal legs as well. We'll also find out who we play in the semi-final as well. And obviously that'll be in May, but it's, there's points there, though. I think there's definitely points there.
Oh, definitely. And I think the next 3 games are going to be pivotal because it does get, like you said, the games are coming thick and fast. Players will start getting more tired. We've got difficult fixtures in there towards the end and the pressure will be on. And whether we'll perform well under pressure or whether it will make us crumble, I don't know. But all the teams around us feel like they're kind of taking their chances. So if we could get 3 points in each of the next 3 games, I think it completely changes how the bottom half of the table is looking. But definitely a bit too optimistic. But 3 points is vital. And like you said, against Southampton, there's no excuses. I don't think. We've got to go in for the attack and we've got to get those 3 points, because if we don't, we're making it really, really difficult to have any chance of staying out of that relegation zone.
Yeah, you're totally right. And also, I mean, for Southampton, I mean, the fact is, I don't expect the 3 that Moyes has been picked out as being out. I think it is gamesmanship a little bit. And maybe he's been genuine. Maybe he does have a niggly hip, and he has felt his knee a bit. And I get up in the morning and might feel my my ankle, or whatever. So it's probably true. But I mean, Southampton, I think we've come relatively unscathed from the international break, and I think Southampton have got up to 6 players injured.
Yeah,
6 players out.
Livermento, I've seen that there's quite a few that are,
Well, I mean, but they've got their first choice centre back partnership could potentially be back out, and also actually then their backup, their Bednarak, they got not Kotchap, and Sluisa may all be out, plus Cherry Adams might be out as well, and he said Livermento and the young Spanish lad as well. So yeah, it's. And I think Steve makes sense there. We don't deserve to stay up if we lose on Sunday. I agree, and I think whatever happens on Sunday, I think it could be cataclysmic. I think if we lose that game, because I just think it. Also we don't play until, and as John T alluded to, we don't play until after basically everyone else has played, kind of thing. So our position would look worse before we go into the game, with obviously the extra game in hand. And if we lost that, it would look even worse on us. And then I think with so many games coming in as well, it's you haven't got time to. You also haven't got time to dwell. So if you lose and then you've got we got Newcastle on Wednesday, and then we got Fulham on the Saturday, and it's just so many. It's all about momentum. You haven't got time to do training and teach people new things. It's literally game, rest day, get ready, game, raid. It's so going to be relentless. But yes, I think the European games haven't helped us. But
no, it does feel like it's all or nothing now, though. I think.
Yeah, but I quite like that. Do you know what I mean? That's
what
a bit
we need.
Exactly. It's a bit West Ham. It's backs against the wall, and let's just go for it and see what happens. You know what I mean? I think the fans will be there. The fans are always there, regardless of how the team are playing. But and we'll at kick off, the fans will be up for it, and then then it's their turn. Then it's the players' turn. If they give us something back, then that two-way process is a lot easier. You can't, we'll get quiet if you don't play. If we let Southampton come out the blocks,
we've got to bring it to them. 100%.
Yeah. Although Antonio hasn't helped him. I wish Antonio would shut up sometimes, because I think he was on his football podcast with Callum Wilson talking about the game and saying, "Oh, I'm going to be on here next week with 3 points in my back pocket." It's like,
These podcasts are dangerous, aren't they? The things that come out when your team's not performing well, I think it's completely different, and things can be taken so badly as well. But hearing things like that, it's just scary, isn't it?
It doesn't help, does it? It really doesn't help what we're trying. It's like, and someone said in the chat further up, Moyes depresses the fan base when he talks. He should stay quiet, and I think everyone should stay quiet. To be honest, I'm surprised things like get through. Get through the net. You know what I mean? It's like you have to be so, because you think you have to be so careful. It's like we was going to get all right, go on, I'll tell a story. So now I'm telling it now. I should tell it later on when I'm like a bit delirious and I've got an excuse. So we were going to get Will Steele on.
Yeah,
he's going to get him on, and
okay.
and he contacted me the other day to say basically his club has stopped all West Ham interviews now, because they're so pissed. They're so pissed off. It's so frustrating, because he's their manager, and he's talking about how much he loves West Ham and how much he'd love to manage West Ham and stuff like that. And that's what a media team should do. Antonio shouldn't be doing these types of things on channel all the time. So
you look at when Ben Foster previously was told that he couldn't do the content in the way that he was, because they wanted him to focus on the job at hand. So it definitely does happen at other clubs where the media team are literally like on and know exactly where that line is. But and then then obviously Ben's at Wrexham now, and they love the fact, because it's all about exposure for them as well, isn't it? So he has to get right. He got Ryan Reynolds on his first video, didn't he, as well? Yeah, Yeah, of
Had to
course,
do
it's
that.
always going to happen.
Such a media whore, bless him.
I hate it, but I love it.
I know he's such a nice bloke though as well. He did a really good interview with Mark the other day, which was on the podcast, which was really interesting. Talking about so it was actually, ironically, it was filmed at Chadwell Heath, and we talk about Chadwell Heath and Mark Noble when we have Mark Phillips on later on tomorrow. In terms of, and it's a really good interview with Mark. So I think it's at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I think I've booked it in for. Make sure you watch that. It's a really good interview. Obviously, the under-18s need a point tomorrow to secure the Premier League 2 South title with 3 games left. Plus, obviously, they got the FA Youth Cup semi-final next Thursday. Make sure you get your tickets before. There will be no tickets on the door, I've been told by Mark. So make sure you get your tickets when you go into the Newcastle game or the Southampton game for next Thursday. But he talks about Nobes and how much Nobes loves. He's literally in the academy every day. He's got his boots on. He's training with the kids, the under-18s. He's talking about the under-18s all the time. You know, it's blatantly clear that's the future. That is the future. And so it's quite funny when Ben was recording it. It was at Chadwell Heath because that's where Mark lives at the moment, it seems.
Love it. I was listening to I can't actually remember where I was listening to it, but it was Noble again talking about the under-18s and how he's building that relationship to literally get to know every single player and what their strengths are, and he's training with them, and he's literally like, he just knows them all, which is going to make such a difference. I think that could be an absolute game changer in terms of bringing some of the youth actually through the ranks with someone that's got the experience, but he also can guide them, I think, in a way that you wouldn't really get at many clubs, with someone being so hands-on with that process and actually being able to show them the ropes and hopefully bring them into the first team and keep them there.
That's the idea. And I mean, that's what we were saying, you know, because it's, you know, I mean, again, statistics can prove everything, you know, when you go through it. I mean, you know, as I said, you know, if you're looking statistically, Moyes has given more first team debuts to academy players than any other Premier League, than any other, you know, manager in our Premier League history.
Yeah.
Which contradicts what we all say when he's not, when doesn't give them the chance, because actually they tend to be dead rubber games when he throws them in, to be honest. You know, honestly, that's the idea of them games, to do that. But it's when they get to sort of someone like Ben Johnson's age, who has played, I think he's played like 80 times for us, which is a lot, isn't it? And obviously Dex played 240 times. By the time you get to about 80, I think, or 50, then you're fully integrated in the first team. And that's obviously, as you said, Mark Noble's this idea of a pathway for the under-18s. That's why he let Sonny Perkins and Lace and a lot of these older academy players go. So there's a pathway for them. But you won't know until 4 or 5 years down the line if it's worked or not.
Yeah,
so
in it for the long run.
Yeah, he's giving himself plenty of scope there to say, actually, no, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see, you know. But this is the path. Yeah, no, I think it's fascinating. And as I said, we've not only that, but we had the 1999 guys on, which is on about, I think it'll be on about 7:30 tonight, for an interview, and they talk about what it was like to be an academy player back then. You know, I mean, I made them feel so old because I said, do you realise Declan Rice was born the year you won the FA Youth Cup? And they went, oh, fucking hell, Russ.
Horrible.
What a horrible thought. What a horrible thought. And so, yeah. So I think it's, and you know, you can see how much the game's changed. But, you know, it was really interesting because things like, you know, mental health and, you know, players getting dropped and things like that were never covered there. And now they're sort of part and integral of the game. So it's a really interesting chat, as well as obviously talking a lot about the team. And obviously there's a few characters there. And Bertie, who's quite funny. I think Izzy got a bit tired towards the end. Started slouching in his chair. I think he actually fell asleep at one time and woke himself up. But
that'll be you in 5 hours.
That'd be me. I've got my couch. I'm all right. That's why I've got 2 hours worth of pre-records next in a little bit. While I have everyone there, as I said, if you are, obviously the whole idea of today and tomorrow is to promote this whole new thing we're doing for the Foodbanks called Bringaquid. As we said, we've got 6 home games in April, including the Youth FA Cup semi-final. So loads of opportunities for obviously people to attend, London Stadium, and also opportunities for them to donate. And all it takes is £1. That's it. We're not saying put in a score every time you walk past. Just make sure when you leave the house, you got £1 in your pocket, and just throw it in the buckets, because it'll make a massive difference. And we're trying to get as many match day donations as possible. If you can't attend the games and you still like to donate, we'll put the link in the description. You can do the super chats here if you want to, but obviously YouTube takes 40% off it. So so I'd rather just do it straight to the Just Giving site, which John has assured me is up and running. So there we go. What we got here? Let's have a look. Let's have a few comments. Usual suspects, hope you're well. What we got here? Fozcast was class. It certainly was. Has Anton shaved his beard off? No, Peter. We got Holly. You're a fucking idiot. Exactly, and the accent, and you've grown your hair out. Actually, it's probably the same length as Anton, to be honest. At the moment he's got
just not up.
He does have a man bun. You can't see it, but he put his hair in a man bun yesterday when I spoke to him. I just looked at him and just went,
"Yeah, what have you done?
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Seriously, a man bun." But
I've
yes,
got a man bun hiding back here.
I know. Yeah, it's fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
I heard you have as well, Russ.
I wish I'd have enough hair to have a man bun. It was quite funny. It was like me. I mean, everyone I've seen to be interviewing at the moment is bald. So it's like me and Alf were chatting. He's got no hair either. Mark Phillips, he's got no hair either. Mark was complaining about his hair. We were talking about it on the stadium, and obviously he's a West Ham fan, home and away. He goes to all the away games and stuff as well. And he says the thing I'm worried about, Russ, is the glare from the lights on my bald head. And I said, "Well, just wear a cap." And he went, "Oh yeah, I think about that." but then he always wears a cap. It's not like it's a new thing, He's like always wears a cap. So it's like, oh yeah, funny guy, top guy.
Love
He's
that.
Very, very funny. Phil, hope you well. Nice to see you, my friend. I used to enjoy my brief time with man buns. Yes, you did, Phil. Phil, you did that, yeah, when he was on the boats, particularly, that was man bun, because obviously on the Thames Clipper, along the Thames, his hair, a bit like Jack Sparrow, it'd be like flowing locks, so you had to put it in a man bun.
Yeah, that wind is vicious.
Along that Thames is vicious. He's vicious. Good old Phil. Top boy. We've got loads of stuff coming on. We've got loads of guests coming on and off. It could turn up any time, these guests. So that's why I wouldn't suggest. Some people probably will watch the whole 24 hours, and if you do, fair play to you. But you can scrub through it a little bit. Oh well, there's this person, or there's this person. So they could just turn up at any time. These people. That's why you've got to keep an eye out on the channel as we go along. Just as there's a few sort of signposts, as I said, we'll have at 6:30. We've got the Diamanti interview. Straight after, we've got the 1999 interview. I know Kent's asked about it in the chat, so there we go. 8:30 tonight, we've got Shaka coming on for a quick half an hour chat with everybody. Give us your questions. Then we got Gatesy doing the big debate. We've got he's on his panel. We've got Sean Wheatston, James Fee from E20. JP, so you've got some very Sean and everyone else got some very conflicting opinions there, so it's not going to be Shine coming forward, any of them. Then we've got to Irish Tommy, the Late Show, as per usual. Then we've got the Clarin Blues takeover. That'll be at 11 o'clock tonight for a couple of hours. Then about 1 a.m. On Saturday morning, we got Billy Allshaw coming on for a little Q&A. So if you're awake, be great to chat with Billy. He's a top boy. Big fan of Bill. Then we've got the American Hammers doing a takeover for a couple of hours, Lee, over there, which would be good. Then we've got, then me and Anton have got to do an hour between 4 and 5 because someone pulled out. So I've got an idea we're going to talk about for an hour, probably on our own. But anyway, it'd be quite fun.
Nice.
Looking forward to that. And then we've got Budgie and Kieran coming on as part of that old school Hammers takeover. Craig Forrest will be coming on, so another goalkeeper. Plus, we'll also have Peachy's dad on, Barney. He'll be on there, so you can have a chat with him and show him some love. Then we've got Wheel of Fortune game show with Babbling Irons, an ex-WHU employee. Very tense game show. It went down to the last spin of the dice, so to speak. So, yeah, last spin of the dice. It was very, very close. And then we've got Alf doing a grumble for a couple of hours. Although he promises me there's going to be no grumbling, which I don't know what he's going to talk about. We're probably talking about his motorbikes instead. Then we've got Mark coming on. And actually, by the time that interview finishes, the under-18s will just be about to kick off. They kick off at 11 o'clock at Little Heath. If I'm awake, I might try and get there and do a live broadcast from there. I don't think I'm going to... I don't know why I've even said that. I might keep quiet about that, but we'll see.
Optimistic.
We'll see. I'm very optimistic. It's more the driving there I'm a bit worried about. Then we've got young Jake coming on, doing a takeover, which is always good with Jake. And then we've got Graham and Anton doing the starting 11 show. That'll be on sometime. I've lost time, all concept of time already. Then we've got a couple of previews from some Southampton fans, interviewing them about the game coming up. We've got Anton doing one, and then we've also got Will from We Are West Ham podcast interviewing Jack Rossier from The Sun, who's a massive Southampton fan. And then we sort of end with Soccer Saturday with so many crucial relegation games happening on Saturday. Anton will be your Jeff Selling, and we'll have guys like Milesy and stuff like that covering the key games for West Ham and bringing you the latest scores as and when they come in, just like Soccer Saturday. Just like Soccer Saturday, there'll be no women on the panel either, Holly. So there's no difference there. There's no difference there, is there? Unbelievable. So yeah, well, so we got a few more. Oh wow, there's loads of comments. Jeez. Oh, okay, right, here we go. Irish Tommy's in the chat. Says Irish will be on later on. Everyone's talking. Looking forward to tonight, people. Tonight, not now. West Ham Clips is in the chat. Hope you're well. Clips has had a bit of a quiet time because there's been no games, but Clips is going to be properly on it, isn't it? From about God, literally, exactly. Just block out your whole April, Clips. Just block it out.
Footage is coming.
Exactly. Fever first, then Tommy. What a treat, indeed. Cyber is walking down the old Romford Road. Good to know. Nice. Thanks, Cyber. Russ, are the under-18s alive? Probably, knowing our luck, they probably will be on. Actually, I don't know if they're on YouTube. If West Ham are doing live streaming it, they should do. But yeah, if I've got matchsticks in my eyes, I might go down there. It is a jam-packed lineup. You're totally right, Phil. And obviously, West Ham women. Yeah, I mean, they're playing at Liverpool at the Chigwell Construction Stadium. I think it's a 5 o'clock kickoff. So the idea being is people can go to the Southampton game and then they can go to Dagenham Redbridge and watch the women if you want to as well. That's good. You're gonna get through the stop go signs until about 4:30, in all honesty, isn't it? So
yeah, it's a mission that I don't think anyone will make it in time.
No, I don't think so. Unless we're 4 up at half time and everyone leaves at half time, but I don't think that's going to happen. Freshfield at evening from sunny 11 Heath, or is that? I imagine that's Tenerife. I imagine. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, hope you will. If you're going to Tenerife, make sure you check out Mike Levy Jr., the singing sensation. He sings out there. Big West Ham fan. Both of your forecasts for Sunday. I'm going for a 3-1 win. Okay, go on in, Holmes. What's the score going to be on Sunday?
I reckon a bit of a nervy 2-1 win.
Oh.
I think it's going to be stressful. I can feel the stress coming, Russ, and I just can't see it any other way. But I really, really hope that we just put in a good performance. The scoreline, obviously, I want 3 points desperately, but I just want us to put in a convincing performance to give us faith going into the other matches. So if we can get those 3 points, I don't really care what the score is, but I'm going to guess 2-1.
Okay. Right, okay. I'm going to go 3-0.
Yes, to us.
I'm going the other way. I'm going to go. Yeah, well, I'm an idiot, but I'm going to go the other way. It's going to be. Now, I don't know if anyone remembers when Moyes first took over the second time. We played Southampton just before everything went crazy with the world, and we did them off the park. I think it was 3-1. I think Kent will tell me because I'll be wrong. And it was really frustrating because obviously then we didn't play football for 3 months. But I think it's going to be, right, this is it. This is our statement. And then everyone was going to say, where the hell have you been all season as a team? Doesn't matter. You know, it's 12 cup finals. It's 12, 12 cup finals, something like that. Oh, plus the others. So, 6. Well, we've got 2 quarterfinals, 2 semi-finals, 17 cup finals. And we're going to go for it. Kent, as always, has gone for Desmond Tutu. Always. Nice. Kent's stock is 2-2. Need to score first with the confidence. Yes, we do. We need to score within the first 15 minutes. We haven't done that all season. We're the only team, I think, who hasn't done that all season, which is mental.
Terrible.
Mental. Trudge has gone for 2-1 after going a goal behind to Walcott. Yeah, or JWP. Actually, Moyes does talk about JWP. Where is it? I've got what does he say?
I just don't want us to give away any free kicks anywhere near the box because I don't want him to have any opportunities from any set pieces. So no stupid fouls anywhere.
Someone asked him a question about JW. No, not him. That's the one. That one about JWP, and he just said, "We'll try and prepare our team to cause Southampton problems and put them under pressure. I know James Ward-Prowse is a good footballer, an incredibly good set piece taker, and a really good lad by all accounts. But I plan to cause Southampton problems and worry about doing that." Wow!
Let's cause the problems. Sounds good.
That sounds good, Moyes. And that's basically said JWP to West Ham confirmed next season because he's a good lad all round. He's already done the MOT test by the looks of it. Right, what else we got? Moyes should work from home for the rest of the COVID. Well, when he did have COVID, we won, didn't we? Alan Irvine, 2 games in a row.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Bowen did score his first goal in that game. Well done, Phil. Good knowledge. -2.
-2.
Is that?
Are
we losing by 2? Let us know, Pete.
Maybe there was a number before the dash.
It might have been. Hopefully, it was a 4.
5-2.
It was a 4. There we go. It was a 4.
Yes.
Confidence. I like that. Get an early goal, and I think we can run out comfortable winners. I agree.
Yeah.
Are you Moyes in or Moyes out, Holly? Steve's asked.
It's a difficult one. I was Moyes in for a very long time, but I'm now Moyes out if we have a better option out there. I think if we don't get 3 points on Sunday, I am Moyes out because I can't see any way out of the situation other than shaking something up a lot. And for me, you can't change the whole team. And we do have a lot of good players that clearly we're not getting the best out of at the moment for whatever reason. Agreed. So the manager is always the easier option to change. So as much as I did want us to stick with Moyes, because we've seen that he can do great things, when it's not working and you start getting your back up against the wall and we're running out of time, I think there are no other options.
Yeah, no, makes perfect sense. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. No, it makes perfect sense. Irish Time makes a good point. Yeah, West Ham women haven't played at London Stadium since 2019. Ridiculous, isn't it? Lucy Parker, West Ham player who's just been called up to the England side, made that point very clear on Twitter. I totally agree. That's ridiculous. Particularly now, because the West Ham women ball now contains Baroness Brady, Tara Warren, who's the marketing director of West Ham, and Nicola, who's head of ticketing. So they should be having at least one game. I don't think it's like the PL2. So the under 21s have to have at least one game. It might be 2 games actually at the London Stadium as part and parcel of being a member of the PL2. That's not a case of the WSL, but I think it should be. They should bring in some rule there. So the WSL have to. I mean, most clubs have done it. I mean, obviously the West Ham women played at Old Trafford at the midweek and lost, unfortunately. But that's bang apple, isn't it? Sean has seen Mr. Levy already at the Tenerife singing sensation. Good singer. Good singer. Michael Levy Jr. is really sort of like good soul singer. I do listen to him in the background occasionally. Reach has gone for 9-0. Craig Dawson just going to run back and score a hat trick. Fair play.
Perfect.
Indeed. Budgie just got back from Tenerife, so you've missed each other. That's a shame. Budgie will be on later on this morning or tomorrow morning. Yeah. Haller Antonio Bone up front that day. He was right on the score. Thank you, Ken. Very good. Is that full sugar Coke? It never is full sugar. Never is full. Always diet. It's Pepsi Max cherry. Thank you.
Ooh, good choice.
Very good. Because it tastes just like cherry Coke used to taste. But
Yeah.
it's no, but it's obviously it's no sugar, so it's got to be good for you. Not Mick's gone for 3-0. Good. Yeah, that's what I've gone for, Mick. I've gone for 3-0. I thought, fuck it, let's have a go. I think there's sometimes where it's those sort of random games where West Ham just turn up.
Yeah.
And look at the Forest game. We sort of turned up for 15 minutes and just blew them away in 15 minutes. Didn't have a chance.
Yeah.
And I think, but then I can see it happening the other way around. I could see Southampton. If Southampton got a couple of early goals, we wouldn't be able to get back at. We'd be blown out of the water as well. So it's got to be the tightest Premier League thing ever in terms of relegation. It has
to be ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. But I think that first 15 minutes is going to be pivotal because, like you said, I think either one of us could crumble, and it's going to depend on who starts the strongest. So if we can do it against anyone, it's going to be Southampton. But likewise, if they can do it against anyone, we're probably not the hardest to do it against if they start off well and we don't go in for the attack. So
yeah, well, it's the same game plan. It's like everyone who comes to West Ham now knows that the crowd is a bit. And actually, if you come out and either come out and have a go at us or just keep it tight for the first 15, 20 minutes, the crowd are going to get quiet because we're third from bottom. Yeah. And we actually could be worse really by the time we play. But anyway, and you've won the battle for the crowd already.
Yeah.
And then it takes something exceptional to get everyone up and running again. So that Forest game, we were pretty shit. I mean, Forest were crap as well, but we didn't play very well. And I thought Forest played all right. And I think 4-0 pretty much flattered us. Maybe 1 or 2-0, but certainly not 4-0. But Forest were actually just that poor. They were just so poor. So poor.
Strong start. Get everyone up for it.
Exactly. That's all we got to do. And then it's like a juggernaut. Then it's the momentum. Just keep going and going and going with all these extra games. And that's the only way we're going to do this. And and obviously the European stuff's good because it just gives you that little bit of that little boost sort of in between. And I think Moyes speaks about that. He talks about Europe. I'm quite good at this. I almost know what I'm talking about. He says, I think our results in Europe have been really good. 10 unbeaten. That's kept us going a little bit. I see the players around the club in a good mood, good spirits. And obviously with Europe, that helped. Obviously it's a hindrance because we have to travel to Belgium, although it's the smallest journey from London. I think it was us and I think actually AZ Alkmaar is a short journey. They're the two shortest journeys, Genk and Alkmaar anyway. But it breaks up that Premier League stranglehold everyone has on him. We can all not relax, but we can all look at the game differently as a one-off game and a cup final type thing. And we'll have different players playing as well. The likes of Fornals is probably more likely to get a start, and Lanzini. Then maybe Paqueta and Bowen. He'll probably play the whole. Probably play them all 9 games anyway. But it just breaks up that sort of that cycle of Premier League game, Premier League game, Premier League game. Not ideal, but I just think it really helps. It really helps. As I said, 10 unbeaten. I think UEFA put a stat out saying West Ham have the longest running unbeaten European record in history or something ridiculous like that. Absolutely ridiculous.
Madness. I think that will be keeping morale high as well, as much as I'm sure the players are getting frustrated about the Premier League form. But I know that as a fan, it almost hurts more because you're like, but why? Like, what is going so wrong in the Premier League that we're performing so badly in comparison? But hopefully that is keeping spirits high, and we know we can perform well. I know some of the teams obviously aren't like the best teams in the world, but some of the Premier League teams also aren't the best. So if we can take our chances, we just need to take them everywhere. Keep going.
I think whoever sort of puts a run of maybe 3 or 4 wins together, puts them out of it.
Yeah,
just puts them out of it. It's so tight that as a 3. I think we can go up to 13th or 14th. I think if we win, because other teams will be playing each other and taking points of each other. So and obviously then we got Newcastle. So that game is sort of in hand, so to speak, because obviously that game got cancelled because of the Queen, wasn't it? And so so I think a couple of wins, and I think it's what I'd like it to be. And I said because so many games are at home as well, and our home record's been okay, away record's been dreadful, so it's still in our own hands. And as long as it's still in our own hands, I'm not happy because I'm not happy to be in this position anyway. But it's it's do you know what I mean? It's like it's not past the point of no return just yet.
Yeah, it's not gone. I've still got hope as well. And so many people have been saying that the West Ham squad is too good to go down. And I always feel that no team is ever too good to go down, because if you don't take your chances and others get fluky points, that they'll be fine. But I feel like we've got everything to play for still. And it is so close. And only 3 of those 9 teams are going to go down. So I just want us to make it, not us, and nice and early, so we don't need to be stressing. Don't want it coming down to the last game or 2 of the season, because I can take that.
No, you're totally right. And I think we've went, with so many games in April. I think, as I said, this month is season defining, because by the end of April we'll know whether we can have a nice May or we're sort of like shitting ourselves a little bit. And I know what you mean. I think it'd be nice to really get some points, but the thing is we haven't done it. We haven't done it all season, so it's like the assumption is what's different. I don't know what's different, but it's just my optimism. I think my complete blind optimism. Pete says it's don't beat Southampton. It's bye to the Premier League. I think you're right. I honestly think you're right.
Hard to come back from that, because confidence will be low. The players will be frustrated. We've got games coming thick and fast, and I would be very worried if we don't beat Southampton.
Yeah, no, we do, and cross over. Yeah, we need that sort of quick run. All right, what we got here, Russ? If we stay up, you can do a funky boogie on the pitch at the Leeds game. Try my best. Try my best. I'll do it for my box. I'll do it for my box. Because because we play Leeds, don't we? Then we play Leicester away the last game of the season, isn't it? I think so. It'd be nice to be doing that, yes, because and I'll be watching that game hopefully in Dubai. The Leicester game would be nice. With the Dubai Irons. You can't say nothing about going on holiday. You've been away for 3 weeks.
Yeah, I'm only sad because I'm back in the rain.
That's what it is. Yeah, is that SAD? My wife gets it as soon as we land. I think we went to Orlando for Christmas. Literally, as we were landing, as the plane was landing, she switched her phone back on, and then when we got in the car driving back, she's googling holidays, like the next holiday.
It's terrible.
Can we just get home first and unpack before we start planning the next excursion? Do you know what I mean? But anyway, Pete's asked if it gets Scumack at Emerson. Well, Moyes has said that they've all got niggles. Or Emerson's ill, but he still managed to play 90 minutes the other day. So I don't think so. I don't think they're all out. I think it's just Moyes being Moyes. Rich says it's amazing you can get to a European final and Anderlecht is the best team you've had to face. Blows my mind. True, although I think the only ones I'm particularly worried about are AZ Alkmaar in the semis, because I think they're a very good side, and we'll end up playing Nice in the final, and Tyrone Moffey will score against us, or Aaron Ramsey. He plays for Nice. That's going to happen. You just know it. It's just so West Ham. Right, Reece is going to bed already. At 6 o'clock in the morning. Thanks for letting me know. I think the cup rank can boost us in the league games. Well, Mick, the trouble is, I ain't fucking done it for the last 10 games, so I don't know why we all assume it's going to happen now, but we all do. We all assume there's going to, for those of us who are half glass full people, there we go. RB's obviously bored of us already. What time are Clarin Booze on? 11 p.m. they'll be on after Irish Tommy and the Late Show. Thank you, RB. Thanks for joining us. Whether we stay up or not, I can see another swing door with players in and out. Well, there will be, Peter. There will be, for sure. Maybe not even just players. If you read some reports today, it might not be just the players where it's the swing door type thing, regardless of what happens in the summer. There we go. Just what I've been reading on the news wires today. But I mean, there's 5 first teamers out contracts are up, and obviously we won't negotiate any more contracts until we know what league we're in, and that's Fabianski. He's got a 1 year option on top. I think Cresswell, Vladimir's got a 2 year option. I think Lanzini has an option as well, and there's one more, Ogbonna. So they're out of contracts in the summer. Plus, there's a bunch of guys like Armstrong, Okoflex, Levi Lang, and quite a few of the boys. I think it's 5 under-21/18s are out of contract as well. So there will be a big turnaround. Plus, Mr. Rice, when I mean, he's going to go in. It doesn't matter what happens. He's gone in the summer, so that's a big change around in terms of personnel. Reinvest in the money. Antonio will probably bugger off. So yeah, there could be a big change around. Maybe Scott Mackin might go back to Italy. That's what the rumours are, that people around there are sniffing around for him. So it is going to be a big summer. I think. Probably bigger than this year. So I think there'll be more outs and like replacements rather than just 8 new people and a couple of gone by the wayside out of the club. So could be a very busy time, I think, coming up.
Ahead.
Yeah, exactly. West Ham clips. Russ, I remember you said you would try jelly deals if you won the Europa League. Does this apply to the conference? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And I know you did that last time I did that. Yeah, when we win the Europa League, I did say that if we won it, I would buy. I'd eat a jelly deal. It wasn't a pot. It was a jelly deal.
One, the smallest you could find.
Yeah, like a little tiddler, like the one who's just like 1 day old.
The youngest jelly deal.
Literally the smallest jelly deal in the world. No, it doesn't apply to the conference. No,
not fancying it.
No, because I don't fancy it, and we've got a better chance for winning it, I'd say, than we have. In my opinion, Cresswell, Fabianski, Soufal, Sujic, and Antonio should be moved in the summer. Do you agree? And Ogbonna, house squad's too old? Well, you're right. I mean, Fabianski, Cresswell, Soufal, Ogbonna, they've all got they're out of contract in the summer, so possibly, and Oggy as well. So yes, I think a lot of them will go. I think Soufal will probably offer we've got the option. I think we'll go with the option and then we'll sell him. I think buying Leverkusen were interested in him. And ironically, someone like Carl Walter-Peters could, if Southampton went down, could be a great replacement for someone like Soufal as a right back, possibly. So I could see something like that happening. Fabianski, I think they'll offer him the extra year, while the likes of Heggie and Joseph Anang and Trott give him another year. Souček probably depends if Mr. Moyes is still in charge. I'd suggest Antonio, same as well. I could see him going to like someone like Newcastle. They were sniffing before. So,
Oggy, would you give him a renewal? I'd stick another year on him. Do you know what? I've actually been pleasantly surprised by how he's come back. When he was injured, I thought he's not going to come back at that age, but he's actually been pretty solid. But obviously, it would be as a backup, not as like a starting team.
I think you're right. I think with someone like Oggy, I think no one assumed he was going to be he would get back to the level that he got to, because we assumed that's it, you're done in, so. But do you know what? I wouldn't offer him another deal, because I think, as you said, if he's going to be as backup, then I would rather prefer someone like Levi Lang or one of the 21s, or someone like Casey in the 18s. Pushing them into that position, because it doesn't matter what we got, doesn't matter how many centre backs we got. Halfway through the season, they're all injured, regardless of we got 4, 12. 1, they'll all be injured by the end of by halfway through the season, because that's just the West Ham way. I know what you mean, but I think now it comes to a point where we want to see players come through the academy, and that to me would be an opportunity to free up. Oh, Luis Al, we put from fucking Sao Paulo. Do you know what I mean? Straight away, he could come in as our number 4 choice. Plus with Ben Johnson, we've got a lot of centre back options, haven't we?
Yeah.
A lot of centre-back options. So I think, I really wouldn't. Not even for the food banks. Get those jelly deals down, you lads.
Oh,
That's hard. That's hard. That charity. That's like for charity. For charity. Well, no, I'm not even going to say anything because I'll say it will happen. So there we go. Yes, she did get married. That's where she's fucking been for the last how long? 3 weeks.
Yeah, three and a bit weeks, I think. I did get married. I got married at the start of March and then ran away to warmer weathers for a couple of weeks. Now I'm back in rainy Hertfordshire.
Yeah, exactly. Very good. Keep Cresswell for 1 more year as he'll be eligible for testimonial. No, I'm not into that now. It's like again that frees up by Cresswell not being offered a new deal. That would free up someone like Ollie Scholes to then move into that position. The fact is we let someone like Longello go, who I thought played very well when we played that Europa League game last season, and I think Ollie Scholes is very good, and I think he would then move up a position. Anyway.
It's a scary thought, isn't it? Letting go of the kind of players that you now see as backups that were once good compared to bringing in new, unknown, less known kind of talents. But
totally.
Having heard what you've said, actually, I agree that we need to focus on building for the future and not just bringing old ones and having them in the background.
You're right, and I mean, try to make a great point. You really can't afford to lose that many experienced players in one hit, and I think that's also part of the reason why this season's happened the way it has, because straight away you've lost Craig Dawson, who I think we all assumed. I don't think we assumed the impact he made on a side. We knew he was a warrior, but I think actually, for me, he was one of those players who did a lot more, maybe behind the scenes. You see the impact he's made at Wolves already. You know what I mean? He's really, already he's seen as this, amazing player already. So, for me, that just shows what a good player he was and what a good player he is. I think Mark Noble going as well made a massive difference. And, no disrespect to Deck, but, it's a different job being a club captain to a team captain. And also you're now the club captain to a team that's third from bottom. And like Mark's lived through that for 18 years. So I'm glad he's back in the fold in terms of that. But you're right. Cresswell, Ogbonna, these guys going and being replaced by kids. I mean, that's the vice captain and the vice captain and Ogbonna, really. So, but we'll see. I'd start bringing Mbama more into the team more regularly. Exactly. And if you let Antonio go, that's the place freed up. Yeah. Hope your friends have been good and surviving this cold-hearted world these days. Oh, that's a bit deep, isn't it, Ross? But anyway, a bit early on. The beers haven't even hit yet.
Hope you're good too.
Exactly, yeah. I hope you're well. Baptiste was one of the coaches bigged up, and he seemed to be gone the same way as Morrison, not the supermarket. Well, he came back the last game, wasn't it, for the 21s? He's been out he hasn't played a game for 5 months, and by the sounds of it, he did go down the wrong path a little bit. But I'm all for second chances. If he comes out the other end and he's seen the error of his ways, and yeah, I mean he's a good player by all accounts, and hopefully we can see it. Pete says you can see the newly married glow.
Thank you.
All fucking changes now, mate. I tell you. Sorry, Dan. It's lovely. Yeah, it's lovely. Love to think of Barmer and Marshall up top in 4 years. They'll probably do well elsewhere. Peter Marshall is one of those guys, and I've said it before. When Callum plays, whatever level he'll play at, he'll score goals. He is one of those really, he's just one of those strikers who just gets in goal scoring positions. He scores goals. He's nasty. He doesn't give the defenders any time to sit on the ball. I liken him to a bit like Craig Bellamy. It's that nippy, just really annoying person, forward. And I think he's going to do really good stuff. Whatever league he plays in, he'll end up scoring goals. When Lanzini, Antonio Ogbonna, and Cresswell go at the end of the era, is they're the last lot who played for us at Upton Park. Indeed.
Yeah.
Good point. Yes, because obviously Deck would have been. Yeah. Good point. Yeah. Do you think we will go down? Personally, I think we will have just enough to stay up.
I think we're going to stay up. If I had to call it, I've got faith that we can pull something out of the bag. but I'm going to be getting increasingly scared if we don't get 3 points from Southampton. So yeah, I think we will stay up.
I think we'll stay up too. I think there's, and again, it's the worst answer. I think there's more there's teams in more trickier positions than us, and that's a really crap position to be in. The fact is, we're only staying up because there's worse teams than us, rather than, because we've scored lots of goals and But it is what it is, unfortunately. And I think for me, it's let's get this season out of the way now. Let's finish the season, and maybe finish with a title. In terms of conference, I mean, thinking about it, in terms of, regardless of what league we're in, the conference is a very lucrative competition to be in, because not only have you won it, and I think you've it was something ridiculous, like 40 odd million quid you win as a result of because we won all the games and you've gone through the next stages. But then you're guaranteed about 25 million quid already, because you go straight into the group stages of the Europa League. So God forbid if you did go down, we'd have 25 million back in our pocket to sort of take a little bit of the blow off being relegated. So so it's less of two evils, but I think it would be, I just think we just got too much. I think there's too good to go down there. I hate that expression.
Especially if we can find a way to get some goals. I think that's going to change everything.
That's it. That is literally it.
Essentially, we're all right. Like, we're actually doing okay, all things considered.
Exactly.
But just goals. And we have players that can score goals. They haven't been, but maybe we're starting to see players like Bowen sort of find the form a little bit closer to when they were performing well. So we just need like a couple of players to start firing, and I think it could turn it all round.
You're totally right. You go back and you look at it, and it's like last season, Bowen had double figures for goals and assists.
Yeah.
Antonio double figures for goals. I think Souček probably again about double figures, if not 8-9 goals. Dek had a few. Everyone, Crest got a couple. Everyone, I think last season, everyone apart from Sue Fowl scored for West Ham. I think it was the first time. I was telling Martin, the announcer, the other day, all my stats, because he loves a stat. It was, I think, last season we scored in every home game, league game, and that was the first time we've done that since 1980 when we was in the second division, and it was the first time we did that since in the top flight, like 1926 or something ridiculous like that. We've never done that before. So we were scoring goals, and it's just. And I think Budgie made a point in the chat saying, that's, when I said we haven't really changed the way we've played, we are very easy to scout. You know what we're going to do. And so the reverse of it is every coach can watch West Ham, like 2 West Ham games, and pretty much know how we're going to set up, which is the trouble. But there
are things that could change that. I feel like Cornet running at teams will be different to what we've done. Ings can tap goals in if we can get balls in, and just things like corners and getting the ball into the box, we just haven't done very well. And then previously we had players like Souček getting their head on the end of that. So if we can just fix like small parts of our game, and it does start going our way, I think it could completely switch it up. But
I tell you, and I think this team is, and as you said, I wouldn't say there's necessarily a lot of experience. Obviously you've got guys like Bonner and Cresswell, but the guys of Paqueta, obviously not experienced in the Premier League. Skamaka, Ben Rama, in terms of being in the position we're in now. And it's very, it is a very confident driven side. I think, you saw that Nottingham Forest game. We got 1 or 2 goals, and everyone's like up for it and wants to score. And they were literally trying to get Bowen on the score sheet. You could see everything was going on that right hand side to try and get him in. And that's what it is with this side. I think, when, as you said, someone like Cornet, Anton did a show the other day about him being our secret weapon. He could be, that sort of pace we haven't had for, well, probably since what's his face, old Fredericks was in. We've never had a very, 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 very quick player since Flash left. And some would say that, Moyes used to put him up almost like as a winger, when we were chasing gains, because he was so quick. And I think Cornet could be a massive game changer for us, coming at the right time. Hasn't played a lot of football, relatively fresh and compared to the rest of the squad. And he's got a dozen games now, so we'll see. We'll
Make
see.
it less predictable.
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, he is so unpredictable, isn't he, as a player?
Yeah.
I think I think and also he's the type of player who would do something to get you off your seat and would get the crowd going, and that's what we want.
Yeah.
We want we want players who excite the crowd. We're going to be in this next 12 league games. We're not going to play exciting football. It's going to be quite regimented. We're going to keep it tight, but you've got someone like Cornet who's just that little spark, which could, I mean, Ben Rama's the same. He can drag a ball past three players, or Paqueta can drop a shoulder and do like a little dip pass over the top. But that's what it's going to take, those one or two moments that we need to pounce on. And now with someone like Danny Ings up front, the chances are you're going to put him in the back of the net rather than Mikhail, for example. I mean, I'd rather have a one-on-one with Ings than Mikhail. Me. It's just me. Potts is a diamond in the making. He is his Declan Rice 2.0, definitely. Russ used to have a twin in the North Bank selling peanuts. Oh, piss off! I know you're talking about it as well. Peanuts. Is Potsy Junior taller than his dad? Yes. 13 centimeters. Troj got his measuring tape up to find out exactly. I think Everton might go down. Anyone but us. Let's hope so. I thought 8 weeks ago we'd be well clear of the bottom three. Looking at the fixtures, that's why I'm so nervous. But I think the thing is, everyone's got it. Anthony did a whole show about it last week. I think it was all about the relegation battle and all that type of thing. Go back and check that out. We go through all the players we were playing, all that type of stuff, and see what you think then. Because actually, I think when you look at it, we look at it as in isolation, but you look at some of the other teams, they're just as bad, in terms of their running. And actually, I like us playing the bigger clubs. That's when we tend to turn up, and the fans tend to turn up as well. The likes of Arsenal at home. I don't fancy. I think we'll lose that game because Arsenal are just Arsenal this year. But it's not going to be like 6-0. He says. It has been clipped. So yeah, exactly. Why have I done it? We always say it to Martin. Martin always fucking jinxes us as well when he talks. But you know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to get across. But yeah, anyway, we'll keep quiet. Oh dear, right. Are the twins due soon? Must be playing his mind. Of course, Bowen, yeah. Oh yeah, he's gonna be shit for a couple of weeks, isn't it?
Is that soon?
Yeah, it must be soon. Danny's ready to pop, I think.
Oh no.
Oh, balls. Because it's always the way. Everyone was like, why was Declan Rice shit? It's because his girlfriend had a baby for 2 weeks. And not for 2 weeks, but 4 hours. Why were you shit? Oh, because his wife had a baby and you don't get no sleep for at least 2 weeks. Oh, good point.
And it needs to time these things better out the season.
Exactly. In fairness, Souček, he had double figures this year too, just for completed passes. Very good. Defense is good. Just needs to start putting. That's what I mean, Mick. That's what I mean. We're seventh. Seventh, I think. For chances created, just can't score. We either have defensive problems or strike problems. It's very true. Yeah. We need our free strikers to hit form. Souček offers nothing, in my opinion. Only 1 goal a season. Waste of time being on the pitch. Steve, do you know what I think it is? I think it's the same in West Ham. Goals and performances, people forget about everything else. So Souček, I don't think he's a very good player anyway, in all honesty. He runs a lot, but because he was scoring lots of goals when he first signed, he's a great player because he's scoring goals. But actually, same as West Ham, when we were scoring goals from 6th and 7th in the, when we were in the league and doing well and in the top 4, actually the football wasn't great, but we were scoring goals. And now that we're not scoring goals, it's almost like the other deficiencies get heightened because we're actually looking back at. And I think that's the same as Souček. I mean, when he was going through that sort of purple patch, and they were talking about, what was it, Barcelona and Bayern Munich are looking at him. They're never going to sign him. He can't pass. He can't. He's not. But there's no answer to that on Apple Watch apparently. But Souček just doesn't. He's there as a blocker. And so, and at the moment he's there as sort of Fellaini, put him up front. So I don't think I don't think he's a fantastic player, but he's a good engine, and and where he got 10 goals that first season, just not. But then I think that's in general. A lot of that was set plays and headers and corners and
I think that's the thing. He did well with good balls into the box, and that was all we want as fans is obviously goals, and everyone gets so excited and we're like, well, legend. But then when that has dried up and he still plays in the same way that he always has, he's quite slow to the ball. He's quite like lanky and leggy and does a job and works really hard. But like you're saying, I'm not sure, other than the goals, I'm not sure his actual type of performance has changed massively. And I don't know as well whether when he was pushing up more, he did perform better for us. And people saying when Rice started pushing up more that Souček's performances started dropping, but whether it was that we weren't getting the ball to him or that he was sitting more, maybe it just doesn't suit him as well. But yeah, he's not a world-class player for us at the moment, is he?
No. I think Mick makes a good point. It reminds me of a Cheku Kayute, and I think that's right. I think he's. I know what you mean. He's sort of that sort of engine. He gets himself in positions where he's a blocker, and as I said, he just doesn't. I just don't think he offers much, to be honest. I think now it's I think people are saying they'd rather, particularly with Paqueta playing in that sort of second midfielder. There's that third midfielder role now, and when Ings plays up front, obviously he hasn't got the physical presence of an Antonio, so that's why Souček's pushed up a little bit more there. And it's like, well, I'd rather you put Skamaka up there, to be honest, because I think he'll offer you a lot more in an attacking perspective. And he can play at 10. He used to play 10 at Sassuolo. Lanzini could be key towards the end of the season. Best balls we got. Big Thomas is an endurance runner who needs to attack boxes, nothing else. Yep, I agree. Yeah. I agree. But I think Lanzini is very much suited to the European games. You know what I mean? For me, that's where he comes into his own. It's a bit. I'm not sure. Sorry, someone just randomly texted me. No, I think Lanzini, European football is. He started every game this season in Europe, and I think it's because it's a slower pace of football, and I think it's a bit more technical. Whereas Premier League is so physical, isn't it? So like 100 miles an hour. I don't think it suits him, but we'll see.
Yeah, he's just a bit lighter. He lacks that physicality to be able to like go up against the likes of teams like Brighton who will just batter you. But his balls in the box fantastic, and it is definitely something we're missing. But I don't know if he's the full package that we need to do well. But I still like him.
Yeah, I mean, when we first signed him, definitely. But I think actually even that period since we've signed him, I think the game that the Premier League has changed so much already. I mean, where it is, you have to have, you don't really get those diminutive players anymore now, like Lanzini. I mean, he's not the biggest, you have to have some sort of physical. I mean, even look at Paqueta. I mean, he's still a 6 foot plus guy, and as a relatively technically gifted player. So, I don't think you get as many of those in the middle of the park as you used to. What we got here? I reckon with Noble as technical director and how heavily he's involved in the youth setup, there may be the start of the Red Bull model. Mick, listen to our interview with Mark Phillips tomorrow, 10 a.m. We talk about Noble and his impact at Chadwell Heath with the kids. It warms the cockles of your heart, considering what else has been said about the club recently. That from like maybe the first team down, below the first team, everyone seems to be pulling in the same direction. That's the way I've seen it. Has Fab stopped practicing in the Masked Singer? But yeah, he has. It's more Phantom of the Opera than Masked Singer, I'd say. He's not training with his protective mask, but if he does play, he would, I think, need to wear it because it's obviously more physically dominating. What we got here? Hold up, says Mikey. This is going on for 24 hours. What do you guys have lined up for us? Loads.
Tell him.
Loads. I'll tell you, because we got another 5 minutes where we have to do our first interview. So we've got Alessandro. I mean, Mikey won't know who he is because Mikey's only been a West Ham fan since last season. But anyway, we got Alessandro Diamanti interview. That's going to be on at 6:30, so very, very shortly. Then we have got the 1999 FA Cup youth winning side. We've got an interview with 3 of them, and then at 8:30 we'll have an interview with Shaka Hislop, live Q&A on the channel, and so I'm going to be going through that. Then we've got Gatesy doing the big debate, people like Sean Wheatston, James Fever from E20, Zone TV, Jazz, WH, and JP as well. We've got the Late Late Show of Irish Tommy. That'll be at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, we've got Clarin Booze Boys doing a 2-hour takeover. Then we've got Billy Horshaw, big West Ham fan, PJ golfer. He'll be doing a live Q&A about 1 a.m. in the morning. Then we've got the American Hammers type thing, and they'll be on. And then we've got Old School Hammers. We've got Craig Forrest with that. We've got the game shows. We've got more takeovers. We've got Mark Phillips under, I think, coach. We've got the under Jake doing a takeover. We've got the starting 11 show. We've got previews. We've got Soccer Saturday. We've got loads. Holly's got to go. Holly's got to go and get a tea ready. I've got to feed the house. Otherwise, it's going to be mutiny if I don't feed the house soon. But anyway, and you'll see a lot more of Holly on the channel.
Definitely.
And all will be revealed on maybe Monday or Tuesday next week. Make a formal announcement. Might as well make it a formal announcement. We'll do that on Monday. So all right then. Well, have a good rest of the day, Holes.
Thank you so much. I'll try and jump back on if I can, but I can't make any promises at the moment.
4:05 a.m.
Exactly, yeah.
That's when me and Anton probably need as many
if
people.
I wake up naturally.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because you're jet lagged. That's what I assume. There'll be some jet lag, so that's probably why.
Exactly. No, go smash it. Have the best 24 hours. And thanks to everyone for watching. And I'm going to be tuning in and watching as well. So
good old Holes.
Look forward to everything over the coming day.
Cheers. Okay. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good old Holes. Good old Holes. Right, what we got here? Oh, see, everyone's everyone likes Holly. Yep. Well, we've got one. We've got rid of one person. No one's coming. Oh, 1 minute off. You go. Wait. Are you back? You've literally got 2 minutes. Can you come on now? Can you come? You can bring yourself on. Just bring yourself on. Fuck's sake! Just press the button yourself. All right.
How's the 24-hour stream going, Russie boy?
1 hour 25 in. We're all right. We're okay.
No, I appreciate. Thank you very much for everyone for joining us. Of course, we are here for Bringaquid campaign. However, I have been entertaining 21 children for this little man's birthday here. Where are you, Freddie? Come here. It was his birthday last week, though. So we had to re-engage his birthday party. So we've done it, and it's done. And they're all gone home. So I'm going to be here. But I seen you were a busy man and you had lots of support.
Yeah, we're doing loads of people jumping on and stuff, and we allowed turn up to make sure he knew how to do it. Just turned up like an old man. Like an old man just come. You know, when it's like you walk into a room and you forget what you're there for. That's basically what he did. He went, oh, okay. Hi, I'll see you in the morning. But yeah, we're probably do it in a couple of minutes. We'll start the Diamanti interview in a couple of minutes time. And Anton will be back at 8:30 with hopefully Shaka Hislop.
Absolutely.
Be
Absolutely. Good. Shaka Hislop. Yes. So if you are interested in coming in and getting your questions, then put them in the chat. We'll bring them up. I think also tonight, I know you've said this, Russ, already, but we're streaming to Twitter and to Facebook, something we've never done before, really. So, but the main aim, and I know you've probably said it, and I know I'm repeating it, but it's about carrying on the momentum through the month of April for Bringaquid campaign. Obviously, we know you can donate if you can't go to the stadium, so that would be much appreciated by donating on the link that Russ has mentioned below. And if you are going to be going to the football stadium, then please try your best to at least take £1, 50p, anything you can afford, just drop it in that bucket, because if we can get at least 10% doing that of all the people that go to the stadium, then it goes a long way, and it's a massive amount of support.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a young lad called Callum. Callum donates his pocket money every week, every West Ham game. He puts it in the bucket. So be like Callum. Hashtag be like Callum.
Yeah.
But yeah, God bless him. And we'll have loads of stuff. So we got a few video things from what's his face, from John, of like what all the space they've got available, and we've got some stuff that the club have been doing already with the food banks, and that'll be coming up in the next 22 and a half hours to go.
Just a bit over the old 22 and a half hours to go, but you are going to be heavily entertained.
We've been through it all. Yeah,
I know you have, but yeah, you're going to be heavily entertained, and I'm excited. We're going to be watching watching it and engaging as much as we can. We'll be in the chat, having a chat with you as well. You know, there's going to be a lot of takeovers on the channel, which is going to be interesting. Really cool points of view, as well, and all different points of view, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? And then tomorrow, I'm quite excited about. You know, I'm excited about. Well, it depends on how I feel or we feel, Russ.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much we annoy each other throughout the day, let alone without sleep and through the night. Are you ready for this, Russ?
Do you know, I'm really looking forward to the 4 till 5 o'clock in the morning slot. In all honesty, I'm looking forward to that. So I've got a funny idea.
All right, okay, I'm looking forward to it. What, just to keep us awake?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm not shaving my head, mate.
No, and I'm not, and I'm not eating any jelly deals.
Yeah.
That's because I did that for the anyway. Anyway, let's crack on. We're gonna play the Diamanti interview now. And as I said, we've got Diamanti interview, and straight off that we've got the 1999 interview as well, and then we're back with the live bit with Shaka Hislop. Sounds good.
Absolutely.
Right, so we'll play that and see you guys very, very soon. Keep donating, peeps. So, welcome to the West Ham Network, myself and Anton, and we've got a great treat for you, haven't we, Anton?
A massive treat for you.
A great treat.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've had probably over 100 players on the channel, and this one we've got is one of the most requested, isn't it?
100%, yeah, and memorable.
Yeah. Very memorable.
And I don't know if he knows he is.
He doesn't know he is. That's the thing. He doesn't know he is as well. And so we're going to bring him in. He's currently, he's in Australia. He's in Melbourne at the moment. And actually, it works quite well because West Ham have just announced that we're going to Perth for the pre-season friendlies.
We certainly are.
Against Perth Glory and Spurs. But anyway, let's bring him in. The man who went too soon. He went too
Absolutely.
soon. Absolutely.
1,000,000%.
Alessandro Diamanti. Hello, my friend.
Hi, guys.
Hello, my friend.
How are you?
Fine, you?
We're very well. We're very well. How's the weather in Melbourne at the moment?
The weather, you know, the weather in Melbourne is 4 seasons in one day. So this morning it started with cold shower, then blue sky 25, then now I don't know because it's dark, but I think it's 12, 13. Yeah, it's change again 100%.
Fantastic.
I think a cold shower in Australia might be a lukewarm shower in the UK, Alessandro.
I know. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, I remember.
It's certainly probably a lot nicer than it was when you was over here, particularly at your time at West Ham. The weather's not great in the UK, let's be honest.
Honestly, I was there to play football. I wasn't very focused on the weather, so it's okay because you get used to everything in the life. You get used to. Also, London is a beautiful city, so it was pretty easy to be there.
That's quite a good question, actually. I've said this before. We've had several players that have come from abroad come to play for West Ham, and I've asked them, does the weather play a part in a decision for where you play, especially coming from a naturally warmer climate than where you're from compared to coming to London, or does London sell itself, Alessandro?
No. First, I didn't care about the weather because I came to play in Premier League in West Ham, so I was too excited. Yeah, honestly, doesn't matter what it was the weather because there's snow every day. It doesn't matter. I was very happy to be there, so I was very focused to play football. I never be very focused on the weather. Honestly, it's 100%. When in London you have a beautiful blue sky and sunshine, it's another view. But you know. You can have everything, you know, in the life. So beautiful city. If you want also the blue sky and the sun every day, maybe you ask too much.
Absolutely,
it's very true. It's very true. So for people who don't know, Alessandro, obviously you're playing in the A League, Western United. How's the season going for you guys
Very
so far?
similar, because if you say quick, it's a West Ham United.
It is. He's still playing for Western United.
Western United, yeah.
And how's the season going for you so far?
Yeah, it's going up and down, up and down. We won last year. When you win the year before, the year after, you always see the reaction of the team. We change a little, so up and down, up and down. But we are we fight back. We are 3 points to the finals, so we'll see finish in the best way this season. I think we have a big chance to go in the finals. We will see. We will see.
Fantastic, fantastic, and it's great to see. Obviously you're still bagging the goals in as well. Still bagging the goals in, Alessandro.
Yeah, enjoy a lot. Enjoy a lot because here in Australia you don't have pressure. You don't have you just it's perfect for me because after 20 years in Europe, come in Australia and play football. Play football. That's it. You the ball. You enjoy. It's for me. It's the best way to finish my career. Yes.
Sure. There we go. Yeah, and as you said, it's a ball, it's a goal, it's a pitch. You can be anywhere in the world, can't you? Really.
Yeah, but my generation is a generation we are in love with the ball. So I have 4 years old. I have more than 600 game. Every day I want to touch the ball. It's a ball. We are in love with the ball. Yeah, it's a generation. We have the passion. The passion. It's unbelievable. Honestly, it's unbelievable. So we are. I was lucky. I was lucky to grow up in my generation. Yes.
Yes.
I am, growing up watching West Ham and seeing yourself play for our club and sitting talking to my dad and actually you come up in regular conversation because one thing that I always remember about you was you like to shoot and you did hit the target a lot, and that's something you see that you don't really see a lot in football, even in the modern day as such, that sometimes you think to yourself, why is a player not challenging the goalkeeper? I always remember my dad saying to me, Alessandro, he would shoot and he would always test the keeper, So there's definitely big changes in football. Have you noticed the changes? Yeah.
Because it's not just test the keeper, because the last 10 years generation, they are, I don't want to say robot because it's like the words, but they don't play like extinct. They don't play extinct. They follow a structure always too much what the coach asks you. They are not free here. They don't want to maybe get responsibility because the coach told me you have to do this, so I do this, and then I'm my comfort zone. This is the problem. I think at the moment it's not the talent. Talent is there. Talent is there. Everyone has talent to be a top player. But the problem is we are lack of instinct. We are lack of instinct. We don't leave the play show what they want. They want. I grew up in Serie A. I play in Serie A a lot. In Serie A, I had coach. I was lucky because always I had coach. Every time they told me, you in defensive shape, you do what I ask you. Then up to you. Let me enjoy. Do what you know. Do what you like. Enjoy. Let me win. Help. This is the best way to speak with the player.
Sure.
And this is when I coach, I will. This will be my priority. They express themselves. This is about football. This is the football.
Yeah.
Now you have to do this because you have to do that. If you don't do that, you have to do that. And the football player don't have the personality we had or the character to say no. Calm. Okay, I understood, but I want to do not what I want. I want to try to do something I feel it.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense.
Makes loads of sense.
Yeah, loads of sense.
Loads of sense.
And to be honest, Alessandro, I think a lot of West Ham fans at the moment would love that attitude with the current way we're playing football. It's quite formulaic. It's quite defensive minded. We've got guys like Lucas Paqueta, we've got Ben Rama, we've got Lanzini, we've got Scamacca.
You are very good. You are a very good team. I follow you. Yeah, you are a very good team. I have Angelo Bon. I play 4 years in international team. It's a very good friend, a very good man. He's a very good human. I speak a lot with him. So you are very good team.
Yep.
It's just that ability, as you said, to express themselves in the attacking side. That's what we'd love.
But this is don't depend to the coach, because the coach
Yeah.
did unbelievable. Everybody knows. So it's it's sometimes when you every season is different.
Mm.
Every season is different. If you don't have if you don't share the I don't know what to say, the mentality, every season is different. Every season you have to start from zero again. It will be tough. It will be tough because when you used to win, then when you are in trouble the day after, you start to understand why. You understand? So
Sure.
like always says, the first year do good. It's not easy. It's not easy. 100% not easy. But the second year is always harder.
Do you think, Alessandro? Do you think that us as fans, obviously there's going to be a big difference between a player and a fan because you experience the day-to-day of football and tactics and what goes on behind it. As West Ham fans right now are struggling with what I would necessarily call a transitional year. We spent quite a lot of money. We brought a few players in. And for you, when you play as part of a team and a team brings in 8 or 9 new players, what impact does that have on your team?
I don't know, but this is the coach, guys.
Yeah.
This is the coach. He's the captain. He's the old guys in the team. Has to put together the group. Have to talk. Has to be good with the new arrives. This is it's the coach. Is more about the old guys you have in the change room, no?
Sure.
And the empathy with the supporter is easier because the West Ham supporter is unique, so this is not a problem. The problem is find the united words inside the change room because the quality is there. Quality is there.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Let's talk about your time at West Ham because that's what people want to know about. Yeah. And we're talking about coaches. What about this man as your coach? What was he like as your coach, man?
Yeah, Gianfranco Festerol is it's an unbelievable person. Everybody know in England, in UK. Unbelievable person, very good man. He was very good coach in the one or the second, third experience. So wasn't easy because in my age we were compete for not relegate, that years because we had a lot of problem in the club. I remember something like that, but. No, he was very good coach. He helped me a lot one time because when I came in West Ham, I was very on fire in Italy, on fire, honestly, on fire. I came in West Ham, I could go in Juventus, Milan, Inter, but I pick West Ham because I want to play Premier League, I want something different. So West Ham, I knew the supporter, so it was I am a crazy horse, so it was very similar attitude, So I want to come there. Gianfranco, after 3 months in West Ham, I struggle a little bit, because you change from Italy and Premier League is different, different season is different. It's different everything, the pace of the ball, the tactic, everything. So I felt very good with the body, but the first game I couldn't touch a ball.
Yeah.
So I couldn't understand why. Gianfranco Zola in the moment he told me, it's normal. I've been in your position when I went in the first year in England. You have to use to do another football. You follow me, follow the teammate. So after 2-3 months, I start to do much better. And then I finish I finished good, normal, because I think you were unlucky because you saw the 50% of Diamanti. That one is my regret. Is one of them my regret. I gave you love me a lot for 1 year, but I gave you the 50% I can give you.
Fucking hell! If that was only 50%, Alessandro, fucking hell, Jesus.
Yeah, because when I start to understand what's going on in the club, in the support, when I start to understand what's going on, I left.
Yeah.
The best moment, I think it's okay.
Did you when you came to West Ham? Did you feel the love from the West Ham fans? Did you instantly get that va va voom from the fans?
100%. I remember the first one of the best moments. The first game home against Liverpool when the commentator, not the commentator, the voice of the stadium, welcome Alessandro Diamanti. I was finished. I already played the game. I was finished. I say I can run. I was so emotional. I say, oh, I can run. This is why after 50 minutes, I look for Zola. I say, Mister, I'm done. I waste too much energy, too emotional, you know.
Yeah, I get that.
I was
totally.
overtraining.
I love it, and obviously you scored as well. And you scored as well against Liverpool, and you scored. Obviously, you fell over, but you still scored.
Yeah. Well, beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, I was in the ground because I slept.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
and as you said, particularly that season. It was lots of trials and tribulations, and as you said, it was money was an issue. By all accounts, our shirt sponsors, I've got it over there, SBO Bet, paid the money to get you in. They gave the money to pay for you to get in. That's how much they wanted. What was it that Gianfranco said that convinced you that West Ham was the right club? And also, what about Gianluca Nani as well? I loved Gianluca Nani.
Yeah, no, look, Gianluca Nani, he did the deal with my crazy owner, Livorno. He was a magician,
Yeah.
honestly magician, because I don't know how much they pay me. I don't know what should they pay me, but the other team they want me that time was much more money. But it was easy. But it was easy because I want to play. I push to play in West Ham, so it was easy. And when I know the interest of West Ham, Gianfranco Zola, because for number 10 Italian, Gianfranco Zola,
exactly,
it's one of Roberto Baggio, Zola. Yeah, you put in that level, So when he called me, say, "Hi Alessandro, I want to tell you." I say, "Mister, don't tell me nothing." If they get the deal, I come walking there. No worries. You don't have to tell me, come here because for that. I'm already okay.
And obviously, go on,
I have one question, Ross. Before I need to leave, Alessandro.
Yeah,
so, how good was Gianfranco Zola? How good was he? Was he still able to put boots on and play for the team when he was the manager of West Ham?
He could play.
Yeah.
He could play 100%. Start 11.
Wow.
Wow. No. The only problem he had, you're always losing with me in free kick, but only because I was warm after training, he was cold. Only for that,
The only reason.
Honestly, sometimes when he doing the match with us because maybe miss one or they have a free position. It's honestly unbelievable.
Wow.
And there's
the game in Italy, I say honestly, because we had some player in front midfielder out in that turnaround, So I say, Mister, why you don't play? Why you don't get the transfer? You don't play. You can play 15, 20, 30 minutes. Laughing,
I love it. And obviously for
remember.
yourself, as you said, as a boyhood fan of Gianfranco as well, it must have been, he said, like a dream, just a dream. As you said, Italy #10, this is Baggio Zola, he's
I used to trust a lot him, but because also so it's okay. I wasn't very focused to the coaching, but to the man. When is a man like this, give you advice, suggest something, so you just follow.
You listen. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, absolutely. Alessandro, I'm jumping out just now, but you are just before I do go, it's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you. And I really want you to understand that from many West Ham fans that you might not know, like you are regular in conversations, you do come up a lot in conversations, your wild hair, your chances, your shots.
Yeah, but don't tell me, because
I have to.
We'll talk about your haircut in a minute. Don't worry
Much
about that.
love. Thank you.
Got it. So obviously April is a very busy time for West Ham, but also it's going to be a very busy time for the London Stadium. We've got 6 games at the London Stadium. I thought it was only 5 for us. No, it's actually 6 games. We have 4 Premier League games. We have Southampton on the 2nd, Newcastle on the 5th, Arsenal on the 16th, and Liverpool on the 26th of April. We also have our quarterfinal second leg Europa Conference League match against KAA Ghent on the 20th. And also we have the FA Youth Cup semi-final match against Southampton. The first time we've reached this stage is 1999. That's been played on Thursday the 6th, the day immediately after the Newcastle game. So if we added up all these attendances, that would be approximately 325,000 people attending London Stadium. Granted, many will be attending multiple matches, season ticket holders and whatnot, but still there's a lot of people in the London Stadium in a very short amount of time. Now, the Iron Sporting Foodbanks, you may be aware of them. They've been collecting at home games for a couple of seasons now by the Aquatic Centre on the way to Stratford. They collect on behalf of underprivileged people in the Newham area, as well as surrounding areas to the Newham borough, and have been supplying food banks for several years now, since December 2019, I believe. They are in desperate need for our help. Food banks are being used more and more as the cost of living crisis gets worse and worse, and people are turning to food banks just to survive, which means they are needed more and more, and they need our help. They need our support, and they need our money. Now, if only 1% of those 325,000 people give us £1 and pop it in the bucket for the lads on the by the Aquatic Centre, that would be, by the end of the month, £3,250. Doesn't sound like a lot, does it? But through our association with the His Church charity, they take your £1 and magically change it into £5 worth of food. So maybe we end up by end of April, with £5,000 worth of match day collections. That would equate to almost £25,000 worth of food that we could distribute to the most needy in the Newham and surrounding areas. So it only takes £1 to make a massive difference. So that's why we're launching our Bring a Quid campaign, and that starts in April. I've got a few words from some of our supporters in terms of the launch.
Hi, it's Declan Rice here. Iron supporting food banks. Bring a Quid campaign launches in April. Please bring a quid for a worthy cause.
Hi, I'm Kevin Nolan, and I'm supporting the Irons supporting food banks #Bring a Quid campaign this April. Bring a quid to the next home game and drop it in the ISF buckets. Come on, you Irons.
Hopefully you bring a quid to the next game, and we can make a massive difference for those less privileged than us. Thanks. So obviously, Alessandro, that season was obviously you played so well, and even if you say 50% of your season, of your capabilities, you still ended up winning the runner-up to the Hammer of the Year, which is voted for by the fans. That must have been a really, obviously, I think Scott Parker won it, and you came runner-up. That must have been like a real, I mean, just as you said, you got emotional with the first game, but to win that award where the fans vote for their best player and you came second, that must have been really cool. A really cool end to that season.
No, but the problem is, I tell you now, I didn't understand Hammer of the Year or runner-up. I didn't understand the moment what it was mean, what's really mean for a football player in West Ham. Then during the time, I understood maybe like I said in all interview I did 20 years, in the last 12 years, I don't have regret. I don't have regret. Okay, but if I have to change one decision, stay West Ham is the first.
Sure. Yeah.
I always said because, but the problem is they threat me with the international team. You know, my dream was play for national team. You know, they threat me if you stay there, you don't
Yeah.
have chance. You have to come back. Maybe someone they gave me for money bad advice. But you know, when you trust people in the moment, it's not easy. You know.
Fascinating.
So
Yeah.
I have to listen more maybe my family because my family, my wife, when I say we live, we go back in Italy, we live in London. It was crazy.
Don't say
But you
that
know,
out.
in the end, after 2 months I was in Italy, then I played for 4 years
Yeah.
in national team.
Yeah.
So you never the decision when you make decisions. Sometimes you get right, and sometimes you're wrong.
Yeah.
100% left to West Ham is regret because I know 100% because I know myself very well. The year after I will smash the league, the team, personality, character, leadership, 100%. Also because we had Abraham Grant in that moment. You remember?
Yep.
The year after, he loved me. He loved me since the first year when we were in preseason. He say, "You are my player," you know. So I have the 100% trust of him, and that's it.
Yeah.
Is what it is. This is life.
It is life, and as you said, you went and played for your national side, so you lived your dream. Whether that could have been when it's still at West Ham, you do not know. But you can't have that regret
No,
because
but
at
in
the
the
end of the day,
moment, the problem is,
that's right.
Marcello Lippi was the coach of the national team.
Yeah.
He came through. The year before he won. No, the year 4 years before he won the World Cup with Italy. No.
Yeah.
The year after West Ham, it was the World Cup in South Africa. So he did a friendly match. If you don't remember, maybe, but I remember very well. He did the last friendly match before South Africa World Cup. He did in Upton Park.
Yes, I remember. Yeah.
Against team. I don't remember.
I can't remember.
I said if he doesn't call me in that occasion, he never call me.
Yeah. Fair play.
Because I did.
Yeah.
I did very good for first year for first Italian first year in Premier League. I did 7-8 goal, a lot of passes.
Yeah.
Was very good, you know. So I say, give me a chance, a friendly match. He didn't call me. So in the moment I change a little my mind. So maybe I
Yeah.
back up.
It is, as you said. I mean, to be honest, as you said, the fact is, Italy were playing at West Ham, and you thought that would have been an obvious call up for you guys. So yeah, no, I totally get that, man. I totally get that. But obviously, then you stayed in Serie A for a while, and then you went to play in China. What was that like?
Yeah. No, a lot of people in China, my friend. I tell you, a lot of people. No, in China, I went because for save my club in Bologna.
Yeah.
Because in the moment, only the only team with cash was China's team, and the coach was Marcello Lippi. The guys don't want to be national team. And this is the life, I tell you. This is the life.
I
It's
love it.
unbelievable, you know.
I love
And
it.
nothing. So I moved to China. After 1 year, I won everything. I come back because I wasn't ready to play in China. I still was fit, very good player. So I just came back after 1 year. But
Yeah.
the problem in Italy, when you come back after you play, maybe in China, maybe in another country, maybe they think the football sucks. They treat you like a finished player. And I
Yeah.
wasn't.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, I understand that. They always like that's almost like China is like the place you. I mean, a bit like now with Cristiano Ronaldo and the Saudi league. It's like that's it. He's he's sort of retired. He's on a lot of money, but he's gone
exactly. Because because I tell you, look, 100% play in Australia, play in Italy, play in Germany, play in Spain. It's not like playing in Australia. This is the truth. But because we have another culture first.
Yeah.
Football since 200 years ago. They have football 20 years ago. They have another football, Aussie rule, So it's different. It's different. But believe me, if you are not fit, if you cannot compete, you don't touch a ball.
Yeah.
Because physically, they are very, 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 very tough league. Our stats, our number is like a Premier League player, Serie A player, Bundesliga player. It's the same number.
Yeah.
Then we change the knowledge of the coach. Some you grow up in different way. They don't have our culture, but this is normal. This is normal. But they work to improve every year, and they will in a couple of years be always more and more and more competitive.
Yeah.
If you tell me you want to compare, we can't compare at the moment.
Sure. That makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, there's, as you said, there's just the money in European football anyway. Unless you are a Saudi, organization, you can pump millions and millions and millions and millions. You're always going to not compete. That's just the way it is, unfortunately, isn't it?
You have the passion we have.
Yes.
You have, very well when I talk about passion. The passion we have in our country, in England, is very hard to have here. To have in a lot of country, not only here.
No, I totally get that. And obviously, going back to West Ham, obviously you played at Upton Park. They have the chicken run, the side. Oh, what was that like? What you said when you was walking out, you got emotional that first time. That crowd. Obviously we're not there now. We're at the London Stadium now, and a lot of people are sort of, it's not the same, and it won't be the same. But what was it as a player walking out at Upton Park and hearing that crowd and that chicken run?
No, honestly, Upton Park was magic.
Yeah.
You can breathe the story. You can breathe the proudness. You can. The proud. The story. It was magic. I want to just say, Upton Park was magic. But this is why when they changed stadium, I was with my wife. We were with my wife. Say, look, they will down Upton Park. They move in the stadium you are now.
Yeah.
Say something will change.
Yeah,
this will change.
Yeah,
because the magician, the magic he had the stadium. It's very hard to create to recreate again. Also, if the passion, if the supporter is always the same, but Upton Park was magic.
Yeah, no, it was. It definitely was.
This is my thing. This is my thing.
Yeah,
maybe I'm wrong, but this is my thing.
No, it is. It is. It's a different environment. It's a different theatre.
I've been there 2, 3, 4 before COVID, 2019. I've been there to watch a game. It was unbelievable. Upton Park was another thing. Different.
Right. Let's talk about Gianluca Scamacca. Obviously, we signed him with Sassuolo, in the summer. He hasn't hit the ground. Obviously, you came in from Serie A, a young player.
No, I came for Serie B.
Serie B, sorry. You came from Italy. Sorry, you came from Italy.
10 years ago, Serie B was like Serie A now, so it's okay.
So you came from Italy, and obviously you came into the Premier League, and obviously Gianluca's doing the same thing now, and obviously he's finding it slightly. He's not getting.
They pay a little bit more than me,
Yeah, a little bit. I'm sure they paid for him a little bit more. I think we paid about 5.5 million for you, and I think we paid about 30 million for Gianluca, unfortunately. But he's a. I mean, I've seen him. He's a great player. And it said the transition between the Premier team or Italian football, Serie B or Serie A, and the Premier League. And as you said, you never touched the ball for the first game. It takes time to.
Yeah, but for the first 4 or 5 games, then
Yeah.
Together, I say, okay, now we go. Otherwise,
Yeah. No, I think Gianluca's a great player. And hopefully, we get a little bit more. He gets a bit more game time.
100%. Every player he has their own time, or every player is different. We are not robots. We are human.
No,
so everybody will react in different ways. So I saw him score a very good goal. But sometimes when the team doesn't go like very well, very consistent like last year, also. Maybe for a striker, especially, maybe don't help that,
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, totally.
When the team are going well, everything's going on. You get some win in a row, like some victory in a row, like last year. The striker, it can be more free, it can be more relaxing. So when you must have a pressure. They pay a lot. You want to be good. You want to do well. So. That pressure sometimes for striker don't help.
No, yeah, very true. But as you said, particularly a young striker who hasn't really experienced the Premier League.
He has the quality. I think he has also the charisma, the personality to be in West Ham.
Yeah,
I think give the time is always hard because supporter you want everything.
Of course,
always the best thing, but I think he will be a very good player for West Ham. I hope.
Yeah.
I hope.
I hope too.
Because he's Italian. I hope for you 100%.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, obviously because it will benefit Italy as well. The national side if he's playing well as well.
Yeah, Italy. He played yesterday. He played one.
He did. Yeah, he came off
one
the bench.
Argentinian. We didn't know. I didn't know the name. It's okay.
Yeah, he did play an Argentinian up front instead of Gianluca. Oh yeah, but in terms of there's one more question I want to ask you about your time at West Ham, and then I want to talk about some of the players you played with at West Ham. And I said I'll help you because it was a long time ago. The hairstyles, you were only at West Ham for a few. I think you played 30 times.
I'm finished.
I know, but. I've got 5 hairstyles you had in about 30 games.
But you don't have the best one with the dreadlock.
No, that's sort of. The top one was like the one the top left was the one I always remembered you. That sort of massive mane. Then you shaved it all off. Then it grew back, and then you went for a crew cut. Towards the end of your time at West Ham. I love it. I love the fact there were so many haircuts.
I remember the first picture when the first game. Then. Yeah. I did the dreadlock.
Yes, you did.
And then I made a mistake. I made a mistake with the machine. I shaved it too much. It was like the second. And then
it started growing back.
But going back. Maybe the last one was before left. I think
that's
was
just
like
before
that.
you left, because you were in the different shirt. So you went back to the short hair.
Yeah, very ugly. Yeah, honestly.
I love it, man. But that was part of you. That was part of your mystique. That's why we, as I said, that's why Anton said. That's why, we still hire you in such high esteem. Right, let's talk about some of the players. We're going to try and put a team together. As I said, I'll try and help you because as I said, it was a long time ago. So, I mean, you only really played.
I tell you what I remember.
Okay, right. So if we go for the goalkeeper, I think you only played with one goalkeeper at West Ham. I think you only played with Robert Green in goal, old Greeno. So I mean, he was a fantastic goalkeeper for us. Big fan of him. I loved Robert Green. He was a good player.
Good guy. Yeah, I remember.
Good player. Right. Okay. So
he used to drink 15, 20 green tea before training. I remember cup of green tea.
Green teas, and also used to read the Financial Times, I think, as well.
Also, yeah.
Oh, brilliant! Right, we'll go. Let's go through it. Right, we'll play, what we'll do. We'll play a 4-4-2 because it's easier. Okay, so let's think. On the left back, I'm just having a quick look here. Who we've got? You would have played with Ilunga. You'd have played with Helito Ilunga.
I remember him. I remember very well because when I first came, I wanted my number on life 23. He asked the 23.
Oh,
So I got the 32.
oh, okay. That makes
number, yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. Oh, I like it.
I got the 32. Gianluca Rani told me, "Oh, now you get the 32. You will have a little bit pressure because the year before he has Tevez.
Yes, of
32.
course.
So now it's up to you, sure."
Brilliant. I never knew that. That's why I love doing these interviews, Alessandro, because you find these little bits of stuff which go behind go behind doors, and you don't know them. So the fact that you wanted 23 and Hanita had 23 is absolutely brilliant. Oh, top man. All right, okay. Who else? Let's think. I'm just looking through who else you would have played. I think you played with. No, that's Benny. We'll talk about Benny in a minute. For a little bit. Let's have a look. I'm trying to think who else you would have played with as a sort of a defender. We had,
Captain.
yeah. Oh, yeah, Mr. Upson, Matt Upson.
Matthew Upson. No,
yeah,
Upson,
Matt Upson. Yeah, Matt Upson. You played with. What was he like as a captain?
Yeah, I don't remember very well because I told you, I don't have a lot of relationship with him because I was young. He was the captain. I didn't in that time speak like now, same now. Very good English. I was very shy, so I remember only him because he told me with Berami translate the first trip away. I remember against Wigan.
Yeah.
He came with Upson, Berami in my room. He say the captain said that tonight you have to sing a song because it's your first trip away. And this is what we do here. To sing a song. So now in the dinner they wait me with the So I stand up, I sing an Italian song. Yeah, I remember. I was shaking.
I can imagine.
Shy, yeah.
I can imagine. You also would have played with, in terms of centre or sort of defenders rather. You would have played with James Tompkins. Remember James Tompkins?
Was young. Was very young. It
Very
was
young.
like a Mark Noble. That age, I think.
Yeah. Yes. Very similar ages. You also would have played with. I think Danny Gabardon would have played in your time as well. I think.
I remember more in the physio room than in the pitch.
Yes. Very true, unfortunately. Very true.
Very good guy, very good man.
Yeah.
Very, the very example when he was training, very, silent leader. He was a very good man. He was, when he was fit, he was a very good player. Very good player.
Very good player. He was a very good player. Let's just.
Yeah, clever player.
Fuck it. Let's just go through some of the players, and we don't worry about 11. Let's just talk about some of the players. Julien Faubert.
The French, I remember.
I love Julien. He's such a lovely man, lovely player, lovely. Played for Real Madrid, so there you go. Can't be all bad.
I remember because every 3-4 topic he spoke about Real Madrid.
By the way, did I tell you I played for Real Madrid? Yes, and you fell asleep on the bench. Scott Parker. I mean that picture epitomizes to me, represents what Scott Parker.
Look my memory, he scored one of the important goal. It was come to the sub. We were warming up. I remember like yesterday.
It's amazing. Such a great captain. No, it wasn't even captain. Matt Upson was the captain.
No, was it? But it's okay. It was. It was a vice captain, but it was like a captain. It's okay. It was. Yeah. It was unbelievable because the training every day because he struggled with sometimes with the ankle, with the knee, with something, but. He used to do training 3-4 times with us, but Saturday when it was the game day, it was a tank, a beast, unbelievable.
Yeah, I used to because at London Stadium and at Upton Park, I was the guy who played the music in the stadium. So when you came out to Bubbles, that's me. I pressed the button, and I used to see Scott walk out, literally crawl to the car park sometimes. He'd put so much effort into the game. He was outstanding.
Yeah, effort. Yeah. He was his first quality. He was very good with the ball.
Very good. Yeah, he was very good.
Good with the ball. But when without the ball, he was it's honestly unbelievable. Every tackle, every the effort, the put he was one of the player. He played with the heads,
Yeah,
It's
very much so.
he's a priceless, for supporter like you, especially, he's a priceless.
And someone who would always run and run. You've mentioned him already, Vallon. Oh,
Another very good player.
Would never stop running.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
Very good. And obviously,
Valon, he was a very good player. He was unlucky because he came from to the ACL because he broke the ACL there.
Yeah.
So also the second year when I was there with him, he wasn't very good because he still struggled with the knee. But when he was fit, he was a fundamental player. For us. Yeah.
Did you play with him at Watford? Because he went to Watford. Was you at
Yeah,
Watford at the same time?
in Watford. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. We got to talk about Mark Noble. We have to talk about him as he was a young boy when you was playing, really.
Very young. With he has the soft spot of the oldest in the change room. Yeah, I remember he loved since that time. He loved the West Ham. He's a West Ham. He's a West Ham legend, like
Oh,
So
definitely.
he did unbelievable career there. Yeah.
When you were your time at West Ham, Alessandro, obviously, who did you like playing up top with? Who was your favourite partner? In terms of attacking.
Yeah, with Carlton.
I had it ready. I love him.
Carlton, but because I told you the problem is I was 50% for my potentiality because we were perfect to play together because he loved running the space. I loved the ball in the space, but you need to play together. You need stay together. Number 10 striker, you need a relationship, know one each other. The second year we start to stay always together, and then I left.
Yeah, that's typical.
No, but Carlton Corner was on fire at that moment. Remember?
Oh, he was, and he obviously he's still associated with he was in
He used to have some problem with the feet sometimes.
Yes.
He shoot, He used to take a very easy goal, but when you need him, he was there. Yeah.
They used to call him can't control rather than can't control.
Okay, sometimes, it's true.
But we love him.
Sometimes, this. I saw when I saw him. I saw him on Instagram now because West Ham will come here in Perth.
He's in Australia. He was in Australia.
He's him. He was there. Yeah.
And he didn't even say you're in the same country. Unbelievable, Colton. Unbelievable. I'll have a word with him.
Very good guy. Very funny.
I love him. Yes, very funny.
Music, very top taste of music. Yeah, remember.
Let's do a couple more because this is quite fun. I quite like this. This is good. Radislav Kovac.
Kovac is another guy. He was very nice with me.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you, I didn't speak English. I was a little bit shy. He always looking for me. He was stay with me around me. He was another very good man, another very good player, very very important in change room. For us, like overseas, was very, very good, very good. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this is great fun. This is brilliant. I should have done this more often. Right. Okay. Two more. A guy that I always talk about you as you've already alluded to going too soon. One guy I really enjoyed at West Ham. I should get your thoughts on him as a forward. Was Franco, Guillermo Franco. Do you remember him?
Yeah. I remember him.
Good.
I remember. I don't remember very well, honestly, because he came the second term, I think.
Yeah.
He started with us. Yeah, he was an experienced player. He did good since the first moment. First moment. Yeah.
Similar to you.
I don't remember very well like a person. I wasn't very close to him, but I was 25, 26. I was crazy He was a family man with kids, you know.
Yeah.
It was different. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
different.
And
Different style for life.
yeah. No, it makes sense. That makes sense. And also someone who would have been around the time as well, a young lad, Jack Collison. Do you remember young Jack? He would have been very young at your time.
Very young. He was very young. Very good guy. Another. He was always with Mark Noble. I remember.
Yes, I can imagine.
Him, Mark Noble, and the defender you showed me before.
Tompkins,
Tompkins, yeah. He was the three guy always together. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
I remember was very good player. Some problem, physically problem. I remember.
Unfortunately, that happens quite a lot with West Ham, as you said, as you alluded to. I mean, also you played with. I mean, Kieran Dyer was there during your time at West Ham as well. Again, injuries.
We never saw in the pitch. I never saw in the pitch. Honestly, I don't remember in the pitch.
No, there's a picture of him playing. I don't know where it might have been pre-season.
I remember the face because I always struggle to say hello every time. So yeah,
no, it's great. And as you said, someone like Jack Collison. I mean, Jack's now obviously Mark's now part of. He's the sporting director at West Ham now. You know, he's our Gianluca Nani now. Or Mark Noble is. Mark Noble. He's our sporting director now.
Yeah, I know.
And then Jack is head coach now at Huntsville City, MLS next, sort of the division below. Yeah, he was at Atlanta United B for a while. So he's now going through his coaching and working through there. So
because he stopped early the career.
Very early, yeah. Very early. Gianluca Alessandro. So I was talking about Gianluca Nani. I love Gianluca Nani. I sang karaoke with him one night.
Gianluca Nani number one.
Number one. I remember singing karaoke with him once at a West Ham Christmas party.
Number one.
Very funny.
Was the only one sport director when they say stand up if you hate me walk and I need to stand I remember I have a picture with him. Show me the video the day before.
Oh, I love it. Alessandro, it's been an absolute pleasure, my friend. I said 45 minutes. It's been 47. I do apologise, but thank you so much, man.
It's
been
okay. It was a pleasure also for me. Remember the very good moment of my life, of my career. Yeah.
Thank you. And as I said, and as Anton said, and as I said, you're very much.
Now I will start coaching. We never know. The life is very beautiful. So we never know.
Who knows? There's a lot of West Ham players, ex-players in the coaching staff. Colton's in the Zavon Hines you'd have played with. Yeah. He's in the coaching staff.
Was another young guys.
Yeah. So there's every year group in the kids has got a West Ham.
Sorry, but I was the old one. I still playing. They was the youngest. Still all retired.
Yeah. They're all retired. They're all retired, man. You're the one still going. Fair play to you, son. Anyway, man, it's been a pleasure. And as Anton said, you're still held in real high prestige by a lot of West Ham fans, and so I appreciate your time as well.
Thank you. Man. I'm very proud about that. You give me even. Honestly, I'm happy.
Good. Excellent, lovely stuff. Okay, man, thank you so much, and take care, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the show. Everyone, take care. Bye bye. Hi, everybody. Russ on the West Ham Network. Hope you are all safe and well. Hope you're enjoying the live stream so far. This is a pre-record, obviously, so I can have a bit of a kip or maybe go to the toilet for a bit. But obviously, the under-18s are, what's been quite a poor, let's be honest, poor season so far for the West Ham men's side. The under-18s have been the shining light, and hopefully would have secured the Premier League 2 South, the league title. By the time this goes out, if not, they'll secure it on Saturday with just a point against Brighton. But more importantly, on Thursday, the 6th of April, we have the semi-finals of the Youth FA Cup final, or semi-finals. And it's the first time we've ever done that since 1999, where we went on to win it. So I thought, do you know what? Let's get some of the boys from the 1999 side and have a bit of a chat about that, because it was such an incredible period of West Ham in terms of the academy. Some of you may not even be born before that when that happened, unfortunately. But we'll talk about it. It was a great, particularly the final, fantastic night. Showed West Ham and how much we loved the bloody academy. Let's bring them all in now. I'm waiting for Izzy and Bertie, so they're going to walk about for a little bit. Don't worry. I can stall like the best of them. See, Newts is sorted. Newts knows where it's going to be sitting. He's no problem at all. But what we're going to have 3 guys from that final squad. We're going to have Bertie Brayley, who scored a couple of goals in that final. I'm sure he'll tell us about him. Newts, who scored as well, and the skipper Izzy as well, who lifted the FA Youth Cup. Technically the last West Ham player to lift a trophy, if you don't count the Intertoto Cup, which ain't too shabby. Alonso. Right, let's bring them all in now. There we go. Gents, how we doing?
How you doing, Russ?
We're very well, man. We're very well. Can you believe it's 23 years ago?
No, it's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. 23 years.
I mean, some people have been born, had kids, and all that's in between that period.
Played in the World Cup.
Played in the World Cup, exactly. Yeah, they could have quite easily been born. Yeah, fucking some of the something like Jude Bellingham. Jude Bellingham wasn't born.
Yeah,
wow.
How old's Declan?
That 23.
23, isn't he?
I think Deck was born that year as well.
Wow.
Now, Jesus Christ.
Crazy.
Right, now everyone feels old. Brilliant.
Don't feel old enough, no.
Yeah, cheers for that, Ross.
Pleasure.
We still talked about, though.
In it, and I mean, I've been funny. The fact is, we haven't gone this far in this tournament since you guys won it in 1999. And as you said, still high. That academy year still sort of held in really high esteem. Because of what that team did. I mean, for anyone who doesn't remember, or for Declan Rice who's tuning in, he wasn't born at the time. Obviously the final, which was 2-legged. Turning over Coventry. Future England goalkeeper Chris Kirkland in goals, 9-0. 9-0.
Scored 3 past him.
I know you missed the penalty though as well, Bert, didn't you?
Oh, don't bring that up. It's a poor pen.
Poor pen. But
Who
also
let you take the pen anyway? I'm normally on the pen.
I scored, didn't I? I scored in the. I think someone missed a round before. We was on a policy of if you missed, then someone else takes it. It's my turn.
I never missed.
That would have been true, to be fair, innit? You know how strict it was, or
Mm.
you missed.
Oh yeah, that's definitely. But I don't remember missing. So I think I took one. Is it Walsall?
Was it Walsall or Stockport?
Yeah, Stockport.
No, we didn't play Scunthorpe.
No, Stockport.
No, Stockport.
Stockport. Oh yeah.
See, 23 years ago, here's his earrings going and everything.
Yeah, not wrong. Not wrong, lad. Yeah, I can't even remember. I can't know who scored against Walsall. Was it Garcia?
I'm not sure. He scored in every round, to be fair, didn't he?
To be fair, though, I remember Harry coming in at half time and giving us a bollocking.
Yeah.
We was like,
was that because of that celebration? It went a bit too far with it. Everyone got in there.
Big time, to be fair, showing off, and there's like 10 minutes gone or something. We was taking pictures.
Brilliant. Oh, I love it. And I remember when the final happened. So Jeremy was doing the announcing, because again, for anyone who doesn't remember, obviously the final we had it at the bowling. They only opened one stand, and I think kickoff was delayed by about 15-20 minutes because at the end of it there was 25,000 people, about 3 or 4 deep all the way around. I mean, I'm surprised nowadays they wouldn't have allowed it, would they? Because
there was people in the aisles.
It was mental. And I remember Jeremy saying, towards the end of the game, please don't run on the pitch. The winners will be presented with the trophy, whoever they may be. And then apparently afterwards, he was pushed up against the tunnel by Gordon Strachan, like by the throat, saying, I've got kids in that changing room crying by what you said. He's like, well, you're 9-0 down at 9-0 down aggregate. What you've lost the game, my friend. But it was just a crazy time, wasn't it? Absolutely amazing time. Obviously, there you all are. Look at Newts at the front. Has to get on the front, innit?
Love it.
I mean, look at some of those players
at the front, innit?
Listen, he deserved the player of the final as well. Yeah. He had 2 great games, in all fairness. And his first goal against Coventry away, what a chip! Come on.
Looks
Yeah,
nice,
that was a
innit?
great goal. To be fair, I never expected that from Newts.
Okay, not in anyone,
I've been
bro.
with him so many years. I've never seen that in training. Nothing. So he just pulled it out of the final.
Just pulls out of the
Oh,
locker. Just pulls it out of the
quality
locker.
goal.
Happens,
But
innit?
I mean, you know, as I said, that I mean, what was so special about that side? Because obviously, you know, to get to the sets of final, to turn over that side with, you know, Coventry was so much. You know, it's a 9-0 on aggregate. You know, I mean, you must have had such a good. I mean, obviously, you still got a good bond now. You know, between a lot of you. You know, what was it about that group that just worked?
You know, I'd like to give a shout out to Peter Braybrook. You know, rest
Yeah.
in peace. And Tony Carr, and obviously as well Jimmy Yamson and all the scouts, because I think back then West Ham scout, we scouted a lot of the top players, and everybody wanted to be at West Ham, to be honest.
Yeah.
And just kind of, I don't know, I think we all knew each other from under 13s maybe.
Essex, wasn't it?
Might have come a little
Nine
bit
of us
later.
played for Essex.
Pardon?
9 of us played for Essex, didn't we?
Yeah, I'm just talking about all came through from West Ham. I think like, a lot of us started like very young together, like kind of building the bond. Bertie came a bit later.
I was I think I was under 13 from Aston Villa, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it was just like everyone just really got on in that team. Like we just gelled really well. From the goalkeeper, Stephen Bywater, then we had like 2 left side. On the left side, Sam Taylor, Sean Byrne, Newts on the right, me, Terrell, Stevlin.
Stop that.
Yeah, and you got Joey in the middle, Michael Carrick and Ferranti, Richie Garcia, Bertie, Amos. Like these are boys I still talk to. Like, you know what I mean? All of them, and like, you know, we've just kept that closeness. So
It says it
it
right
was,
there,
it was really, really good times.
You're saying all those names, like we're in touch in some sort of capacity still now.
Yeah.
And what I would have said is that, you know, it's from that, I don't know, from those years, from the games that we played, it's that it's always had that bond.
Yeah.
You know. And we was all competitive, I think, in the right way, but we were. I'd like to look back and say we was all humble with it. We all wanted the same thing, but we all pushed each other on. If I wanted it, I knew that Bertie wanted it, but I wanted it for Bertie, or I wanted it for it.
Totes, yeah.
You know what I mean? So, and I said, I really think that there was loads of those combinations, whatever or whoever played on the pitch on the starting 11, like even the boys that would have come on, would have been fully versed as well. So I think the bond was very key for that group for those couple of years.
It was special, wasn't it? It was special.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely special.
And as you said,
from a young age, like as he said.
Yeah. That's the thing, as you said, from such a young age, you built this bond, and as you said, then obviously by them playing well, you know, you get it elevates it a bit more, doesn't it? Because you know you're playing. It's like, as I said, I see that now of this current crop. That's why there's a lot of parallels, I think, to your crop and the current crop of under 18s, particularly because they have that bond. You can see it in the same way that, you know, just looking at that picture of all of you celebrating, you know, the FA Cup, the FA Youth Cup victory and all that type of stuff, and you go back and watch the highlights and stuff again, and you just think such a good, you know, just team spirit. And as you said, everyone was competitive, because obviously you are competitive because you know it is an individual sport in terms of your progression, because obviously you want to break through and want to get into the first team and become a professional football player. But as a group, it just clicked, and I think that's what we were saying beforehand. You know, this is the club have got. It seems to have a lot of hope for this under 18 crop, and I think it's because they're coming through as a bunch, where we tend to get one or two crop come through from each thing. Here, there's a group, and as we said, you know, we said before, we said that like the guy like Devine, we've, you know, to Ollie Scarles, Lewis Orfords, you've got Casey at the back, you've got some really, really good players. And I'm looking forward to the Southampton game on Thursday. It's going to be I don't think it's going to be the 25,000 as, you know, unfortunately that we had at the bowling for the final. But
it'd be nice for the boys, though. It'd be nice for the boys.
Yeah, totally. I mean, for you guys, what was it like playing in front of that crowd? Because that's probably the biggest crowd to date that you'd have played in front of, surely.
To be fair, I don't really remember much. Like, obviously, obviously, you go out there and you're focused.
Yeah.
So you don't really take no notice. Like, if you was to ask about certain parts of that game, although it was a really big game, because you're so focused, you don't really remember it clearly, if you know what I mean.
Can I just add to that? I was going to sort of follow on what Russ just said there, like keeping an eye on obviously the youth team's results there. If you're drawing parallels to our crop or our group, I'm just trying to picture things as you're talking, Russ. So that season, domestic games or our normal Saturday games, we didn't lose.
Yeah.
So we had that sort of mentality as a group as well. We didn't want to lose and we didn't like losing. We hated drawing. We hated those three at the back hated conceding goals. Yeah. Bywater would scream at anybody for letting them have little things like that, which if you look back at it, pushes you on and cements certain people's standards. So we didn't lose much. So coming to the final, like personally, like what Bertie's just saying there, it's just not to be sound big-headed, it was just another game not to lose. Do you know what I mean? So, and I always look back and I can reflect, like, obviously playing a few games, and I look back at that period, and I would say that even more so, that we'd be more happier not conceding a goal. Like, even though we won 3-0, and even at home, it was great under the lights. It was great at Upton Park. I guarantee you, the back five, and I know Izzy would be upset, we'd hate to win 6-1.
Yeah, massive.
That was our standard. That was our mentality, So
yeah, definitely set by Tony and Peter again. And,
that's what I'm saying.
Like we like from the first run, I think we went through every game so comfortable, not feeling, even knowing that we were going to win the games. Like we didn't, like there was no team that could step in front of us and we thought, we could struggle here. And that's the honest truth. Like even when we had, and I think Franny Jeffers was playing first team when we had Everton. And they were like,
him and Osman, wasn't it?
They were both playing first team. And
Hibbert was there as well.
Yeah, we didn't feel like we went there, we didn't care. We knew we were going there to win. We had Arsenal, they had all really good players. I don't think Ashley played, because I think he was away with the underage.
They had a good side though, didn't they? I mean, we drew away at Highbury. We should have beat them at Highbury, to be fair.
Yeah, we should beat them at Highbury. You know what I mean? So, I think that was probably maybe, I won't say our worst game, but we didn't really play too well, I don't think.
No, battered them in the second game, didn't we? 4-1.
Yeah. But we just think we went into every game knowing we were going to win.
And that's the thing, and that's confidence. Obviously, that's youthful exuberance, but obviously confidence in your ability. And as you said, you guys are a bloody talented bunch of kids, men. You're adults really, or just about to. So it's this combination of both. And I think, and I can see, and as Newt sort of alluded to, the fact is, I mean, these crop now they've lost 2 games all season. One of them's to Southampton. I think they've scored something ridiculous, like 64. I mean, I remember. I think you scored. There was something ridiculous. I think you scored like 20 goals. It was like, or there was 20. In terms of your path to the final, there was a lot of goals you scored as well. As you said, you turned over 1-0 at Highbury. Was it 4-1 or back at Argaff? And it's and this lot is so similar now when you're talking about it and listening to what you guys are saying. Now, obviously, with that, was there any time, I think I know the answer already, that you felt like, particularly the final, as you said, and then you saw it as another game, was there pressure? Did you get any pressure? Was Harry pressured? Was Harry, because obviously from an academy perspective, obviously, as you said, Harry came in as shouting at you for celebrating too early at the Stockport game, for example.
Honestly, Russ, I would just say that it's just another game. I say that
nothing phased us, did it?
Bit big-headed, but we already had our own standard. It's a game. Yes, we're in a final, but we're going to win. We want to win. That's where I'm coming from, So
there was no pressures from the managers. I just remember Tony saying, "Just go out there and enjoy it, boys." And that's all he said. He goes, he knew what we could do, and he just wanted us to enjoy the moment.
Him and Jimmy never kept to their thing, though, did they? Saying there's going to get a tattoo if we won it. Do you remember? Yeah, they said Jimmy Anson and Tony Carr, they basically said, right, we was at Stockport when we was away, it was a horrible night. And they went, look, if you win this competition, we'll both get a tattoo. They didn't do it.
Oh, and a man of principles like Tony Carr, you thought he would do it. Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. There's still plenty of time. I mean, he's just celebrating his. I think he's just celebrated 50 years since he started working at West or something like that. There's an anniversary coming up soon.
He still looks well. I speak to Tony now and then.
Top man, isn't he? Top man.
Yeah.
He's when we do these live things. I mean, we get him on, and honestly, it's like I could talk to him for hours, just listen to his philosophy. Because obviously, at the moment, you know, there's a question mark over the academy at West Ham in terms of its progression into the first team. You know, there's a lot, and we've said, and there's been a lot of people who have gone, who people thought were going to be the next person. So like Ashby,
Longello and stuff.
Longello, Ashby, Elise, Sonny Perkins. So these guys, they thought, oh, they're going to make it. They haven't made it, and they've gone elsewhere. They might have gone to rival clubs in the Premier League.
I'd say Longello was the standout one for me.
Yeah, I mean, he played that
Strong
Europa
boy.
League, very good, like lefts, and particularly left side when we need that left side. But the assumption is that's a pathway for Ollie Scars, the way I see that, because that's how.
Yeah.
So, and I get that. So we got Tony on to say, you know, what's the role of the academy, and he said it is to blood players into the first team, and if not, to have, you know, a good professional career outside of the gate, outside of West Ham. And you know, we spoke to Mark on the under-18s coaching setup, and he was saying that, you know, these guys are, you know, he's a West Ham fan as well, so he's like blooding in these players, and obviously people like Kevin Keen's involved in was in charge of the 18s and stuff like that. So it does seem to be a sort of a disconnect at the moment between sort of I think this next bunch, this 18s going through. I mean, obviously Nobes now, who's sporting director, by all accounts, well, Mark says he's at the training ground every day in the 18s. He puts his boots on. He gets involved in training sessions. He wants to know everything about them, because I think he does see a lot of you lot in them. So it definitely is this sort of cyclical thing. It's just taken 23 years to fucking happen. That's the frustrating thing for a lot of West Ham players and West Ham fans particularly, because we like seeing the boys do well. As you said, looking for your side, you reeled off some players. Pretty much everyone turned pro. Everyone goes pro. That's incredible.
It's like what you said there, Russ. Though, you know, over the recent years or whichever, like, you might have had one or two. Yeah. Or maybe 3, 4. Because I'm a West Ham fan, as we all are, and I do like to keep keep check when like my oldest son was still playing a little bit, and sort of like, you know, maybe 2 or 3 names that might have been spoken about for whatever reason. Yeah. But yeah, there's valid reason to be getting excited this year about this group, like you just said there, because there's a group rather than just name being mentioned. There's a group. Well, it's better that, you know, better chance that maybe 2, 3, 4 of them push on rather than just one you just pinning the hopes on that don't quite cut it. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, it's no disrespect, but it's to them, but it's more tickets in the raffle, isn't it? So the chances are there's more chances of people coming through rather than, as you said, resting all our hopes on this one person, and this one person doesn't or can't just do it, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't fall for him, or, you know, I think that's happened quite a lot. I mean, I think if I did the stats, I think since the turn, I think since Bill was in charge at West Ham, I think Moyes has given more first team debuts to academy players than any other manager.
No, that's brilliant.
But obviously, they would be for the Europa League and stuff like that. But still, you know, that's great.
Yeah, really good.
It's good to see as well. It's good to see.
When I think West Ham having the last few seasons getting into Europe opens up a little bit of a channel, like perfectly, you know, for the group stages, just giving them minutes, later stages of the game, because obviously Moyes is obviously going to have to balance out the squad. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So you're bringing in 4, 5, 6, whoever worthy youngsters to get minutes, get on the pitch, get under the lights, get around first team players in a competitive game. Yeah, I know statistically, a youngster's coming through, but it gives them more opportunity to to have a feel of what it's about. So if West Ham do well, I think it opens up a little bit more of a, I don't know how you want to describe it, but a little bit more scope for a youth team player to kind of get minutes, get exposed basically. So
yeah,
Get a taste.
Get a taste, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. I think I think now I think the trouble is, now it's like, okay, well that's great, and it's like, well then what's the next step for them? Do you know what I mean? So it's like you look at someone now. I mean, look at someone like Ben Johnson, for example. Ben Johnson's played 80 times for West Ham now, so he's very much a academy graduate. Dex played 240 odd appearances as well. So, that's the next stage now. So it's all right getting 5 minutes against FCSB in the Europa Conference League for a dead rubber game. In all honesty, is what it was. But now it's like, okay, well then being trusted, and I think we spoke before is about the sort of the reluctance of players, of managers to maybe put sort of defenders in, into central defense. They tend to put them into CDM roles and stuff like that rather than putting them at the centre back. And obviously Declan Rice is an example of that, and look where he's become now, isn't it? So it's the same as goalkeepers as well. I mean, goalkeepers seem to be always, you don't necessarily give it, you wouldn't necessarily give one of our youngsters you might get an emergency loan for Ben Foster or someone like that. It's a really strange thing, I think, in terms of some of the positions, how it all works out. But there's lots to be happy about coming in. It's just going to take time for these boys, I think, but I think they're going to bear the fruits of the labour soon. That's for sure.
I think they're in good hands with Kenny Brown there now as well. Yeah. He's got the job permanently, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely, man.
Kenny's proper West Ham, and he's been around, many years there, and I think he's the right man for the job.
Yeah. Well, I think the fact is, as you said, there's now with each group there is a ex-player associated with.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So that's brilliant. So even the women, obviously with Conch and Jimmy Walker. So you've got 21s. You've got Mark Robson. You've got obviously Kenny's obviously in charge of everything. You've got Robbo. You've got Potsy. You've got Kevin Keane. You've got Zavon. You've got Colton.
All people that care about the club.
All West Ham people, all West Ham people, and that's great. In a situation where obviously, we're not at the Bowling anymore. We're at the London Stadium now, and a lot of people are sort of a bit, we've lost our identity. Actually, from the 21s downwards, it's tighter more than ever in terms of that bond, which I think people don't necessarily look at because they just see the first team, but it's a pyramid, isn't it? Basically, I found some good pictures. Let's put some pictures up. Look at that. Who's that young man? Look at that young man in the middle. Bloody hell! Jesus. Look at that Barnett.
Short back and sides, long all over. I asked for.
I think Coley
did worse, to be fair.
Look at the haircuts.
Look at that.
My God, geez.
That's it from behind. Look at his haircut from behind as well. Jeez, bless him, bless his cotton. So then we got
Where's the skipper?
There's a skipper.
With 16 when you is.
Nah, 17.
You turned 17 that day, didn't you?
Yeah.
On your birthday, I remember. Yeah.
We went out to Faces after.
Come on.
How'd you get to Faces if you're 16, my friend? Jesus.
Yeah.
No, we weren't there. We weren't there.
You didn't know.
You just turned 18 that day, didn't you?
Yeah, 18. Same ID.
Yeah. Turned 18.
I think I told you it is.
Scratched it up, so it makes it 2 years more, yeah. And of course, you're in training the next day, surely, after you won it.
No, I think Tony gave us a few days off.
Yeah, he did, to be fair.
I think that's one of the only times he gave us a day off, yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
And we weren't doing the mile on Monday.
Yeah.
Oh, the mile. Don't bring that up.
What was the mile?
The worst thing in the world.
Oh,
it's the Martin Noble Arena now, isn't it?
Bad.
Yeah, it's the Martin
We didn't
Noble
really
Arena.
do it that much that season. He normally brings it in when we play bad, like on every Monday.
Mate, even from schoolboys, he had us doing it at 12, 13, didn't he? And it was like you had like the railway pitch at Chadwell Heath was massive. It was a really big pitch.
Yeah. Round the lights.
Oh, round the lights, wasn't it? Man, I remember seeing Anwar treading water.
Right,
like the big lads. The big lads were treading water, but there was like you didn't want to come last, did you? So there was like that fear factor of, right, I'm not coming last. So you pushed yourself, but it was like, was it 5 laps around that pitch as quick as we could, wasn't it?
5.5 or something, yeah.
All of us ended up with bloody cartilage injuries by the time we was 18, 19. But we was fit.
Yeah, too right, man, too right. And this is how people change. You see, he was going to come on today, but his wife's got him tickets to see Michael Bublé tonight.
That ain't good enough.
No, he's on big time on us.
Listen, he could have got box seats from me. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he could have got.
Yeah, but you would have charged him an arm and a leg.
Double bubble.
Double bubble for him. Anyone with letters after his name gets double bubble, isn't it? Is it anyone?
Oh, mate, I'm so proud of him, by the way. Yes, Snoots.
No, look at that. Look at that.
That's an athlete, that is.
And what the fuck about those shirts? Honestly, those shirts were so big.
Yeah, but they always, even for the first team players, they was big.
Yeah, I just remember, like, when I see that top, I remember John Moncur and Steve Potts. It's just massive on
Monkey.
To his knees, wasn't it? It was almost to his knees, and it's so big, so baggy. Oh,
you know what else was all right? Just noticing there as well. Like on a Saturday morning, we used to get a crowd as well, didn't we?
Yeah.
That was always quite nice, isn't it? To play in front of people.
It was. We had loads of people coming to watch us.
And all the rest of it, you know.
It's mad, wasn't it?
Yeah. Look at them in the background there, man.
I know, that's crazy, isn't it? All fucking scouts from other clubs sniffing around, isn't it? That's what they're, it's all having a sniff around.
Yeah, some genuine.
I can see it's a couple of boys in West Ham tops there. Yeah, definitely. But I think
it wasn't as bad as it is now. Like when lots of scouts will come, loads of agents and stuff like that. We just had genuine fans, people who just supported us.
Yeah. There's a few in the car park though, wouldn't there?
There's like agents, scouts. It's like hardly any fans there watching. Just like really.
Yeah. Well, no one's allowed in now, are they? Really?
No. Well, I guess so. Yeah, you got to be invited.
Yeah, everything's like proper clamped down on. Like you used to get fans. They used to come in the car park at Chadwell Heath, just over like a 6-foot fence. And the first thing would be training yards from them. And at the end of the training session, they could just all get autographs and stuff like that. And they didn't take the mick either, did they? Like it weren't loads and loads. Like some people just go up there for the day, get some autographs. But that's all changed now.
Well, it has changed, isn't it? Because I mean, you get people professional autograph. I mean, there were professional. There's some professional ones there, but obviously with eBay and shit like that now, you sort of, you see someone and they've got like a whole, portfolio of photos. Clearly these are not all for you. But I think that's the trouble. But also just the way. Obviously you look at Upton Park, and obviously you had the player car park, and you'd put your hands through the fence. You don't get that now, do you? Which is a shame.
That weren't there back in our day, was it? The old West Stand, that weren't there. That little that fenced bit off.
No,
you could actually the players would walk past you then.
Oh, it's crazy, wasn't it? They should park the car and walk through, and you used to bump into people.
Was it on the playground? Wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that school,
primary school playground.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy how things change. Because obviously nowadays they'll get, they get bussed in even for the home games. They'll get bussed in, from the Canary Wharf Hotel, and it's a shame because I think something like that, it's like particularly, I mean, for your kids and obviously all your kids, that excitement, bumping into a football player walking down the street. It's just it's just so such a bizarre thing. I used to live in Loughton, and Loughton was obviously a hotbed for loads of the first team.
Yeah, West Ham players. Yeah.
Yeah, and we used to like bump into Paul Kitson at Woolworths having some tickets. You know what I mean? But I used to love it
in his Ferrari.
Nah, Kit's never had a Ferrari.
Poor Paul Kitts. I love Kitts. He was amazing.
Yeah, top man Kitts. He never signed an autograph for anybody.
I remember once at Chadwell Heath, I was sitting there and I was just about to eat my sponge and custard on a Friday. We had spag bowl every Friday, and I just went to put it in my mouth, and he'd done my pressure point on my neck. I flicked it all in my face. he was strong, you know.
The strongest man in the world, kid.
Isn't it? He was strong.
He still is. He still is.
Oh, mate.
But he's more rugged now, isn't he? He's got like a beard. He's a bit more rugged now, I think Kits is now.
Him and Chris.
Don't sleep on him because I still keep in touch with John Green.
I do as well.
Quite regularly. And he must have been speaking to Kits or whichever. And I think Kits must have showed him a clip of him still boxing. And he's in great shape, by the way. Yeah, and he was hard as a player, but I think he's even more hardened now with age. But like you say, man, he's a bit of a fitness freak as well, wasn't he?
Yeah. Mate, when I see him roughed SIE up, that was it. I was like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, he was.
He ragdolled him, bro.
When I got injured, like me and Kits was in the gym a lot because he was injured quite a bit. So like, he was in the gym every day. To be fair, he got me like really strong, like because of him. Like, I was in the gym like when I come out of that gym.
Yeah, and obviously back then, obviously the first team, the first team and the youth team, sort of, they were now they're almost different. Well, they are pretty much different sites. Training grounds now. But obviously, back in your day, so to speak, the first team and they were in the same vicinity. So as you said, you could, I imagine there was times where you got pulled in when you were, to train and the first team and vice versa. Not vice versa, but then as you said, that interaction would only help your development as well.
My first time going over with the first team was when Artisan kicked Berkovic, and it was like, I think me and Joe got called over, and was playing on the little 6-a-side pitch.
Yeah.
And flipping. I think Berkovic is. I think John caught Berkovic as he's going past, and Berkovic has gone down. John's only gone to see if he's all right, and he sort of lashed at him, and he's just gone, wallop, have some of that in your Marie.
Yeah.
And it was like that was my first ever taste of like doing a bit of first team training. And that was a mad one.
This is how we do it.
Yeah, man. It was proper, wasn't it? Everyone was men. Everyone was men.
Yeah.
And they sorted out after,
Yeah.
And that was done. Not, but you don't see none of that anymore.
Well, that's the thing, though. Like what you're saying there, though. Again, I heard Rio talking about it on another platform the other day. That obviously first team, the youth team were over there, and whoever stiffs when it was
the bomb squad.
The bomb squad, the stiffs were just sort of like in betweeny type thing. But having that sort of like closeness interaction, like, okay, cool, 2 or 3 people have gone down with a muscle injury or they didn't come out for training. At our time, whatever, Harry, Frank, or Roger might say, "Oh, look, send 2 over," and it's like you've gone from that could lift up the youth team player's day, and it can change your whole dynamic of your week, so to speak. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're filling in, but you're not just a body. Well, basically you were, but you got an opportunity just to go and play.
Yeah.
In and around with the first team mix. Do you know what I mean? So
nice, wasn't
it? That kind of spirit on the training ground. Obviously, I'd love to know what it's like now. Where it's a strictly first team, but we call it fortunate or whichever. But that's how it was. That's what we had. So,
but it wasn't even.
Do you lot remember? Do you remember? I think it was '99. There was an eclipse of the moon and the sun, and it went all dark when we was training. Do you remember that?
I know. I remember seeing. So I watched the eclipse. I remember because I'd come back from Skiathos and we stopped on the tarmac to watch it. But yes, it was. It
was only vaguely, but I remember being on the training pitch at Chableaf, and it was about 10:30 when we started training, and everyone stopped. I don't know if was you training, any of you boys?
We should have started. I'm surprised we didn't stop to go in. Bloody hell, we
started. Mate, no, it did. It sort of went dark for about 20 seconds. You could see it eclipsing. I'll never forget that.
But I was probably in the physio room.
You probably were.
Izzy was in the dark anyway.
Yeah,
it's in the dark anyway. But you were saying, Newts, about you being sort of only I'll get dragged into a first teamer, but then anyone who's watching who's under 16s or under 15s and sees you training for them thinks, fucking hell, if I keep going, I could, so there's sort of mentally putting that pathway in their head.
Definitely. Just little opportunities, little windows. That's what I was saying earlier. But West Ham being in the earlier rounds of European competition just creates little windows, So our fingers crossed for continued success.
The missed opportunity though, not training in the same facilities.
Yeah,
because being youth team, I remember though, because we're training over there, you can see the first team training. You're thinking if anyone goes down, or sometimes they might just call you over anyway. They might need 2 players. I'll come over, and you get excited like with things like that.
Yeah.
Around the first team players and just cleaning their boots, and they should definitely bring that back.
Yeah, definitely.
Doing youth team cleaning first team's boots and that. It's good just to have that bond anyway.
It builds your character as a person as well. Is like it gives you that that respect. You're cleaning someone's boots, and you think
you're excited because I remember when Righty came. And who had Righty, Newts? Yeah, it was you, innit? Like it's just exciting seeing Ian Wright's boots. It's Ian Wright.
Bruv, did you get a oneer at Christmas?
No, I had poor kids.
Di Canio gave me a pair of pantofola's, right? They was 2 sizes too small with no laces. I can't even sell them now. I can't even get my Christmas dough now.
Have you still got them?
Still got them in my loft. They're like pristine.
They're Di Canio's boots.
They're size 7. I'm size 9 for a start. I couldn't wear them. And they've got no laces.
£100 for them.
Do you want to buy them? I just want my everyone else is getting a one-up.
I didn't get a one-up. Kids never gave me a one-up. Kids gave me a slap in my head.
I got £100. I got £100.
Yeah, Righty looked after you. I know Rio looked after his one.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think Sinks give me he gave me a little drink. To be fair,
and the other one, the comparison for Righty and the other one I had was Stan Lazaridis, and he just gave me. What boots did we get off the club?
Fila.
Ponies.
No, there you go, Fila.
Fila. Fila. No, it was ponies back then.
No,
that was when we schoolboy.
It was Fila, yeah, because I remember
we had the Joma Arsenal, then we had the ponies, and then we had the Filas.
The green rascals.
Yeah.
He just gave me his old training ground boots. I was like,
cheers, mate.
They were just so dusty, man.
What a guy he was, to be fair, though, Stan.
Oh, yeah.
And Craig Forrest, they were all quality, weren't they?
Yeah, Craig's on. Obviously, we're pre-recording this. Craig's on later on tonight, so he's a good boy. Craig, he always comes on, and I think we'd have. This is like sort of Back to the Future. Like I'm talking in the future, so then we'd have had. Hopefully, we've had and Shaka would have been on beforehand before you.
Shaq, what a guy!
Top man.
Shaka's on, is he?
Oh yeah, Shaka's on. Yeah,
from the States.
Yeah. He comes on quite a bit. Bless him. He's top boy. Top boy, Shaq's. Obviously, the clocks have gone back, innit? Oh, I will. I'll say. Iz has said hello from the past.
Yeah.
Oh. head exploding emoji. Yeah, exactly. I feel like I'm Marty McFly. Yeah, I think I'm Marty McFly. My arm will disappear in a minute. But
it take me back 23 years.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Taking news beforehand, he said it's just like it was yesterday. It's crazy how time flies. And as you said, it's been a Declan Rice worth, since the last time we did it. So, gents, man, it's been a pleasure. Hopefully you get to go to the game on Thursday. I'll see Kenny. You'll probably,
I've got my little man's mascot against Southampton on Sunday.
Yes.
And I said I'm going to try and get out there Thursday. But obviously with my coaching company, I do a lot of evenings. But if I can get someone to cover, I fancy going to it, to be fair. It'd be great to see them do it.
Yeah.
I can't make Thursday, but I'll definitely make the final when they get there.
Yeah. We'll have to. Well, hopefully it'll be the Emirates, and you won't have to.
Is there anything on? Is there anything on like a live stream or anything?
I imagine they probably would do. I don't know, to be honest, but I imagine they probably would do. But there'd be no tickets on the door I've been told by
Oh,
Mark.
really?
Right.
Yeah, Mark said there's no tickets on the door. I think because I think they might. I don't know why, but you can't buy them on the door. So, but I don't think you can buy tickets on the door anymore now.
So what do you do? Just buy online then?
You have to buy them online now beforehand. Or we've got Newcastle the day before, so I think a lot of people might buy their tickets the day before. And,
Everyone's trying to get rid of cash and all, isn't they?
Yeah.
it's a cashless society now, isn't
What's
it?
going on? What's going on?
But if you do, make sure you get a quid and you put it in the Iron Sporting Foodbanks bucket.
Yeah, 100%.
100%. All it takes is a fraction. We've got 7. I think we've got 6 home games in April, which is about 350,000 people roughly.
Mm-hmm.
If you add it all up, so all it takes is 1%.
Everyone puts a little quid in,
and we multiply it by 5 times already for our charity. So that's great, So that's all good, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure, my friends. Do you know what? I could listen to you for hours.
We still got 20 minutes. I thought you said we had an hour.
You can't talk. You
You run out of stuff. We got any banter here or what?
Plenty of banter. Who was
finished?
Izzy's knackered, mate. Izzy's asleep.
I don't know whether it's a smoking jacket or.
Is that a Joe Paul Gaultier? That dressing gown.
Don't worry about me, lad.
just wake him up at the end. Who was the prankster? Was there a prankster amongst the boys?
30.
I think everyone got involved with the banner.
I didn't cut no one's clothes though. The DP was funny.
Classic.
We mostly got done with DP.
You know what? I'll be honest though. I think some of the stuff we did and we done, we'd probably get fired nowadays.
Oh, what about me getting caught at York when we played York away?
Yeah,
and I had the I got to be careful because my wife's upstairs, but I had the what them cleaning ladies, like the people who come and do the rooms. I had one of them in my arms, and there was like a glass door in the corridor, and I picked her up like a wedding carry, and Peter Story's coming through the door, and I just dropped her. We all had a meeting. Do you remember? We had a meeting in the hotel. What's you doing that these days?
Oh, bloody hell, babe.
I just dropped her, poor girl. Hope she's all right.
I'm sure she is. If not, you haven't heard from her. She ain't sued you in 23 years. So
yeah, exactly.
I think the statutory, since the incident, I think you're clear now, Bertie. So you're right.
Yeah, I'm all right. He's gone now, Peter, isn't he? He's not at the club no more.
No, he's all right. Pete, yeah. I think he's back. I think he's getting back into football. I think
I heard his name being bandied about.
Yeah, Coventry or someone like that. I think it's funny, isn't it? It's funny how people although Harry's still sniffing around for the Spurs job when he was like, I could get involved if you want.
He's got.
Mate,
he's got to get a chance with the England job though.
Oh,
I would like to have seen him. I would have liked to have seen.
I'd have liked to have seen Harry to take England over. To be fair,
I don't know, because he would have.
I think he'd have done all right.
He would have tried to sign Cranshaw for England, 100%.
Yeah, exactly. So Cranshaw, so
Nico.
you played for Croatia, yeah, but Nico, surely it must be like a.
I
mean,
you've got an aunt who's English.
If what's his face, Mancini could put that Argentinian Mexican player up front for Italy the other day who scored, Reggini. Anything's possible now. Anything's possible nowadays.
To be all seriousness, though, to be fair, I think the way Harry manages with the people he gets around him, he would have done really well for England. I think.
Yeah, 100%.
I think so. Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, it's a bit of a bad one that he didn't really get a crack at it. Really.
Yeah, it's a shame.
It's just one of those things, wasn't it? I think there's a lot of. I think that's a thing about football, in it's if buts and maybes. It's all, and I mean, you guys attribute, right place, right time. As you said, injuries at the wrong time.
There's a fine line. There's a fine line, isn't there? There's an element of luck.
Yep.
A lot of it. Like when you talk about obviously ability, that's all right, but we wasn't aware of the mental side of things.
Yeah.
All things that was going on that we had to keep sort of for pride purposes or whatever, sort of locked up inside. Do you get what I mean? Am I going too deep here? I see.
No, are you talking about the mental health situation?
Yeah, no,
I don't think we really dealt with that back in the day, though. did we?
No,
Like,
listen, we was too strong. We just had to get on with it. Like, I mean, I don't know
Yeah,
about
some of
you
the things
lads, but
coaches
I
used
had
to
things
say to
going
young
on behind the
players.
scenes, and you brush things under the carpet, and you just go in as normal. And like as Izzy was saying, like I was a bit of a joker, this, that, and the other, but getting in there was my escape. Like when I got to training with the lads, like you can't replace the banter we had.
Yeah.
We had quality. Listen, we could all dance. We all had a bit. Do you know what I mean? It
You know,
was
like,
a
the
good
mental
bunch
health
of
thing,
lads.
right? I don't feel like back then when we was playing, there was any time to complain about anything.
No.
To be honest, like, you know what I mean? You couldn't come and be like, oh.
I think we was very mature. I think we was like, you know, when we was kids, I think we matured quite early.
I just think it was I don't know. That was just the way it was then, innit? Back
Mm.
then. No one complained about anything. You just got on with it.
Just got on with it.
Like,
I look at it now and like there's parents going in and talking to managers and stuff like that.
Oh, you can't imagine it back in our day. If our parents went in,
oh, you're not playing in what it's and the other. We'll just knuckle down and get in the team, innit?
Yeah.
Like there was none of that. And like, you know, you got parents speaking to like you know, coaches and stuff like that. Why ain't my son playing? Like, you know.
Do you think that's a factor of the fact, you know, I mean, you know, when in '99, you know, the Premier League had only been around for about 4 or 5 years, or 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, 92 it started, I think.
Yeah, so now there's so much money in the game, and as you said, you know, clubs are picking up kids at the age of 10. You know,
and mate, those kids getting 5-year deals, not flipping, you know, getting in nowhere near the first team, and they're becoming millionaires. It's frightening.
And that's probably why they're, you know, because the parents see it as not as a cash cow, but you know, as a future for them and their kids, and so that's probably why they're a bit. I mean, to be honest, I'll be honest, my wife's very similar with the bloody musical theatre person. I know it's a bit different, but still, she'll be like, they should have the same amount of lines as this person, and I totally agree. But I think
listen, football ain't about that, mate. Like, to be fair, with our group, I mean, me certainly, I was never like, I want to get over and train with the first team instead of this one or that one. I didn't think like that.
Yeah.
You know, but football's a cutthroat business.
Yeah.
And, you know, I was enjoying it more than thinking, right, this is work.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Whereas it is work.
What did we say a bit earlier is when we realise it's work, isn't it? The enjoyment of football.
And I never took that. I never took that on. I was like, I enjoyed playing, but I didn't see it as work. Right, you need to work on this. You need to do this for yourself. You know, and I suppose that comes with a bit of guidance as well.
But that's why, like a lot of ex-players, you imagine again, just following on from like the mentoring or the mental side of it. I think when you get a lot of ex-pros that go and speak to the under-16s or the under-18s about the pitfalls and the kind of traps and all the rest of it, and you know the old cliche, "Oh, not everyone's going to make it" type speech. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot. Well, obviously, it's a key thing, and I think they throw it under education now, don't they? Again, I don't recall having many of those talks or whichever. It was just personal with first team players there and then. Is it like bloody Alvin Martin coming to sort of say to, hey, listen, lads, this is what happens when, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just, listen, keep working hard, keep pushing with current first team players. But I think when you're that age, you don't really take it on anyway, like so to speak, because
no, of course you don't.
You're constantly, well, you should be constantly chomping at the bit to sort of keep progressing. Do you know what I mean? And it's so much.
It's quite interesting. I remember we interviewed Stuart Slater, and he was and he talked about sort of the ex players. I mean, I think he signed. I think schoolboys. I think he was like 13 or 14. He signed, but he had Ray Stewart going to his youth team games from the age of about 12. So that sort of first teamer, like, and Tonka was like, he was first team. He was, you know, he was first team at West Ham. And as you said, Alvin Martin coming and talking to you guys, that would probably resonate more with you than necessarily sitting down with a educational development person to talk about something, because they've lived through that. They've been through the heartache. They might have been dropped. They might have, you know, not got a schoolboy scholarship and then gone to another club. I mean, Alvin had to move down from you know, Liverpool to come down here, you know. So
that's why it's good, like what you just said in there earlier, that with every all the age groups, they've got like a past player sort of connected with the club.
Yes, quality.
Well, you know, so it's important to have those people around, you know.
Yeah, but I can't. These kids ain't listening to no one.
Okay. If you don't want to listen, then it's one of those details that it's just gonna put an X next to your name, then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unfortunate or not.
Listen, if the three of us could go back, we'd all do things differently, right? You know, with the head on our shoulders we got now, I'd have done things so much differently.
I don't know.
You know, but what I'm saying is they don't know they're born. They don't know the opportunity they got in their hands.
Yeah.
You have to work for it, though. It doesn't get given to you, does it?
I don't know if I'll change anything. I had a great time. Really.
Oh no, I had a great time. I'm talking about from a personal point of view. I would have changed the way I approached things.
Yeah,
you know,
I would have started playing golf a lot bit earlier.
I've seen that. I've seen some of your shots. You've been out of Joby, haven't you?
Yeah.
Bro, I was going to surprise you one day.
Golf a bit earlier. I would be a lot better now.
Everyone's getting the golf bug, isn't they? Forge.
Oh, mate, it's a great game. You should come play with us.
Yeah, no, I've seen your little crew. I said to Joby, I'll come out one day, but mate, I ain't played golf for about 2 years, but I went out with Jeff Brazier last year.
Jeff comes.
Yeah, listen, you asked him about when we played a round of golf. I've turned up in all the dog tooth trousers. I've got the flipping shoes on. I've turned up. To be fair, I looked the nuts, right? Couldn't hit a ball. Kept shanking everything.
Yeah.
Oh, mate. And I'm not bad at golf, to be fair. I got down to 12, right?
Bloody hell, you're good then.
Yeah, when I got sacked from Swindon, I had 6 months to play, didn't I? But I hadn't played for a couple of years. I went and played in one with Razor up in Ashford, and we won it, right? And then from then, I hadn't touched it. And I thought, yeah, I'll just get back and I'll play. Mate, I didn't hit one good ball. On the whole 18 holes, I didn't hit one good ball. Threw me clubs and everything. But then I was down the range that night, just hitting loads of balls, thinking, what's wrong with me? It's mad.
Crazy.
But I'll come in. I'll have a little go. I'll get down the range. I'll come and have a go.
I did that. We had our sort of golf day with all my mates. I mean, I haven't played golf for, I haven't played golf for about 11 years now. But 11 years ago, last time I played golf, we had like a weekend away, and I turned up for breakfast in like all the pink plaid stuff, and obviously got with the hat and and got the first tee, and everyone watches the first tee, don't they? All the blokes watch.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy knows what he's doing. Look at him. He's just like Ian Poulter. He must know what he's doing. And totally like shanked the first one. And that was it. From then on, it was just all the gear, no idea. That was me.
It's a frustrating game. I mean, like I ain't bad, and I just couldn't hit a ball straight. Jeff had only just started playing. And he's going, oh yeah, you know, I'm off about 28, blah blah, and like I looked like I'd never played a game of golf in my life. It's embarrassing.
Good mate.
Ask him when you see him. You
see, and we've managed to do 54 minutes now. There we go. We spoke
6 minutes. You OB Russ. You ain't going yet, bruv.
Your missus has given you an hour, so that's it. You're going to use it all. But you know, we've got quite deep, got into the mental side of football as well. You know, I wasn't expecting that, but that's good. That's interesting.
Who's the one to watch out for tomorrow, Ross?
The guys to watch out for the 18s? I think, as I said, the young lad up front, Callum Marshall.
Yeah,
I've seen him. He's scoring goals, isn't he?
He's one of those guys who's got like a natural knack of scoring goals.
He's like a Gary Alexander.
Yeah. Like I thought I like him to be more like Craig Bellamy.
Is he
That
quick?
Sort of, yeah, he's quick on the floor and he's nippy and he sort of you'd hate him as a defender because he's always.
Izzy would deal with him. Listen, he'll deal with him.
Yeah, we'll sort him out. Welcome to the English game and all that lot. No, but Callum Marshall, I think he's a good player. And we got him from we got a couple of lads from Northern Ireland. We got Callum, and then we got where is it? Patrick as well. Where's Lewis as well? Where's Patrick? He's where is it?
There's Jonesy, little Liam Jones.
Yeah, little Liam Jonesy. There you go, Steve Jones's boy.
Come on, the Jones boy.
Come on, the Jones boy. He's still he's doing well at the moment. He's playing really well. And obviously the likes of Divine, obviously who's come through the ranks now, and he came off the bench the other day.
He's been impressive, isn't he?
Yeah, for the first team when he came off the bench, he looked like he wanted to cause some aggro and really sort of pressured.
He looks physically ready, and he's only young.
Yeah, he is. He's very good, and you got Coda as well. He's a good player as well. Gideon, he's a very good player. So they've got some really good players.
Do you send it back?
No, he's up front, forward.
Well, Gideon,
Gideon, yeah. Then you've
got then you got him, you got Divine. And you got
they've got loads. They've got some really good forwards. They've got the likes of the likes of Casey at the back, centre half, good centre half.
Is he the tall lad?
Very tall, very.
Yeah,
but he's been on the bench a couple of times for the first team as well. Who else? You got Ollie Skulls. A lot of them are.
I've heard his left foot's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's got a great left foot. Where's Ollie's? Where's Ollie? He looks so young though. But yeah, Ollie's a really good player. He took a knock. He came off for the quarterfinals. I think he got a knock, but he should be all right for the semis. But they've got some really good players. So that's what I mean. We've reeled off about 4 or 5 players really without even really thinking about it.
I'll tell you what, Russ. Let's talk about Kenny Brown's situation. By the way, so he's got Lewis is at Arsenal, his son, and he's academy manager for West Ham. And they could meet in a final. How bad's that?
Yeah, they could. I didn't think about that. Yeah, shit, innit? God, dear.
That's a hard one for Kenny.
What position?
They're in the Premier League South. It's called Premier League South. So they split the Premier League teams, North and South. So as I said, they'll win. They should win the. Well, where's the league table? I've got the league table up already because I was showing Mark. I mean, they've got something ridiculous. Where is it? So they're West Ham. Yes, they're 48 points. This was before Fulham played. Fulham are the only team that can catch them because they've got 2 games. They got a game on them, or 2 games on them. So if they don't win today, then they've won the title. So 18 games, 64 goals. That ain't a bad return at all.
Yeah, it's decent. Yeah, it's decent.
And
can they win the treble or anything like we did though?
No, I don't know. No, I think I don't know about how they do for the League Cup or what they do for that, but they could win the double. I mean, Arsenal and Southampton are a bit of a false position, really, because they both. I think City have won or are winning the North one at the moment, but Southampton and Arsenal, a lot of their players playing the 21s.
Yeah,
so they tend to come down. So Southampton's team will be a lot of the 18s who are in the 21s playing in the semi-finals. So they're a slightly different side, the league side, to the cup side. So yeah, I mean it's they've done phenomenally. And as I said, they're playing Brighton on Saturday. So a draw. If
like 12th place there.
Let's have a look. Bring it back up. So they've got So you've got the league games. I think they've got 4 league. Was it 4 league games? Yeah, it must be 4 league games left. So yeah, as I said, if it's not secured tonight, it will be on Saturday. They've got a home game against Brighton. They need a point for that to win. So fair play.
That should be like, is it the Premier League South then North? Is it?
Yeah.
They should like the winner of both league play each other.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Well, they could well be in the FA Cup final, really. If I think City get through.
Yeah. So what's replaced the? So when we was there, we had the South East Counties, we had the Premier League under 17, under 19 and FA Youth Cup, didn't we?
Yeah. So now they've got the PL2,
which is the 21s, right?
21s, which was the 23s, but now it's the 21s. Now I don't know why.
Because we like if you was past the 19s, you're in the reserves, weren't you, back in our day?
Yeah. So that's replaced the old combinations leagues, basically. Really, which is a shame, really, because I remember we spoke before, Izzy, about about the kids going and playing reserve team football. You told me a story about, I think it was Ian Pearce and Les Ferdinand. You were playing Spurs. See, I remember that was fucking about a year ago.
Yes,
I remember, mate.
Yes,
Russ, that's an hour, mate. We got to go.
Yes, no. 53 seconds. Time to
I'm AJ, mate. Go on, carry on.
No, I was just saying, you learn a lot, because I remember Stuart Pearce, learning a lot from Stuart Pearce and Les Ferdinand, and Ian Pearce as well. So
Ian Pearce, lovely guy.
It was a big deal. So I think when you then drop it to just playing 23 and 21 football, it just kind of becomes like a jolly up. There's nothing it's not that you don't take it seriously.
I think the reserve football's massive.
Yeah.
You don't really learn.
Massive, isn't it? The reserves, I don't know why they scrapped that.
I don't know, because I think technically, I mean, I think we've spoken to Kenny about it. We've spoken to Spice Robert about it. I've spoken to Pat Holland about it. All these guys. Patsy, lovely man. And he goes, the skill level, you still get the skill level, so that's fine, that's fair enough. But it's the physical level. It's the physical, which you don't get. Izzy's texting someone, so I'm going to mute him.
I pressed the wrong button a minute ago and it kicked me out.
Don't worry. There he is. He's back.
We just started another hour.
Yeah, it's the second hour. Yeah, it's all right. I ain't being funny. There's a podcast in this for you lot. I think there's definitely a podcast for you lot to do this type of things. I think.
Well, we've got some stories. We're keeping it clean at the minute.
I know, but I think there's definitely something for you guys, because I think there's a real
faces.
Yeah. You could do a whole episode about faces and Hollywoods. There's definitely something in that. Definitely something in that. But it's true about the reserves. That no reserve team. It's the physical side. So a lot of these players aren't physically strong enough.
Listen, you've got first team players coming back from injury.
Yeah.
They're given some of the 18s that they've got obviously high potential for, whichever, and some of them ain't quite developed. You know what I mean? It's just
it's quite
21s, 23s. It just gives the younger players a little bit more time. So rather than you're 18, you're either going to go in the reserves for 2-3 years or you're not, basically. So
it's prolonging it, really, isn't it?
Definitely prolonging it. So
I think
they've done that with academies, didn't they? You get a free. I think back in our day it was a 2-year YT, and then they've brought in you get 3 years now. You get the option of another year. Is that right?
Something I don't know.
To be fair, though, as soon as you leave school, you kind of want to be involved. You play one. As soon as I was 17, I think I wanted to be involved with the reserves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I didn't want to play under 19 for too long. I didn't want to play 21s for too long. You want to play first team football. You want to be playing with the first team players. Because I remember playing against Dennis Bergkamp in the reserve team and Colo Torre, all these big players. It kind of boosts you up. You're like, oh man, I'm on the same field with these legends. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I've got a what do you call it? A program, a team sheet. And we played Arsenal away at Highbury. And do you remember Overmars was playing?
Yeah.
Mate, how good was that?
That's what I mean. You got Pennant, Overmars, and on the wings, and Ashley Cole playing, and so it's a good competition. So better than playing 21s and 23, I reckon.
That's what I mean. Jules Grimande was there, John Lukic in goal. You're playing against established players in the reserves.
Yeah.
And it's it's a good bit of experience for the younger lads. I mean, I was on the bench on that game, and you just think you look back at that team sheet and you think, was I really involved in the same game as Mark Overmars? He's a legend, mate. How good was he?
Yeah.
Totally. And I think in terms of player development, that type of experience you cannot buy. And so it does surprise me that we still get to a situation. And we talk about England and stuff, players not coming through the academy system. I think part of the reason is because there's no reserve team football. I think they progress at a slower rate than they used to.
I don't think that'll ever come back, reserve team football, will it?
No. No, I don't think he will. I think unfortunately, which is a shame because I think there's, as you said, not only for the guys, for the young guys coming through, but obviously from the older, you said, players returning back from injury, they could get a few reserve team games, get up to speed, rather than
and generally in the reserve team, even if you're you're only on the fringes of the first team squad, you're older, and for a first team player to come back from injury, can still go and play with older lads instead of all 23s. It's like better for them as well, getting their fitness right.
Totally, exactly. And that's gents, it's been a pleasure. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much for having us, Ross.
5 more minutes, Russ.
Good luck to the boys.
We'll see you guys later. Take care, everyone.
Thanks for having us, mate. See you later, boys. Give you a ring.
See you soon.
Come on, you Irons.
Come on, you Irons. See you later. Bye,
Good night. Good night.
And there you go. What fun.
Wow.
Good
Amazing.
fun, yeah,
oh man.
Fun.
Quality, like you to get that to just, when you think back, Russ, about the times when you were looking at the young teams and now you're speaking to them, like you said earlier on in the stream, and suddenly they're all grown up and stuff, and just listening to their knowledge. What would you do now?
It's crazy, isn't it? And I think
different.
Yeah, it's interesting. Someone like Izzy, who had like a glittering career ahead of him, really at West Ham. He was one they were going to push forward in terms of playing centre back, and then he gets injured, and that completely curtails his whole West Ham career. Obviously, he then dropped down to Swansea and then had a long career at Swansea. But still, it was interesting for him to say he wouldn't have changed everything, which is incredible, because you think, yeah, sure, he would have, I'd have said, yeah, I wouldn't have got him for that tackle. But no, he didn't. No. And yeah, it's good fun.
Yeah, it's massive. It's just good to hear that. Like, listen, when we do all this stuff and we get all these players on and ex-pros, and it's so beneficial to the West Ham fan to hear what it was like back then, what the differences are now, and they're right. The players are right. Like, the players of the modern day don't really know. Essentially, I think they know what the slog is, because there is that dog eat dog world. There'll always be that dog eat dog world in football, but how lucky they really are in terms of making a career for themselves without probably borderline, you could say, making it into a first team. Like, you could really bed down your life and have a reasonable life within reason.
Well, I mean, within reason. There, if you look, so we've spoken about. I asked in the chat, and what was the one that you wish went? The one that got away in terms of youth team, and Ashby came up quite a lot, and he, by all intents and purposes, wanted something like $5,000 a week. So that's 20 grand a month. And so for a lot of people, that's almost a whole fucking year's wage in a month. You know what I mean? So, and he hasn't really broken into the first team, and still he can make a nice living for himself. You know what I mean? And so we know that obviously the lifespan of a footballer isn't long, but nowadays it's even they're making a lot of money earlier on in their careers, rather than maybe having to wait to get into the first team before they can start making money. But no, it's really interesting, and obviously he's John put in the chat from Clarin Booze that obviously Adam's a cabbie, and he does still all the cabs, which is great. And he's always fucking busy. Bertie's got his own sort of training academy as well, which he does quite a lot of, and sold a few bits to West Ham actually in terms of some of the innovations, which is quite cool. As well as flogging his box at the O2 for extortionate amounts of money.
I think this is interesting, though, and I know you this came up, but your son's at an academy, and some parents are always in the coaching gear. I see it now from my son's point of view, but I'm seeing it more than ever with my nephew. He's playing at a professional football club in Scotland. He's 14, and the pressures are relentless. I've spoken to Russ separately about it, and what you need to do is, when you listen clearly to people who are in the game, i.e. really reputable people like Tony Carr, I'm plugging his book. You need to read his book. You need to get involved in that. If you've got a kid, or you've got a nephew, you've got a family member in an academy, what you can learn from that is different to maybe what your mindset should naturally gravitates towards. And I'm seeing it now, and I'm treating football differently with my little boy than I probably, if I'm being brutally honest, hadn't witnessed through my nephew, and also listening to Tony Carr about what he says is, watch out for the player that runs rings around everybody, because that doesn't mean they're going to make it. It's the humble, it's the hardworking, it's gravitating just below the line of being exceptional, just there, who's got the room to move, who's got the room to learn, who's got and that's something that really interests me, because you always think sometimes they're the finished article, but what actually that can sometimes be detriment to the player. Being the finished article means you can't be coached. You can't be coached, and I see that. Yeah. I see that now. I see that not from my kid, because my kid's only 7, but from my nephew's game. I see kids there that do genuinely think they are the final article, and there's no room for development, and that's the key, isn't it? So
that's what they say about. I mean, we've got Mark coming on tomorrow morning, and he talks about Declan Rice and stuff, and we've spoken about Declan before, and he wasn't the standout player at all. Yes, we are, Duke. He wasn't the standout player when he was a kid, and he sort of grew into the role, and even more so now. So it just shows you, and you totally understand. I think, but maybe the only exception to that, in terms of the person who rang rings around people, was Joe Cole.
Yeah,
because obviously he was doing it.
Well, he says that though. I mean, Tony Carr says that, like, you always get the one that can they just know what to do with it. When you listen to Diamanti's interview and you talk about, he wanted to be forward, and the manager always said to him, like, but he said he wants to make sure that the player can do what they were born to do, essentially. But yeah, it's so right. And this comment here from Peter, I've mentioned this several times. Whether or not you listen to me is a different ballgame, but the documentary on Channel 4 about Crystal Palace Academy is very, very good and very eye-opening. If you are a parent who's got a kid in an academy, they give you really good inside knowledge, and they actually give you inside knowledge to not just what the young player feels, but what the parents do. Yeah. And it probably gives quite a lot of families a rude awakening to the world of that, what you shouldn't and should do when you're there. And you've got to believe in the coaches, but it's tough. It's tough for us. It's really, really tough. It's really tough.
It is. And I think what's interesting about that particular show is it can't understand what you say. Is I think it heightens what they were saying, particularly in the chat just now. The boys were saying, there's coaches, parents going and see people's coaches, and why is my son not playing? And it's almost they see their kid as the meal ticket, and it's it's horrible to think like that, but it's because of the amount of money in football. I mean, from when, as I said, when they won the 1999 FA Youth Cup, Declan Rice was born that year, and so in the space of Declan Rice, growing into an England regular, the game's changed. There's a lot more money in it. There's a lot more sort of younger foreign-based players coming in as well. As we said before, when we interviewed Tim Breaker, wasn't it? And when we were talking to Tim, he was saying, in the day I could, you could go and take a chance on a kid in the academy, or you can go to France and buy someone in who's played 60, 70 games in Liga, because naturally they bleed players through at an earlier age in that league. So it's tough. It's really tough. It's really tough.
It is a tough world, man, and I mean, people always say it's just football. I know it's not just football. I mean, I've seen some of these programs online in America, but the one thing I'll say about the States is, I've not lived there. I've been on several trips across the pond, but when you listen to the families and you become friendly with some people and stuff, and you listen to their system's good in terms of their their learning, that you have to be following your school grades, and you don't get to do your sport essentially unless you do it. And there's really good programs. There's actually really good documentaries on Netflix about the American football and the basketball. If the players are very good but they're not doing so well in the college, that they have specific colleges for these people to go and get the grades, and then they can make it. And the documentary follows them, and they don't give them all on a plate. They've got to work hard to get it, and they are supported extra in order to give them. It gives them a chance in life, though, Russ. And that's what's interesting about when you listen to the Tony Carr interview that we did. That's exactly what he talks about. He says, first and foremost, get them into the first team. Second thing is make sure they can get a career for themselves.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point. And I think, and as you've said it several times before, it's all right doing the first bit, but then it's the next bit. It's how we then they become a regular
yeah,
first team player rather than just having 5 minutes here or a cup appearance in a dead rubber match. It's about them progressing to people like the likes of Ben Johnson now, who's established in the first team at West Ham. Maybe not starter,
yeah,
but he's played 80 times now for the club, and he's still a
yeah.
very young lad. So, yeah,
And I'm quite. Listen, I think everyone's passionate about talking about the West Ham youth. If I talk about my circumstances with why I take a really keen interest in it more than I've ever done, is because I quite like finding a player that I'm attached to more than anything. I think, and for me, that player was Alessi at the time, and then you take a keen interest in what the squad are doing, and it's funny because at that point you think, right, he's the up and coming player, he's the one that's going to make it, and then you see the big clear out, and now we're already talking about the 18s. But what essentially I've gone through is this journey with West Ham more recently in modern times, where we've cleared out a lot of the 21s, and over time you've realised that in actual fact, maybe the 21s in the nicest possible ways defunct, really. If for West Ham, because maybe not for everyone, but for West Ham. And maybe that's just had that kind of impact. Why now we're looking at those 18s, and it makes more sense now. We're trying to give them the pathway, and if you're not making it within reason at the age of 20, possibly even 19, like you
I think
can
so.
go get the career, but it might not be where. At West
might
Ham.
not be that trajectory you go with, and it's just your likes. I mean, we've spoken about the likes of Josh Cullen, who in all intents and purposes, he's a very good player. He's a very good player indeed. But the sort of the twist of fate of Company coming to Burnley means he's going to be a Premier League player. Whether that was going to happen next season, or maybe if Burnley, he didn't take the Burnley job and he was still at Anderlecht and things like that. Someone like Reece Oxford as well. Same thing. He's had to go around the houses in the Bundesliga until he finds he's reasonably settled now.
Yeah.
But there's so many times you have to do that. I mean, you got the likes of. I mean, we've obviously we waxed lyrically about Grady Diangana when we sold him. Hasn't really dug up any trees.
You know what? I know, and I agree with you, because we can talk about quite a few players that have done that. I do think there's an element, at the time, it was Diangana, it was Eberechi, it was Saeed Benrahma.
Yeah.
For me, I think it was very clear the first number one was Eberechi, and we couldn't get him. We didn't get him. He chose Crystal Palace over West Ham. So our second choice, which people might not remember, was Saeed Benrahma. Now, 25 million in your pocket for Grady Diangana, who didn't have, I thought he was a great player. But he didn't set the world alight. So, for the first time in a long time, West Ham took money for a young player that pissed people off, but probably took a very good fee. Whereas we've sold other players and got nothing for them. When you look at Anderson's and Haller, the business sense doesn't make sense when you look at those deals. But when you look at Grady Diangana, you've not paid anything for him. Bosh, you get 25 million quid for someone that you may not rate massively. You think he's a good player. He's got a good career ahead of himself, but not going to, 25 million is too much to not take at the time. And that for me, that one, I was okay with that, essentially. But that doesn't also mean that, and I get it, because I say the argument all the time, Russ, but I don't think that necessarily means that they won't make it at West Ham, because I do think that I think it's easy for us to turn around and go, oh, look at them now, look at Ngakia now, look at some of these players that have gone. But if they were at West Ham, they could have been developed differently, and they could have gone on to do something. But essentially, if you're looking behind them and you're looking at what we've just discussed there and what you've just discussed with the guys from '99, Ollie Scarles, look at the talent that's there. And then where's their pathway? Where's their route?
But you're right. And as I said, when we talk to Mark tomorrow, we talk about some of the players. We talk about the general feeling of the under-18s. Obviously, we still got the old and young. So we've spoken about the '99 team, and then we'll speak a lot more about the 18s tomorrow, just before they kick off. They need to get a point, and they've won their league. Kent, I take from the 99 interviews, we need boot cleaning reserve team football, and every player had a career. Brilliant. Can we get him back? Of course, Bertie will come on any time, and
They
Bertie would
think
come-
you could tell, man. Oh my word!
I couldn't get Bertie off for another hour
love it.
afterwards.
It's good.
And we may do next year, next season, we may do some slightly interesting content with them. I haven't told Anton about this, but we may be doing some interesting content with them next year, possibly, if they get their arse in gear. But yeah, we will get them back on, and others from that year as well.
Before you go through the rest of the comments, let's briefly talk about Diamanti. I mean, bloody hell. I mean, I know that's over an hour ago, but I mean, mate, when he came on, the first thing I said to him was, you are in high regard. You are thought of in high regard at West Ham. And he looked a little bit shocked. He was like, no. But he looked a little bit shocked. But you know what? You're right, Russ. One of the things was you were the one that got away. I think he always was. And I think that's how we all feel about him.
Yeah. I think he was. And by his own admission. As you said, that was the quote I took out of it. His biggest regret was leaving West Ham so early. He only thought that he gave us 50% of what Diamanti could bring to the table. And it was a bizarre, turn of events why he left. And all it would have taken if Marcello Lippi had picked him for that squad when we played, he played at Upton Park in the friendly, he probably would have still stayed with us. But that was the nail in the coffin. That was if I want to go to play for Italy, I need to do that. And obviously he went to Italy. He played for Italy. I think he played in the 2012 Euros. I think did they runner up or something in the 2012s? So he was proper, he did. I think he scored as well in that as well. So I think, he was a great lad. It was funny because he couldn't remember anyone's fucking name. So he just ditched the whole Miami's 11 for that one and just went through some pictures and he recognised the pictures. But yeah, it was interesting, really interesting because
I can see someone in the green room just having a little old beverage.
Gates is getting on it. Gates is getting on it. It's Friday night. But yeah, what was interesting was, I see a lot of parallels because obviously I think Diamanti was 23 when he came over and Skamaka's 23.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of parallels, obviously different types of players, but there's a lot of parallels. Although by his own admission, and it's what you said before. He was thrown straight into the game and it took him 4 or 5 games to get up and running, but then he was all right. And that's the issue I think we've had with Gianluca because his start was delayed.
Yeah,
and delayed, and then it sort of curtails. Then he gets the flu, and then it gets curtailed. Then he gets an injury.
Yeah,
so it's just one barrier,
one thing after another. Yeah,
and now he's feeling his knee.
But I think what's interesting, I know. God, I don't get started. As soon as I seen that today, I sent that to you, Russ, and I was like, oh no, and here we go again. But hopefully not. But what I found really interesting again with Diamanti was, what I was talking a lot about sitting with my dad, sometimes watching the games, and my dad would say, God, Anthony, he hits the target. He shoots, he hits the target. Like he tests the keeper. And I said that to him, and he said he just loved playing that way. But, a manager would say, just run around, work hard for the team. But when you go, when you're up top, be up top and do what you need to do. Like, and I like that. And he turned around and he said, that's what I want to coach.
Yeah,
seems like he's vying for the West Ham job as well.
It would be like giving it to Di Canio.
Yeah. Well, listen, you never know. He could be the next up and coming manager. Look at Ruud van Nistelrooy.
Yes,
look at all these.
Look at Michael Carrick.
Yeah, look at Michael Carrick. Some of these players do work out, and sometimes a club needs to give them a chance. It doesn't necessarily mean it won't work out. I think everything's a gamble these days, isn't it? Especially in the modern football. It's
an educated gamble, isn't it? It's like, but even like obviously the current predicament we're in, there's either way, either or, twist or stick is a gamble, isn't it? It's like and you're only judged by whether it was a good move at the end of the season, and so which is horrible. You don't know the outcome until it's too late.
I think that's what's interesting, though, when tomorrow when we've got the Southampton fan on and speaking to him a little bit now, talking like, is it the right decision? Even going back to even Hazelhunter, like, was it the right decision? Like, they won't know that now really until the end of the season, because even though they had Jones after that and now they've got Sellis now, essentially were they right to move on when Hazelhunter left? They obviously weren't right to bring in Jones, but they obviously were right to move with Sellis, but they'll only know if the Hazelhunter was the right decision when come the end of the season, And because obviously we're in a situation where I think we are literally out of the 9 clubs at the bottom, West Ham and Leicester are the only 2 clubs that haven't switched managers. Yeah. So we'll only know come the end of the season if that's worked out for us or not. But when it comes to Diamanti, like, listen, the guy was a kind of, I called him a legend. He's not necessarily a legend. He's a bit like, what do you call them? Like what's the word I'm looking for? Russ. Where they kind of get a status, but they're not the legend. They're not the Di Canio. They're not the Brooklyn. They're not the Bonds.
They're like, I mean, I call them enigma players. That's not the word you're thinking of, but that's. I mean, Kent to a maverick,
cult hero, cult hero. Cheers, Gatesy.
You said cult, yeah, didn't you? Yeah, cult.
Yeah.
There's other type of heroes which aren't there, you know, Gary Breen and whatnot. They're slightly different spelling, I think, of that first word. But yeah, no, you're right, and they have his cult level status, don't they? In terms of, you know, they're highly regarded, so they wouldn't be top tier. So if you're doing the tier list, they wouldn't be top tier. They'd be the second tier down. So it wouldn't be Brooklyn, Di Canio, Dix. There'd be Diamanti. There'd be maybe Tevez. I wouldn't say he was legendary status. I don't think he was here long enough to be a legend, but he was a cult hero. That's for sure.
I think Troj, I get this waxing lyrical. I could understand if talking about the Canio. I get that, and we're absolutely not comparing the levels.
No,
and I think Diamanti says himself, Troj, you know, West Ham only saw, what was the percent he said?
50%.
50%. Like, he genuinely believes that. But what I think's interesting is, as a fan, I knew that. Not necessarily knew. It was he just said he couldn't get. It was like he couldn't get to 100%. He couldn't, and he only wanted to do that. And I think maybe the situation held him back more than anything.
It's interesting what he said about just the pace of Serie A and, you know, the Premier League, in that he just couldn't get the ball for the first game. Just couldn't get the ball, and he didn't understand it. He couldn't understand why he's not getting the ball. And there could be a similar thing to how, sort of, again, Skamaka is. You know, maybe he is, because he's not getting as much ball as maybe he had when he was playing. So it's a bizarre one. The whole thing's bizarre, I think, in terms of how that works. But it's nice. You can draw parallels from talking to Diamanti, because he was in a similar situation. But unlike Skamaka, he was given time straight early off the bat.
Yeah,
and that was it. You know, he was sort of thrown in, and maybe because the whole Zola thing, because Zola he was Italian as well, and
I mean, listen, you don't really. I mean, I'm trying to remember. You get lost in all the conversations you have with so many people, but I'm trying to remember who I had this conversation with. But when you're talking about, was it yourself? Maybe it was yourself earlier on. I don't even know, Russ, who it was. But when you're thinking about Isaac of Newcastle, plays from the start.
Yes.
Haaland, different ball game, different breed. I get that, but plays from the start. And I understand that we have this system that I can buy into to a certain extent. But I think for players like that, it needs to be I remember the first game of the season, I was thinking, where the fuck is Skamaka? Why is he not?
Yeah.
Why is Skamaka not in the lineup? Like, and okay, he wasn't, but to me, that's straight away off the back. I think I can't remember when he played his first actual game for us exactly, but he could have at least had a goal or two by the time he did actually play. I can't remember off the top of my head, but
give me 2-6. Yeah, but I know what you mean, and it's. But then he's had that problem. I mean, he's played 20. He's made actually 27 appearances this season.
Yeah,
they 11 him off the bench, and his first game, and he was a sub. At Forest, Man City, he was on the bench. Forest, he was on the bench. His first start was Viborg.
Yeah,
and then his first Premier League start was
Villa.
Villa at home.
And then he picked up a virus after that. Yeah. And to me, that was just that it just dropped. It just, I'm not saying it dropped in terms. It just it was just he had to catch up. Then it was playing catch up already.
Yeah.
And by that point, again, I know he's a different breed, but Haaland had got 4 or 5 goals by that point.
Yeah.
Isaac, who came in January, had got a couple of goals, and that's all it needs to kickstart your season. We had to wait for him to go and get his debut goal for us in the Premier League, and I can't remember exactly when that was, but I think that's the thing that frustrates me when I come to the modern thing. You know, when you listen to the Diamanti story and you listen to the Scamacca story, essentially that's what it comes down to. But for me, I think it's interesting, especially when we're going to be doing the predicted start 11 tomorrow. We've got Graham from KUMB.com on doing that with us. So I've already spoke to him a little bit about it, and it's interesting to hear what his point of view is. And we talk a lot about Scamacca, what we're going to talk about as well. So it's very interesting. But a lot of people did like Diamanti. They did. A lot of people did, and he's still playing. And he's funny. He said that in his interview, didn't he? He said, "I'm the only one still playing."
I know. Yeah, we went through like actually every one of the and it literally was he was the only one still playing. You know, Parker's had 3 clubs now. He's the manager, and this player, and this player, is the coach. He was the only one who's still playing out of his group, really. So, yeah, and obviously he's playing at Western Australia, and he's still scoring great goals.
Yeah,
still scoring great goals over there. So, good luck to him. No, it was good fun. It was good fun. And as I said, we'll get more of the 1999 boys coming on definitely later on. They're good fun. They're good fun.
I mean, listen, we've got a crazy schedule coming for you guys. I mean, coming up next, we can say it, can't we? You know, we've got Gatesy from Forged from Iron is coming on doing his debate show, so it's going to be a Forged from Iron takeover for the next hour. But when we get to the top of the hour, with some special guests, so obviously go and support. The Irons. Obviously, we're here for a reason, which is to raise awareness for the Iron supporting food banks.
Yeah.
There is a link running along the bottom. The idea is that if you click that link and you can donate via that link, it's better to do that than donate on the channel. The reason why we ask you not to donate on the channel is because YouTube take 40% of that cost. So we want to give every single penny to the Iron supporting food bank. So please click that link that Russ has just put in the chat there. Also, the idea is that we're playing so many games at home at the London Stadium. And the idea is that we can send this message and it can keep traveling through the month of April and continue on further. But the aim is that through the month of April, I think we predict around about 300,000 plus people are walking, or however they want to get to that stadium, are going to be going through that stadium gates. And therefore, if you can dip your hand in your pocket and put £1 in that bucket, that will really help the Iron supporting food banks. It really will. And we're calling the campaign #Bringaquid. It's all about just raising the awareness of this to make sure that we can give them the biggest helping hand we possibly can do. So please, if you can, if you are going to the game, dig deep. If you can take £1, 50p, whatever you can afford, put it in. But because you're going to be going, if you're going to be going, it's going to be 6 times. And if you can't go because you live abroad or circumstances out with your circumstances, click on the link below and put anything that you can do now.
And the reason why we say just £1 is because it's to many people, we know times stuff, but it's relatively change, isn't it? It's pocket change, really, £1. And that has a massive effect because through the Iron supporting food banks has an agreement with his church charity, which is a charity that supply food basically to food banks. For every £1 you deliver, so if we have £1, give you £1, his church will make it £5 worth of food. So you know we've had some super chats and things like that. So a tenner, £50. You know I've done the maths. You know £5, £25. There we go. See. Not just for a hat rack. And so the idea is by the end, thank you, Jen. So by the end of, so the idea is, you know, and again, you know, Sean's more the figures man than me. But to be honest, you know, if we say
he puts his glasses on.
Oh, he's put his glasses on already. If we had £5,000 in match day donations over the next month, obviously that's £25,000 worth of food. But what we want to try and do, and that's what we'll be doing, we're probably announcing it probably Saturday for the Sunday game, is if you go into the game, take a picture of yourself, put in the £1 in the bucket, and tag the Iron supporting food banks Twitter feed with #Bringaquid. At the end of the month, obviously that will keep, you know, because those will be retweeting those pictures and keeping everyone sort of, oh yeah, it's cool, yeah. And by the end of the month, anyone who's donated via there or by the Just Giving site gets entered into raffle. Lovely to win some lovely prizes, match worn shirts, all that type of stuff. So yeah, it's going to be fun. It's
lovely, lovely jubbly, mate.
Lovely jubbly geezer, lovely jubbly. We'll take a few more. We've got a couple of minutes until Gatesy takes over. I think they're waiting. No, they're all in.
Oh, we're all in, yeah.
They're all in. Fantastic. We'll take a few more comments. Russ, any luck with Thomas Repka? I keep trying. He keeps just giving me a thumbs up, and that's all I get from him. Just one thumbs up.
Is he not a multi-millionaire now?
He's doing very well. He's got a podcast.
Well,
he's got a podcast, but it's all in Czech, so I don't understand what he's talking about. But I think it's about football. No, it's very, very good. And as I said, we've got sort of Gatesy, the big debate starting very, very shortly. After that, we've got Irish Tommy with the Late Late Show. After that, we've got the Clarin Booze Boys takeover. And then after that, we should have Billy Horshaw coming on to a Q&A, which would be very nice. And that'd be
with two zombies. With two zombies.
if he turns up, Gatesy. I'm just warning Gatesy. You may get Shaka Hislop turn up at 9:30. He might have got his time zones wrong. So if he does, just bring him on and have a chat with Shaka.
Yeah. But also, just to let you know, and Gatesy, I know Gatesy will do it. There's other channels getting involved as well. So absolutely plug it away. Why not? Just go for it. And obviously, definitely. So it'd be good, interesting to see if Shaka Hislop does turn up during the masturbate.
Where God, you're gonna masturbate over Shaka Hislop? What's going on there? But so we'll have Shaka. Hopefully, he'll probably turn up. We'll have Billy a bit later on, and then we've got the American Hammers. Lee's going to be taking over for a couple of hours. The American Hammers in the late slots. Early slot in the morning, our time, and then me and Anton will be back at 4.
Back at 4
in the 4 to 5 slot. There we go. So that's gonna be fun. I'm sure everyone's gonna watch that. Jazz look happy. Have a few more of those. Jazz, you'll be joining us then, singing along. And then we've got Bert and Ernie, Old Street Hammers. They'll be on 5 o'clock in the morning.
Street Hammers and Old School Hammers.
Old school. Oh shit, it's Old Street. Yeah, Old School Hammers. Shit. Anyway, we've got the Old School Hammers. Jesus, I don't even know the drink yet. They'll be doing the takeover, and as part of that, Craig Forrest will be coming on as one goalkeeper to another. He'll be coming on, as well as Peach's dad Barney's coming on as well. So that'll be good. Then we've got the game show with X and the Babbling Irons. Oh, it is tense. It is a tense game show. X doesn't like losing. We'll just say that X doesn't like losing. So you have to watch that later on. Then we've got Alf doing the West Ham Grumble live. Then we've got Mark Phillips talking about the under-18 side. That's just before they kick off, actually, at 11 o'clock tomorrow after lunch, tomorrow morning, where they only need a point to win the under-18s PL2 South. Then we've got Jake doing a takeover. Young Jakey boy, and then we've, as Anton said, we've got Graham Nees at motherbrowne.com doing the starting 11 show, and then we've got the previews with a couple of Southampton fans, and then we've got Soccer Saturday to finish off, where we'll be keeping an eye on the relegation games, the battles that we are, the games that are really affecting us. Let's hand over to Gatesy. Yeah, okay, all right. Look at that. Yeah, we know. Okay, let's hand over to Gatesy. Hello, man. Right, we're gonna.
Hello, mate. You good?
We're good. We're going to leave you to it because Sean's already we're touching his thing already, but we'll be in the background laughing.
Yeah.
Fair enough, mate. Fair enough.
Enjoy.
What could possibly go wrong? Thanks, guys. And well, for those of you who don't know who I am, it says it there. Well, there, whatever. Yeah, whatever. I'm Gatesy. I'm from False Ryan, and you are here for the big debate. Welcome along, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you, I'll just do shift us over. Just swap us there, Sean, if you don't mind. Welcome to the big debate, and thanks for joining us for this Bringaquid event to support Iron supporting Foodbanks. So we're going to do what we usually do. We're going to go in sequence and let each of our panelists introduce themselves, starting with this gentleman right here.
Good evening. Sean Whetstone, West Ham Football on Twitter, podcaster, blogger, and according to most other people, bald stooge.
Bit harsh, but fair enough, Sean. Yeah. We'll move on to the next component of this panel.
It's Jazz, West Ham Irons channel, having a rum and coke as usual, and very, very happy to be part of this show. Great cause. Bring it on. And I love more than a podcast, Sean. Top man. Good people there. James is there, good friend of mine, and obviously JP as well. So really, really good company I'm in today. Really good mood.
All is good. Panelist number 3.
Hello. E20 Zone TV. James is me, and I'm here to talk everything West Ham, mate. So yeah, keep mine short and sweet.
And by no means last but not least, panelist number 4.
Not that you've been doing anything today, mate, by the sounds of you. No, it's John, aka JP from JPWHU TV. Very happy to be chatting to everybody tonight, and of course, lending my time to support a very, very noble charity. It's an amazing charity. So, guys, click the crowdfunding link in the description below and start helping people that are less fortunate than you and I.
Absolutely. Let's do a little bit of good for the less fortunate in the local community to our great football club. So I've got a video question that has been submitted by someone that might be familiar to you, and I think he's in the live chat anyway. This is Budgie.
Hi guys, Budgie here from Green Street Elites. Just like to add to everything everyone else has said about the hashtag Bringaquid appeal. Don't forget to pop it out on your socials and everything else, guys. Let's see if we can raise big money for Iron supporting Foodbanks. Anyway, my question for the panel is that we know that Declan Rice is probably going to leave in the summer. Now, I've given a lot of thought to who might replace him as a captain. While I was in Tenerife recently, I gave some thought to the possibility of it being Pablo Fornals. Now, I'm actually almost sold on the idea of giving the captaincy to him, but I'd like to hear the panel's opinions on the possibility of giving Pablo Fornals the captaincy of West Ham moving forward. Thanks, guys.
Interesting. So, Budgie's an advocate of Mr. Pablo Fornals as being the next West Ham United captain when Declan Rice's time is done with the armband. But what are your thoughts there, Sean, on who you think would be the ideal choice to have that particular honour?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, Fornals probably doesn't play enough games. If you're looking at the vice captain, usually it would have to be Aaron Cresswell, really. But we're lucky that we've got a number of people that could step up. We've got a lot of leadership skills. A number of people who've played captain, including Areola. I'm trying to think. Kara can be a leader. Agur is also another leader. So I think we've got quite a few people that can be vocal in the dressing room and could step up. But, you know, if he was to leave this summer, then usually, I'm being practical, then Aaron Cresswell, if he stays for another year, would probably step in for a year.
What do you think? What have you made of Declan Rice's season so far as the sole holder of the captaincy, Sean? What were your thoughts as him purely from a captaincy point of view?
Look, it was some big shoes to step in. He's a young chap. And it's a real hard thing to take over. You know, I'm not making the exact analogy, but, you know, when Alex Ferguson left and someone tried to fill a void, Mark Noble was in for a long time, you know, and there's a big weight on your shoulders. And it's been a difficult year. But, you know, for a young chap, remember, he's still in his 20s. I think he's handled it quite well. It's obvious that he cares about the club. It's obvious that he cares about what happens on the pitch. And I don't think any of us can really criticise him for what he's done this season. to stand in, and we can't criticise him if he leaves to move on to bigger things, because he's probably achieved all he can achieve at West Ham. We need to take our money and move on. So I've got no. I think he's shown his loyalty to us enough. He hasn't been disloyal, but I still think he's going to go this summer.
Fair enough, Sean. Thanks for that. Jazz, your thoughts on who's going to wear the armband next?
This is a big issue. I don't agree with Sean. I don't think there's anyone in the team who's leadership captain material. That's one of the things that's been lacking in the scouting system. The scouts should have looked at that when recruiting. We don't have enough leaders. When there's decisions going not in our direction, I don't think there's enough players that stand up, have a go at the ref and that kind of thing. I think it's a Spurs game with 3-4 players surrounded one of our players. There's no one there up for a fight. So I think there's not enough good candidates in there. I traditionally like centre backs or centre midfielders to be the captain. The thing with Rice is, no doubting his ability, he's just too young to be captain. And that again tells me there's hardly any candidates out there. Zuma, I was hoping he might be, but he's just not vocal enough. If I had to make a decision tomorrow without going to the transfer market in the summer and getting a captain, I'd give it to Danny Ings. I think he's one of the ones who's been around, experienced, and you can see he's vocal in the dressing room. He G's people up on the pitch. He's confident in his own ability. Danny Ings, for me, it's not ideal, but in terms of what we have today in the squad, he's the only one I'd go to. I like it to be a centre-back, but Zuma, a bit too quiet for me, I think, and that goes across the whole squad for me.
If I was to put you as the West Ham manager in the summer, Jazz, just for hypothetical purposes, and you could have your realistic choice of someone that you could go out into the transfer market and bring in purely for their leadership qualities, who would it be and why?
There's not many out there, mate. You put me on the spot. I mean, we're linked with Turney, aren't we? The Arsenal guy. Milner is the model professional, isn't there? Right, but there's not many out there. Henderson, people like that. It has to be someone who's 28, 29. He's been around the block. He's won a few things, struggled a few things. And Nolan, obviously, we're so lucky we had Scott Parker, Nolan in the past, Alvin Martin, people like that before. So it's just got to be someone in the Milner mold, I think. But it's something the scouts should have on their list. We need more leaders out there within our team. So I might come back to you on that because I'll have to think about it. But it's got to be something along those lines, mate. Yeah.
Fair enough, Jazz. I appreciate it was putting you on the spot, but I'm a little bit mischievous like that. You know what I'm like. James, over to you now. Same question.
Naya Fagued is the man for West Ham. Leader. You've only got to look at Morocco, what he done with Morocco in the World Cup. He speaks multiple languages. He's a top-class defender, and we've signed a top-class player who's going to be at West Ham for a long time if we stay in this league. He's the man to be the captain. His first choice. He's not a player that's going to be sitting on the bench or waiting to make an appearance. He will start every game for West Ham if he's fit and available. So Naya Fagued is the man for West Ham moving forward as captain of the ship.
Does it concern you that he has something of a questionable injury record? If you were going to give him the captaincy and he's going to have problems with injuries, I mean, we know that his ankles are a little bit of a vulnerability that he has. Would that not be something that might preclude him from getting the armband? Or
not for me, because any player can get injured, can't they? Let's be honest. Like anyone who's playing can get injured. Any captain can get injured. I just think he's a born leader, mate. I think the way he galvanises that Morocco side in the World Cup, and he was part of that defence. And let's be honest, no one dreamed that Morocco would go as far as they did, and he was a part of that. And I just think he's the man. He's the one that sort of springs to mind above anyone. I think he's a class above everyone else, if I'm speaking honest, Drew.
Fair play, James. Over to you now, John. Declan Rice is gone out of the club, down the road. Who's the next cab off the rank?
For me, it's Aguerd for the same reasons that James has just mentioned. He's literally used every single bullet point of what I was about to say on the subject. When Aguerd made his debut in the Europa Conference League at home earlier in the season, when he returned from that injury, he was commanding people straight away. He was telling people to get here, there, and everywhere. And I noticed that, and he is he is the ideal candidate. Creswell is club vice captain, but that's it. Creswell's not really a leader. I think he's only really got the vice captaincy because he's been here since the Allardyce days. Genuinely, yeah, there's nobody else. If Ogbonna was less injury prone, everyone would say Ogbonna as well for the same reason. You know, Agued speaks multiple languages. I get Yaz's reasons for Danny Ings because he's been around the block, as you said, multiple times. But yeah, it's that the multi-language nowadays is being multilingual. I should say nowadays is very, very key. And should we stay up, I reckon he'd be the perfect candidate for it.
Fair enough. Well, we'll any points that anybody wants to sort of just to come back on this before we move on to the next question? Is there just open forum? Is any other sort of points you want to make on the captaincy situation before we move on?
Personally, I think Rice shouldn't have been made captain. I really don't think he should have done. He's I admire him as a player. It's fantastic, but he's refusing contracts. He is a very, very good player, as I say, but you watch him when we're losing, he's not really captain material yet. I've said it many times this season, and the prime example of it more recently, when Fabianski got his eye injury, he was over talking to David Moyes. Not at one point did he go over and check that he was okay before he walked off. Noble would have been straight over there checking on him. That's a big thing. It's all well and good going, come on guys, or settle down, all the rest of it, but being the captain is more than that. He gives the gift of the gab after the game, says everything that a captain should be should be saying. I just don't see him doing it on the pitch, and that for me is the big concern. In my personal opinion, I think it was a PR stunt to get Rice a captain for the last 2 seasons.
I agree.
Jazz, I think you wanted to come in and say something there, just as John was.
Yeah, I just think Agard is obviously a handful of games for West Ham so far. New league, new country. So that's why I didn't consider him. And there is a few mistakes last couple of games that have come into it. I mean, we're all playing pretty average anyway. So just a few things to keep an eye on. Where Danny Ings, for me, comes across as a really confident lad who, I know he doesn't know. I don't know how many languages he knows, but he knows the league. He knows a lot of the boys already in the dressing room. I don't know if I want to put Agard under that pressure so early.
Who's Agard?
Nathan.
Agur. Jazz.
John, I know for the podcast. I think we got the same issues, haven't we? I think.
Listen, to be fair, Sean, I mean, he was chased for what, a year, 2 years by David Moyes, and even he can't get his bloody name right. I know, it's mad, isn't it? It's absolutely crazy. Nathan Agard.
Like,
no, Naya
like Paquetá. Everyone calls him Paqueta. Paquetá. Paquetá.
I don't know, mate. I don't know. Anyway.
Poye or Poye? Who knows?
Who cares? He's not one of ours anywhere. So, let's just... Out we go. Right. A question that was submitted a little while ago by Sharky, and I thought I'd use this here. He asked the question, are supporter groups necessary? So, Jazz, supporter groups, what do you make of them? Do you think they're a force for good, a force for bad? Are you neutral on it? What's your thoughts?
I think I don't mind them because they give up their personal time for not much gain, and they love the club, and it's up to you if you support them or not. But what they do is go out, try to get answers to some questions, relay it back to you. So I'm talking about West Ham Supporters Club. I'm talking about Hammers United. I'm part of both of them. I appreciate it. Yeah, they're one of us, and they go out of their own time to seek answers from the club. We all got the same love. So, yeah, no problem at all. Again, it's truly up to you if you're going to go as far as marching or that kind of thing around the ground. That's up to you. But what they do and what you can't question is their love and commitment to the club. And I get emails from both clubs in terms of, people issues over the tickets with Ghent and the game before, over tickets ending up in the wrong hands, and things about West Ham Supporters Club, they are about to get the badge, the old badge at the West Ham Supporters Club. They're going to put it out there. They cleaned it, restored it. It's great. It's all work they're doing. Up to you if you want to agree with everything they do, but certainly what they do for me is great. They go out there seeking answers to a lot of questions and problems that fans have and relay that back to us. No issue at all, mate. I think it's good. Yeah.
Fair play. James, are you an advocate of supporter groups?
I speak for the fans, mate, and they're one of us. I couldn't agree more with what Jazz has said. Sometimes at West Ham, the club isn't run properly, and the fans have a voice now. But many years ago, they didn't have a voice, and now they have. So yeah, I totally support it. It gives everyone an opinion on different issues at the club. You ain't always got to agree, but if we all care about the same club, so that's what it's all about at the end of the day for me.
I'm not saying whether this is my thought pattern or not, but do you think that sometimes there's a time when supporter groups, by their actions, can sometimes cross a line?
Can do, they can do, but you've also got to look at it that some people can't forget the past, and some people are hurting from the past, and some people are looking at the owner of the ship currently, and look at him and think he's not the man for West Ham anymore. So, for me, everyone's got an opinion, and it depends on what side of the line you look at it. Some people look at it on the line that a lot's been done over the last 12, 13 years, and some people look at it, will look at the new dawn that's coming up at West Ham right now. So it all depends how you feel in certain aspects.
Thanks for that, James. Moving on to John. Again, same question for you. Supporter groups, good, bad, indifferent? What's your thoughts?
Very, very handy. Let's not forget, until we moved from the bowling, that there used to be fans, season ticket holders, talking to the club on a regular basis. That stopped, and then they completely went off on their own track and did their own thing. And now, as a result of it, as we all know, the fan protest that Hammers United put together helped change things. All the supporters group, they all talk together. They're all of the same voices. Everyone's been saying they are the voice of us. They get things done. You look at the things that they've been putting in previous, just this season alone. For example, all the hoo-ha about the Conference League prices for the tickets, I should say. You know, the club don't care about the fan base. We're just customers to them now. We have been for 7 or 8 years. And now the voices are being heard more and more frequently, things are slowly but surely changing, and they shouldn't be a necessity. They shouldn't be, because clubs used to be run by the communities. They're not anymore, and so now, as a result, community voice is null and void. Community only matters to them when it's convenient to also football clubs. I'm not just saying about West Ham. All in general, you don't hear anything about any other clubs doing community stuff until the season ends, and you got all their charity stuff pops
Bit
up.
of a PR exercise.
It is 100%. Yeah, it's just like we're part of the community. We care about you. Yeah, when you want some new sponsorship, 100%. But until then, other than that, no, we are a voice. We are part of the thing that makes West Ham. You know, it's a sad state of affairs that if I don't renew my season ticket next year, in a few months' time, someone else is going to take my place, and the club will be like, right, move on. Thanks for your money. You know, it shouldn't be that way. Football comes from very, very beautiful working class, compassionate roots, and it's ending up in upper middle class. We don't give a fuck about your roots, and it shouldn't be that case in any shape or form.
Bang on,
Sean. We'll end this particular topic with your thoughts on supporter groups, if we may.
Yeah, well, look, there's a lot about apathy, and if you ask lots of supporters, you know, who represents them, I don't think they'll always say the supporters groups. And look, there's a lot of good. I'm a member of the supporters club, which is basically a social club, right? And their aims are very, you know, they don't try and be political. They're a social club, and their one aim is to carry on the 75-year tradition of having a social club. And I think that's good. Others, you know, you've got what was the West Ham Independent Supporters Association, which I have found many years ago is now a trust. It's got very few paid members. Sometimes they can be pretty divisive. And as a bunch of supporters, we can be divisive. But then you've got specialist ones, Pride of Irons. You've got Inclusive Hammers. You've got the Disabled Supporters Board, which I have a lot of time for. The two chairs I know very well. You've got Any Old Irons, the over 65s. You know, in some ways, you shouldn't have specialist groups to identify, because if we're all inclusive, why do you need a group to represent your views? But the problem's a bit deeper than just being divisive. You know, I was one of the original founders on the Supporters Advisory Board before we moved to Stadium. I then moved to the official Supporters Board. I resigned from that, telling Brady that, you know, it was a bit of a, you know, it wasn't respected by the fans, and therefore, you know, we were just a focus group nodding through things that the club had already decided, and now that's changed into the, I think, ISC, the Independent Supporters Groups or Committee. And you could say not a lot's changed. It's interesting, the recent white paper actually says the model that West Ham's done with its supporters board, the official supporters board, is what they see the future of you know, the Premier League fan engagement. But you know what? Most people I talk to at the stadium don't give a shit about what they go. I've come to watch football. I don't care about committees. It comes a little bit like, you know, the old Monty Python sketch with the people.
I know what you're talking about, Sean. I know.
We need another committee, you know. And look, I'm just as guilty. I've been on a lot of committees of West Ham groups and etc. But you just go, can't we just have one voice, and why can't we just all get on together? But as West Ham fans, we're divisive, and the one thing, look, I'll talk about Hammers United. They're a protest group, and before them you had the real West Ham fans. They're a protest group. As long as everyone understands they're a protest group, I don't have a problem. But how does it help the club? Does it just divide fans? So to answer your question, I've gone around it a long way. I wish there would just be one group of people that, you know, supporters identified with, and I'm not sure the multiple fractional group represent the whole West Ham base at the moment as it stands.
GP's just made a point there, and we'll sort of like get this. We'll go round the sort of table again. GP makes the point: did fans want to move from Upton Park, and did the clubs listen? So supporter groups in that particular instance weren't really. They didn't sort of like force any change or anything like that. Well, James, I know this is something that you're quite passionate about, aren't you?
100%. When we moved, the local community was told a pack of lies, like they always were by the owners of this club. Now, people can say what they like about the owners, but the owners are the reason why West Ham's playing at the LS and haven't really developed over the last 7 years. When we left Upton Park in 2016, we had one world-class player. We've got one world-class player now, and it's now 2023. So I look at it that if you're going to go up to the next level, and we was told that we was going to win the Premier League in 5 years and compete in the Champions League and all that cobblers that they come out with, I'm sorry, I can't hear anything more from these people. And until we get an owner who's got ambition, who wants to go and do something at West Ham, because West Ham haven't won a trophy in 43 years, that is what it's all about. Because at the end of the day, I want to see West Ham win a trophy before I die. And at the minute, I'm not going to see it under this ownership. Simple as that.
Anyone want to argue that point with James, or anyone want to agree with him?
No, I totally agree. It's you know, it's down to the fact that we weren't told that we were going to be winning the Premier League. That one of the things that David Gold rest his soul, said was that we would be competing with the likes of the top six. But we knew that was bollocks to begin with. We all knew it was lies, even with, you know, getting bloody Ray Winston to do the narration over it. Was just trying to get everybody involved to say, look, this is a great idea. Unfortunately, as it is with Crystal Palace as well, with Sellers Park, they can't develop the stadium, regardless of what everybody's been saying that side they're going to redevelop it. We weren't able to get the license. That was the reason. And let's not forget that the Icelandics were the ones that started the application for London Stadium, not Sullivan and Gold. They just continued it on because they agreed it was a great idea to do it. So it goes deeper than those two. But at the same point, it was just down to the fact that, again, comes back to what we were talking about supporters groups. If we would genuinely I don't remember anybody being asked, do we want to move? I don't remember anybody having the answers that we gave when it all went around Twitter about gave the options of how we wanted the new club badge to look. It's not like any of the results were given for that. And this is what they say. They don't care about. They don't care about us.
I don't care about sorry, John, to cut in there, yeah, but they don't care about the local community, mate. When you look at all the local,
that's the other point I was going to say. They didn't care about all the businesses that shut down.
Now,
you know, and the site rent that people have got to pay to get in on the London Stadium it's ridiculous. And
now, if they would have took them people to the LS, you might have had a bit more dignity and a bit more respect for them, right? That's why I've got no respect for them. because I look at them and I think you've moved from Upton Park to Stratford, and at the end of the day, West Ham is a community-based club, family club. You look after your own, and they looked after themselves when they moved to the DLS. They didn't look after any of the locals. If the West Ham fans would have known that what was going to happen to the local community, local businesses, everything else, I don't think the fans would have accepted that, because West Ham fans don't accept that. Do you know what I mean? It's always has been. It's been through my family, my family's family, everything. So it all depends how you feel. It's okay if you don't live in the area, but I do live in the area. I've seen it. So it's declined massively. And that is the problem with the situation with the ownership. I understand the Hammers United and the real West Ham fans protesting, because they're probably locals. And they've probably seen it and probably thought, you know what, we can't accept this, because it's not what we would do 50 years ago. So why should we do it 10 years ago? Do you know what I'm saying? So that's what I think on that.
It's all about money at the end of the day. It's all about money.
Haven't the Stratford, you're right, still in East London, haven't Stratford businesses benefited? Right? Because it's created a community. You can't, it's a business decision.
It's a business decision that has profited them.
James, let Sean make his point.
But the Premier League is a business, right? And they saw an opportunity, they took it. Most people were sold the dream. Yes, Cameron Brady had a bit of marketing. I was in a room in the SAB. 98 people put their hands up in favour of the move. 2 didn't. One of them was Nigel Khan. And at the end of the day, we were sold a dream. They were ambitious. They haven't achieved everything. But who would have said we'd have gone from 32,000 to 62,000 sellout every single week, right? If we'd have won every single game at the London Stadium, no one would be talking about the game. What a magnificent move. But I
Sean,
do
it's
argue...
not a sellout, mate. The amount of empty seats we see every single game, it's not a
they're
sellout.
No, they're sold. The tickets are sold, though, JP. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if everybody
It
comes.
does matter
That's
if
their
people
choice.
aren't there.
Also, it does matter when you see rival fans wearing Manchester United, Arsenal, Tottenham shirts in the home. So, if you're going to say about moving, you never used to see that at Upton Park.
No,
ever.
but do you know what? That happens at Spurs. That happens at.
No, I'll tell you the reason why that happens, Sean. I'll tell you the reason why that. No, it's the bigger stadium, but West Ham's now become a franchise. It's a franchise club.
Of course it has. Yeah.
Right
as in every other Premier League big side, it's a bit of a badge of honour, because people want to come to London and watch the Premier League, because Premier League is a franchise.
But at the end of the day, it shouldn't be like that, should it?
Well,
is that modern football? No.
That is modern
football. It is, unfortunately. It is, and that's half the problem. We went from a high street to a desolate waste ground that was rebuilt. That's modern football.
And that has
That's not community.
Business to people in, well, you say that, but people in Stratford have benefited, in Hackney Wick and all the local businesses around that area have all benefited.
What about the Central, for example? Yeah. What about the bowling pub? People have lost their jobs. Loads of people have lost their jobs.
Done all right.
Nathan's.
That was bought over. Nathan's, exactly.
And the thing is, Sean, I understand what you're saying, right? But you don't just walk out on your own at the end of the day. And if you don't, and one thing you don't do, you don't lie to your own. But you don't say you're going to take them over there and say, "Oh, I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you this opportunity," when they really do know that it's never going to happen in a month of Sundays. It's never going to happen.
I think you're mistaking the East End, the owners for proper East Enders, and that's where the problem comes. For people who've been brought up in the East End, expect the owners to act as other East Enders would do, and it won't happen.
I think one's Welsh for once.
I think Jazz wants to make a point. Jazz, go ahead.
Yeah, I think if you go back to when they came in around 2010, it's all about timing. They got a bit of money from Birmingham, and then obviously after the 2008 bank crisis, it was a good price they paid for West Ham. I think Sullivan and Brady, definitely nothing to do with West Ham, no love for West Ham, get on very well together. Gold did have a West Ham connection, don't know how much to say he had in it. And it was always going to be a business deal for them. I think if they sell the club tomorrow, they're going to make 500-600% back. Great. For me, I did the show on it. Everyone knows that. Yeah, we had enough land to what Chelsea about to do, knock it down, rebuild it again. I think the issue goes back to, because I don't want to go on too long, is that our owners are not rich enough. They're one of the poorest financial net worth if you look at the league. And in return, they've done a great deal for themselves. They've made 500-600% over 13-14 years, And they just don't have enough money for what we want from them.
You're wrong, Jazz. You're wrong. And I'll tell you why you're wrong. Number one, Sullivan was a part owner back in the days, but he could never wrestle it before the Icelandics ball. He was born in Wales, in Cardiff, but he lived in West Ham. He identified as a West Ham supporter, and he owned part of West Ham before. So you can't say he just came into it. Brady's never been a football fan. Yeah.
Well, Sean, also off the back of that. Hang on, off the back of that, right? With Sullivan's original tenure, they wanted to take over, and they didn't trust him. That's why it didn't happen, which is why they moved to Birmingham in the first place.
Yeah, they blocked
exactly. Yeah, because they knew that these plans wasn't right for the football club. There's no other reason.
All we had to do was knock East Stand down, wrap it up, 45-50, or if you got more money, completely knock it down and rebuild it again. West Ham, we know, was one of...
It's not the way to make money, though. Honestly, when they invested in the club...
Yeah, again, though,
you can't make money. You can't
make to make money.
You've just said it
Sean,
there.
You can't make...
It's a money transaction. It ain't a personal transaction. You're a West Ham fan.
That's the Premier League, James. That's the Premier League. It's all about money.
I understand that. Go on, James.
You can't make money selling £300 season tickets. You can't.
Right.
Look at the money. Look at the money Spurs are making. They're rolling the interest forward. They're never going to repay the capital. They got interest at record prices because the interest rates have been low. And in return, Sean, you know the money Spurs are making.
Well, the other thing you're incorrect about is our owners have got more money than most of the other owners in the Premier League.
No,
I don't.
10
billion.
think so.
10 billion, Jazz. 10 billion. Right?
No,
Kredinsky has 7.5 billion. It's just been announced by Forbes. 1.5 billion from Sullivan and 500,000 from the Gold family. Put that together. Put Trip Smith in there. That's 10 billion. Have a look at the list of who owns what. West Ham are in the top 6 of having the wealthiest owners, and you've got to include.
But you're adding.
That's the owners. They own the share.
So we've got the wealthiest owners. We've got the wealthiest owners, but we've got the wealthiest owners. But when it comes to a League Cup game, Sullivan won't pay 40 grand for a plane.
But Kredinsky,
fair enough. Do you know what I mean? If you're gonna go down and
agenda, you're trying to fit the agenda.
I'm not trying to fit no agenda, Sean. At the end of the day, the truth don't lie, and that is the truth. And I'm not lying when I say that.
Successful.
And also, let's not forget. Sean. Let's not forget that Kretinsky's only been involved since November 21. We're having a conversation that goes back deeper than that.
All right, yeah, but he's not flashing his money. He's not going to go have 7.5 billion because he's a proper investor. And at the end of the day, all Premier League clubs should be sustainable, financially sustainable. They should spend what they shouldn't just have. It shouldn't be another Abramovich, where you just buy the league. It shouldn't be a Man City or a Newcastle. That should stop. And that's why Man City have been charged. And that's why Everton are being charged. Because that is not fair. It should be a level playing field. And Premier League clubs, yeah, they need billionaire owners. They should stand on their own 2 feet and spend the money that they bring in.
But also, Sean, at the same point, how come the LSC and the LLDC and West Ham are arguing about a few million?
Do you know why? Do you know why?
Plays?
It's a really simple, honestly, exclusive for this channel. Khan hates Brady. Those two will not sit down. It's politics. Sadiq Khan and Karen Brady cannot sit in the same room, right? They hate each other's guts, and that is the reason a deal can't be done at the moment.
Because of the money that, hang on a second, what I'm talking about is the money that Kretinsky's invested before this embarrassment clause elapsed, which means that the club is liable for it.
Right. LLDC, JP, have lost every legal case, right? I do freedom of information, as you may or may not know. They've spent £8 million, nearly 8 million now. I've got a new freedom of information coming out. They've lost every single case, right? Who do you think is going to win this case, right? West Ham have done their calculation. It's in black and white. It's a calculation that's available from Rothschild called Project Viper. Who do you reckon's going to win? Do you think West Ham would have gone to the courts and the legal if they didn't know they were right? Who's going to win this?
No, of course. But this is the point.
It is the public owners' civil service mentality. They couldn't organise a piss up in a brewery. The quicker they give us the running ownership long lease in the same way Man City has a 250-year lease, and they could do what they want with the stadium, still owned by the council, by the way, the better. The quicker the LLDC goes, the quicker Sadiq Khan goes, the better.
Yeah, no,
Some
agreed.
people will say that.
But Sean, what would you say if they sold up in the summer and you look at the league table with 6 from
Who
bottom,
sold up in the summer?
the owners, the current owners, how would you look back?
It ain't going to
say,
happen. It ain't going to
no,
happen.
no. If it happened, I mean, if you want
It
to
won't
summarize,
happen because
it's a hypothetical
no,
question,
but
Sean. Let him ask it.
you can't be happy with what's happened so far. Where we don't even own a ground, our training facilities. We're looking. I think we're bottom 3 at the moment.
Oh,
I mean,
come on.
how would you how would you sum it up? Looking back
All
on
right,
the
well, let's
ownership?
look at the last 2 seasons as well, right? Have we ever had a good West Ham owner? We were talking about this the other day. Have we ever had a really good West Ham owner? You go, that was an excellent West Ham owner, right? Because, you know, the Icelandics, Terry Brown, where was it? You know, there
The
isn't
Icelandics was completely out beyond their control because of the financial crash.
Agreed, but he was a bit loony, the biscuit baron, right? He bought Kieran Dyer, you know, he wasn't an ideal. But look, I don't think you're ever going to get, if you look around the Premier League and you get out your West Ham bubble, a lot of people don't like their owners, maybe Brentford being the difference. But when you look at it, yes, they did move the stadium. Yes, last 2 seasons, we've been in Europe for the last 2 seasons. And by the way, we may be back in Europe for a 3rd season running if we win the European Conference League final. Let's not forget that. Let's not write it off.
Possibly as a championship team.
We might be in the championship, you know.
Well, so what? I won't. I don't.
So
think
we're the new. So in other words, Sean, we're the new Wigan to you. Lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, again, you're just trying to. You're not ever going to be won over by the owners. Look, they've made some mistakes, but I think they've done a lot of good things as well. And it's not been a. If you look at the ownership at the past, there's no one else to go. Oh, do you remember the glory days of these?
The only problem is with that, though, Sean. None of the other owners took us out of our home.
No, they didn't.
As I reiterate, the Icelandics were the ones that started the plan. Not
but at some point we got to get over that and say, you know, there's nothing we can do about it now. We're not going back.
I think people will get over it, Sean, when they go. I think people will look at it and go,
well, one of them's gone, hasn't it? You can't blame Kredinsky. One of them's gone. David's gone.
I agree with that.
Right. David Sullivan is 74, right? He's probably not, maybe another 10 years, maybe less, you know. So we can't be holding a grudge forever. We want what's best for our football team. We can't just blame it on Gold and Sullivan. Kredinsky had nothing to do with it. He's come in as an investor. But I tell you now, because of the whole Gold death, there's probate and death duties and inheritance tax. Nothing's going to happen. Just because they're free of the windfall tax, as we call it, doesn't mean anything. They've still got to pay capital gains of 20%, and they would have to pay 40% inheritance tax if the Gold family sold. So there's not, and I believe Kredinsky at the moment is buying a French company for about 800 billion, and he looks like he wants to buy the rest of Royal Mail for 1.5 billion. I don't think West Ham are on his list to do a full takeover. He's not a saviour. Kredinsky.
Well, let's just hope he doesn't get divorced, because it's mostly his missus' money. So let's hope.
It's not actually. It's not. You think he's got a girlfriend? It's not his. It's not her money. It actually comes from the oil pipeline. That's the gas pipeline. That's been a real cash cow for him. But he's increased his you know, he's got connections to Russia, etc. His payday. Last thing on this, because I know we've gone off on a tangent. His payday is when someone else comes in. I think one day it will be an American consortium, because that's the way it's going, will come in, pay £1 billion or more, and that will be when, you know, the Gold family, the Sullivan family, maybe Sullivan's gone by then, and Kredinsky goes and sells up. Kredinsky is not the person who's going to take over, and I'm afraid it's not going to happen this year.
Agreed.
Right, before we move on to the next topic at hand, can I just remind everybody watching, there's 105 of you watching. We're here, obviously, for the Iron Supporting Foodbanks charity. You've got the link there. It's in the chat. Click on it. Give generously. Sean and I have got matching.
Yeah, you should have told me what you're wearing.
We didn't coordinate, did we?
I know.
I know.
But Gatesy, this topic will take hours, and it
will.
I've still got so much to say on this in terms
we
of
all do, mate. That's the problem.
The record of transfers.
We'll have to do it again.
Came in
£20 by the way, for the hoodie. If you see John Podomski and you see him collecting, these hoodies are available for £20. Yeah, by the Aquatic
Look at James's example. This man loves West Ham, and he ain't going. And there's many like him that are upset. And I meet people outside the pubs around the ground, old school lot. don't want to go in. That is a big issue. That is a big issue. It's a big issue. That how
Just like
upset people
my
are,
uncle, my uncle was a season ticket holder for donkey's years, and he never renewed once when we left, because he's like that to him and his generation. A lot of them are all thinking the same thing. That's when West Ham officially died.
But you know, Gary Firminger said the same. Olas, I'm sure a lot of us knew him from Upton Park, and he said he'd never go, and he doesn't. I think I've seen him there once or twice. But you know what? It moves on, and those seats are filled. And each time people say, "I'm not going again," you know. On our podcast, Canning Town Len has said, "I'm not going. This is my last season. I'm not going anymore."
It's sad, isn't it, Sean?
But you know what? His seat will be filled again by a new generation, and people in the end won't remember Upton Park and Bowley. And I've got great memories there, but it will move on as clubs do. We can't reminisce and look back. There were shit days at Upton Park as well. Let's be honest. Let's have rose-tinted glasses that it was amazing atmosphere and everything was brilliant, because it wasn't.
Of course not. Of course it wasn't.
I get that.
But wouldn't you agree, though, Sean, if the LS was more football friendly and more closer to the pitch and literally more feeling like a football ground rather than an Olympics ground, maybe things would look a little bit different in regards to people?
I'll turn that around and say if we played better football and we won, and we didn't spend 170 million on players that haven't worked out, it would be better. Now, whether that's a different manager or not, that's a different topic. But I do believe that atmosphere is created by people and not by scaffolding, concrete and cable ties, right? So I don't think the gaps make a difference, and the seats and the way it looks makes a difference if you're winning and you're watching attractive football. I think we'd forget all about it.
You can do a lot with cable ties, Sean. Let me assure you on that.
I know you can.
I speak as an
Gatesy,
engineer.
that's another conversation for another time. That is,
It is. Right. Okay. So we've done that one. I think, well, as you say, Jazz, we could literally do several more hours on this, but time is pressing. We've got roughly another 17 minutes left before we've got to hand over to the next cab off the rank. So we've got another video question here, and this was submitted by Mr. Charlie Woodgate. So take it away, Charlie.
Evening, gents. Live from a frosty old car this evening. Simple one for you. Is Noble the right man to be West Ham sporting director?
Over to you, James. Off you go.
Caught me unawares, gentlemen. I will say that.
Anything out untoward?
Is Mark Noble the man? Yeah, I believe so. 100%. I think he's got the best intentions for West Ham. I think he's the ideal candidate, really. Do you know what I mean? He's going to sort of monitor from the lower end all the way up to the first team. And I would say, yeah, I'll keep mine pretty short and sweet. Mark's one of us. He bleeds claret and blue, and that's what you want. You want people who are not in it for the money, but they're in it for the love. And I think he's in it for both. Like he likes a pound note, don't get me wrong, but he also loves West Ham, so that also helps. So yeah, I'd say Mark Noble's the right man.
But do you think that that there could be the argument that because he obviously has such a good relationship with David Moyes, that maybe because he's got that good relationship with David Moyes, that might cloud his judgment when it comes to perhaps making a decision about David Moyes?
Maybe, but I just think sometimes that decision's got to be taken out of his hands from people higher up, in my opinion. I think Mark has got a good working relationship with Moyes, but if it ain't working out, maybe the owners should turn around and say, right, we'll take it out of Mark's hands and we will deal with the situation when it presents itself.
Thank you, James. John, your thoughts on Mark Noble as the sporting director?
Well, from what we understand of his first few weeks involved in the job, maybe, again, he was sold a pack of lies, but I'm not going to go into that side of things. But he's old enough to have the maturity. He's just been a player up until end of last season, so he still has the player mentality. So when a new player comes in and for discussions, he can sit down and talk with them and figure out if their mindset and the attitude would be right for the club to take the club forward. But at the same point, you know, he's in his probation period at the moment, so we can't really say if he is right for it or not because he hasn't got the experience to do it. So, but in terms of his quality, yes, he does. In terms of his understanding of the club, yes, he does. But in terms of how the club will allow him to approach the role, that's slightly different, and we'll have to wait and see on that side of it.
Fair enough. Over to you, Sean. Mark Noble, sporting director. Good choice, bad choice. What are your thoughts?
Highest paid club ambassador in the Premier League. He's not really sporting director. There's two reasons for that. Number one, David Moyes won't let him. David Moyes is a big control freak, as we didn't, if we didn't know already, and he's got bits in his contract that just, you can't bring someone above him, whether it's Mark Noble or not. So that's a bit, David Moyes has said as much. He's got a lot to learn, and he'll have a say in transfers, but he doesn't have the final say. Look, and we're kidding ourselves if we think he'll make the decision on David Moyes being sacked. Forget it. On the other side, you've got David Sullivan, principal shareholder still, who's an equal control freak and likes to get involved. So where does that leave Mark Noble? Well, he's a figurehead. He's the go-between. Most people know not a lot of people talk to David Sullivan, particularly David Moyes. And, a lot of people, he stays in his house. And therefore, he's a go-between. He's a go-between between Sullivan and the manager. I understand he spends a lot of time with the academy. He had a big say. The one decision he did have is appointing the academy manager, Kenny Brown. He likes to put on his boots and train with the kids, I hear. And, that's great. But and I know he's gone round and seen what other supporter people did, and he did his, online course in Harvard. But let's not kid ourselves. No disrespect to the man. I love the man to death. He's not a sporting director, and I think it's a long time. It'll be a long time before he can say he is a real sporting director, and not with David Moyes around.
So the title of sporting director is completely false, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it's a made-up title to appease the fans, to appease Mark Noble, and it's a role that really doesn't exist. So it's a title, but without really any power.
So do you think that possibly feeds into what we understand, that within a few weeks of him getting the role of quotes unquote sporting director, that he obviously tendered his resignation, if you believe the stories, and you may know more about it than I do. Do you think that was tied in with him, sort of like the realization of him, well, I'm not a sporting director. The remit of a sporting director is X, Y, and Z, and I've not got that within my gift.
Yeah, look, I think we've all been sold a job that hasn't been turned out to be what it is, but he must have, come on, he must have had his eyes open. He knows David Moyes, that he's not going to be above David Moyes. Now, I've been told by the club at the time he didn't resign. He didn't threaten to resign. He possibly said something to some of his friends that got leaked out. And do you know what? We've all done that, haven't we? We've all gone, do you know what? I'm pissed off with work and etc. But if you're Mark Noble and you say that to some of your family or your friends or your drinking mates, that gets out. But I was told he never threatened, and I spoke to the press officer who spoke to Mark himself. Never threatened to resign. Didn't resign. Like anything, there's questions, there's challenges. And I think he was trying to find his feet in those first few weeks, and maybe he understands now what little power he has. But he's still there today, isn't he?
True. Jazz, Mark Noble, Mr. West Ham, sporting director, maybe not.
I think a couple of points to make before I answer that is that why the hell did he come back to West Ham that quick after retirement? You don't like your wife? You don't like being at home, mate? If I was you, couple of years around the Caribbean with a rum, forget West Ham for a while. But that's quite surprising to me how quickly he came back. The second thing, a little bit relating to Sean, he's kind of a shield between the fans that Sullivan has made cleverly. That I got this guy here that can be the voice between Moyes and the board and the fans, that kind of thing. And the most important question before I go into it is, what the hell is a sporting director and really does? It varies from club to club. It's a very confusing title. No one really knows what the hell it means. Are you ambassador to the club? Are you promoting what they said in Mark Noble's statement? He's promoting how he should play.
Well, Eamon's got a pretty good definition of it. This is usually what a sporting director is on the continent.
Yeah. That's what our press statement said when he came in. Top of my head, I think the confusing thing is we don't know what a sporting director is, but for now, he knows the club inside out. He can provide crucial advice in terms of future manager appointments, maybe even help the scouts out. But yeah, I think he's cool. There's no issue with that. But how much power has he got? What does a sporting director really do? It's all up in the air. It's all up in the air, Gatesy, I think, for me. But I've got no issue with him being sporting director. And I can't, top of my head, think of anyone better, really. And it all goes back to sporting director. What the fuck is it all about, mate? I don't know. Seriously. It is one of those kind of creative titles that is there really a need? I mean, probably there is a need for it. I mean, but for me, it's very confusing. But I think he's a good lad. We need him. He has got some voice. He knows a lot of the players. But does he have the capability to perhaps do a bit more than we think? I don't think so. I think it's just there for a icon to keep the fans at peace and happy. I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. And what Sean said earlier about it basically being more a ceremonial role, more a role to appease the fan base at large. And it's not really what a sport, this term sporting director, it's completely erroneous as far as I'm concerned, because he doesn't have. I mean, Sean, you made the point that he was it Mark Noble that selected Kenny Brown as the academy director. You said.
Yeah, it was. So that's one decision he was given. So, if you're doing this, that's what you've got to give people the impression of power. It's what we do with our wives, Oh, yeah, or they do with us, right? Yeah, you can, I'll choose the car, you pick the color, right? It's a bit like that, right? So, because the color is unimportant, right? But, it's a bit like that, it is important, but, if you give him a bit of power and say, you choose the Kenny Brown as it's not the same as sacking the manager or deciding being the final decision on transfers, is it?
What colour car did your missus let you drive, Jazz?
I think in all households where you're married, yeah, we have to listen a bit, don't we? Sometimes keep it happy, keep it politically happy at home, and
we know who wears the trousers, don't we?
I think so. In the modern times, I think we pretend, but yeah, we just want to keep it quiet down there, and we can spend time on West Ham. I think just the way it is, really.
Yeah. I mean, Mark Noble. I mean, sort of, you said it though, Jazz. That did he come back too soon? He retired in the summer of after the end of last season, summer last year, and then by the time this calendar year has begun, he's in his post as a sporting director, ambassador, whatever he actually is. I mean, did he come back too soon, James?
I don't know. I don't think so. One thing is he's fresh, isn't he? Like he cares. I do agree with what the lads are saying, which is like with certain points. But I just think Mark's got the best intentions for West Ham at the end of the day, and he's going to try and do his best for West Ham. Like he hasn't got like an ulterior motive. Do you know what I mean? I do think the owners have obviously brought him in to sort of shield themselves, like, and probably take the heat off of them a little bit. But I like Mark. He's always going to be a West Ham sort of boy and like club legend for me personally, because I've literally grown up watching him play like every single game. So for me, yeah, it's the right choice, and it's good that we're getting people who care about the club rather than just someone from a different country or a different club who's just there for a pound note, basically.
I think Gatesy
sorry, Jazz, carry on.
Sorry. Yeah, I just want to say quickly, the key problem across all clubs is who is buying the players, and what role does Noble have in this, and the owner and the manager.
Yeah.
Look at Spurs Conte. We know there's 50 million players that hardly been played, 20 million fall back without playing, gone back on loan somewhere else. Going on Sean's point of view, the owners like Spurs, West Ham have spent money. I mean, like you said, 180 million the owners have spent West Ham. And if I was the owner and I look at the way some of the players have been used, I'll be like, wow, it's not good. So again, it's kind of what the hell's going on? Are the owners buying the club? I think the key question a lot of the teams is the manager gives a list to the owners, and sometimes, especially with Spurs, deliberately they buy option 5. The thought, we couldn't get him for you, sorry, mate, but we got this one. Or last minute, a lot of West Ham things. Sometimes we sign a lot of players high value through the end of the window. What's been happening at the beginning of the window? And I like the window anyway. I think the window should be scrapped, but that's a personal point of view. But I think, really, it's a key question. Who's buying the players? It's odd how people You know, Moyes sometimes doesn't even look at some of the players. I mean, Benrahma and him, it's been odd relationships and other players, and go. It's just odd for me. And I think this kind of role, sporting director role, hopefully you can bridge a gap between what the hell's going on and that kind of thing, really, yeah.
Who do you think's responsible for transfers then, John?
Sullivan still, I think. With Moyes is yes or no, but I still think he holds most of the power of it still. I know Moyes has come out saying, yeah, I have the play over everything. Yeah, he might get the last word on it, but I don't think a lot of the time, I don't think he has as much power as he thinks he does.
You're shaking
Sean,
your
that's
head
my
there,
personal
Sean.
opinion. That's my. He asked my opinion. Not my fact.
As you know, I have my contact. Sullivan's got a new girlfriend. He's out you can see the pictures from Instagram. He's out enjoying himself. Rob Newman was brought in to bought this role, right? So the role is identify the players. Absolutely, David Moyes has absolutely final say. Puts together a list between him. I would disagree with Jazz. With David Moyes is fanatical about watching videos and going players to see. He's fanatical. It's why he got his name Dithering Dave.
I agree.
Because he does so much homework on a player on both video. He stays at night, he lives away from his family, lives in Stratford, watching videos night on night. He doesn't have a life. And then he finally decides, not sure, Sullivan's role and the rest of them now is just to do the deal. If we look at Paquetá, he brought in Barry Silkman to do the deal, but only after Paquetá had been identified and he'd done all the research with Rob Newman, etc. So Sullivan is not doing it. He was up to a year ago, but when Rob Newman, before that with Pellegrini and Husilius, right? And look, does David Sullivan like it? No, he doesn't. But he has taken a step back.
Yeah, but Sean, 53 million per quarter, and you get comments from Moyes saying, I expected 10 goals, 10 assists. Now I'm thinking about it differently.
Yeah,
got to know him.
He got it wrong. But you know what? And again, little bit how sausages are made. Agents used to email David Sullivan day in, day out. I've got this player, I've got this player. Now, all of those get directed to Rob Newman. So if you want to look at somewhere, we need to look at Rob Newman and say, no one discusses Rob Newman. Has Rob Newman stepped up to the plate? We've talked about Mark Noble. We've talked about David Moyes. He's come in for a lot of stick. No one's asked the question, how well has Rob Newman performed in the last transfer window? Because he seems to get away from a lot of the flack. It either goes to the manager or goes to the board, and he seems to be immune from some of the criticism.
On this particular point, we're going to have to leave it, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm conscious of the fact that time's getting away from us. And obviously, there's someone else that needs to be getting their time on the West Ham network. Just before we go, please make sure you give your support to the Iron Supporting Food Bank charity. You've got the link going across. It's been put in the live chat. So donate what you can. Give generously. Let's try and help the people in our community. Guys, thank you very much indeed for your time and coming onto the West Ham network, coming onto the big debate. I'd love to get a few of you on the Fulsham Iron channel. And if any of you are watching that haven't already subscribed to the Fulsham Iron channel as well, if you would, that'd be great. But more importantly, it's about putting some money in the tin. So make sure you do that. Guys, I'm going to play out with the outro credits and we'll see you again soon. Take care, guys. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Take care. Take care, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the West Ham Network. That's a absolutely fantastic debate show. Thank you very much to Gatesy from Fulsham Iron from running his debate. If you haven't checked them out already, jump across there
and get supporting his channel. A fantastic show, Gatesy. Thank you very much. Of course, we're here for Iron supporting Foodbanks. So if you are going to any of the games in the London Stadium over the next month, then please do your best to put £1 in that tin as much as you possibly can. Along the bottom, there is the link there to go for the Just Giving link, which means that you can actually put the 100% of the money to the charity. So don't donate on the channel, because YouTube take 40% of the cost of the donation as well. Now, listen, there's no point in having me on, because you're here to see the next man, the man that you see every single Friday night. And a couple of weeks off, and he deserved that couple of weeks off. It's going to be the Late Show with the man they call Irish Tommy. So let's bring him in without further ado. Tommy, mate, you okay? You well?
Yeah, as you can see, I've changed my name by deed poll. So from now on, you'll all know me as Helmet Shiner. So that's
well, listen, welcome back to the channel, Helmet Shiner. Thank you very much for doing this. But and I know you're behind. I know you're behind the cause, obviously, for Iron supporting Foodbanks. But listen, there's no point in me being here, because it's here to see your show, mate, the Late Show with Irish Tommy. So, Tommy, you okay? I'll leave you on your own. I know you've got a couple of guests coming on as well.
Yeah. Cheers, Anton.
Enjoy.
It's Helmet. It's Helmet now. So yeah, thankfully I'm gonna have Gatesy has very graciously agreed to come on. So he'll be joining us when he's ready. I think he needs to go bomb the harbour before he comes back. He's been on for a long time there. Very, very interesting stuff. I see a couple of people here. Where are we? Virgil. All right, Virg, how you doing, mate? Yeah, they call me Virgil. I don't know why, because I'm Welsh. So I'm not sure. So I don't know who's in here, but obviously, as you're putting up your comments, Richard B's in the house. Guten Tag, Richard. Guten Tag. Steve, how you doing, mate? Steve Bella's in the house as well. So Charlie Anthony says, I'm about if you guys need me. So yeah, I might. Do you guys want me to pop the link in? I might pop the link in a bit, and so hold that. Black Country's in. How we doing? Good to see you, mate. English Hardy. All my old favourites are in tonight. Thanks for joining me, guys. Appreciate it. We're going to bring this man back in, the one and only Gatesy. What have you got, mate? Is that you got some of the black stuff?
Absolutely.
Oh, you were ready for the show tonight, but yeah, unfortunately, as you can see, I've changed my name by deed poll, so I'm now Helmet Shiner.
Well, I was just about to. I saw you. Well, you that was on the Twitter, wasn't it? You did. You were being very mischievous. I saw that.
Yeah,
very
I couldn't
mischievous.
help myself. Yeah. Did you see? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I did the tweet basically that obviously we're talking about who would replace Moyes if he went and all that, and I suggested a manager in Germany called Helmut Schreiner, who's doing a really great job at Stiffenschaften. So yeah, I can't help myself.
So I've changed my name just to sort of little bit of symmetry.
Ah, there you are now. Willy
Wacker.
Willy Wacker. He was definitely like a Scottish fullback, wasn't he? Or centre back or something. A big Willy Wacker, coming up from the corner.
This is more sort of an Austrian. He's more got an Austrian sort of thing, I think, Willy, because he's got an I at the end.
Yeah.
Zavilli. How are you, old chum? You good?
Good, mate. And you had a small sabbatical, but you're back with us. You couldn't stay away from us.
No, I just needed a little bit of time to reset, recharge the batteries, mate. You know how it is. I'll tell you what. I mean, just sort of like to go off of football and just sort of talk about YouTube stuff. I'll tell you what. Anyone that runs a YouTube channel, or anyone that doesn't run a YouTube channel and thinks it's a piece of piss, takes up so much of your time. Takes up so much of your time. And to be honest with you, the last couple of months. Last month of last year and the first month of this weren't on a personal level for me, weren't great. Lots of stuff going on, sort of like outside of, to do with work, to do with family, all sorts. And to be honest with you, it just got to a point where I got to get the fuck out of Dodge. So I was like, I just got to, and to be honest, how much of it was sort of all of the crap going on with the club, the situation that we were in and all of the disagreements, this, that, and the other. I just I was dragged down by it, mate. I can't lie. I just felt really fucking like, I don't know whether I want to do this too much more. And I think I had to go away and sort of recalibrate to sort of go, okay, right, I'm good to go now. So that's me. So,
Yeah, well, it's good to have you back, mate. Always good to see you. Always love your content. So,
thank you.
And you've never let me down. Whenever I've asked you to pop on, you've always been willing. So fair play.
No,
So it's good to see you
I
back.
like to have a chat.
Yeah.
It's
Interesting
talk
conversation you guys just had. Unfortunately, I missed some of it because I had some work stuff that I had to get through. But yeah, some interesting stuff there, and it's just I don't know. I don't think I'll ever be happy about that move away from Upton Park. To be completely honest,
I knew
I'll
when
just
that
never
question
look.
came up,
I
I
just
thought we could be here all night.
yeah. I know there's fans that will say, we've done all right since we went there, and but we, like I said, I always say, we've done nothing at the LS that we could not have done at Upton Park. Absolutely nothing.
No.
And I see the thing with me is I remember the big push, right, for the move. I remember everything that was being said. Everything was this was going to transform West Ham, right?
Oh yeah.
We were not just going to be the kind of plucky working class club anymore. That yo-yos up and down. This was going to be a world-class team and world-class players in a world-class stadium. Remember when they did all the stuff with the stadium?
Yeah, I went obviously when before
the stadium and what it would look like. David Gold, we can't move there. If it's any further away from the pitch than it is here at Upton Park, it's going to be like similar distance to Wembley. It's going to be close. Don't worry. Absolute ball. I mean, just sold as a lemon. It was just the amount of horseshit that was put out, and that's what I'll never forgive, because I absolutely believe they knew it was horseshit that they were peddling. All they cared about was making this move, and they were willing to say and do whatever it took to try and get the fans on board. So they sold us this huge dream of this incredible world-class stadium and these world-class players that would, Champions League football in 5 years and all this stuff. They sold it hard. I mean, they promised a lot. And they have not delivered it.
And I fell for it. I got to hold my hands up for that, Tom, because I obviously went to obviously being a season ticket holder, Upton Park, and then obviously at the London Stadium. We went to they had a sort of like a place at Stratford Westfield. Went in and they sort of like said, "Oh, we'll play you this thing," and Ray Winston was the narrator, and I listened to it, and I'll be honest, mate, I was like, this is it, we're moving into the sort of like the upper echelons of the Premier League.
Yeah.
We're going to have 60,000
big bright new future.
Yeah, I fell for it. I fell
did
for
as
it.
well. And I think that's why I'm so angry. I'm kind of partly angry at myself.
Massively.
For like believing what they were peddling. Because they made me feel like a fucking idiot now, to be completely honest with you, because
Richard B
they
makes
have
a good
not
point in the
delivered
chat.
on any of it.
I agree with what Richard B's just put in the chat about obviously, because it was going to be that we was going, and this is the thing, we was going to buy that stadium. Then obviously Spurs got involved, Leyton Orient got involved, and they started causing all.
Yeah, but the difference was Tottenham wanted to actually buy it and knock it to the ground. Tottenham's offer was that they were going to actually buy it.
Yeah.
And then they were going to rebuild a brand new stadium, and they were going to, and the sweetener for Lord Cole was that they were going to build them a new athletics facility in Crystal Palace. You know where the athletics
Yeah,
track
yeah.
is in Crystal Palace, and they were going to build him a nice shiny little athletic stadium in Crystal Palace. But the LLDC were adamant that it was not to be sold, that they only
Olympic
wanted
legacy.
it to be leased. Yeah, for the whole legacy shite.
Yeah.
And so that's what, and Tottenham were like, no, we don't want to.
I don't even think they really deep down wanted it. I personally believe it was a bargaining ploy to get the planning permission for the stadium that they latterly got. That's all I think that was going on there. I think Daniel Levy's a very, very clever operator. He's very, very shrewd. He's a very clever businessman. I think he played an absolute blinder there when you look at it from a Spurs point of view. I mean, basically, it shafted us up the arse because we've ended up moving into an athletic stadium. And I don't think anyone's really happy with it. No one. I think even if you turned around to David Sullivan and said, right, hand on heart, are you happy with this sort of like this great big chasm between the lower tier, the upper tier, and the fact that you're that far away? And it's very rare that I've been to a game since we've gone there. I mean, it has happened where there's been good atmospheres. Obviously, Sevilla, a case in point, and Leicester City first home game of last season. There have been good atmospheres at the London Stadium, but and I'm not for 1 minute suggesting, as Sean rightly said on the big debate just a few moments ago, there were times at Upton Park where the atmosphere could resemble a doctor's surgery. So I'm not sort of like I'm not sort of blinded to the fact that
But that's not the point to me.
Wasn't perfect, but at the same time, that was a football stadium. That was a football
but to
stadium.
me, the
Whereas
whole
this isn't.
look, the whole atmosphere argument is a red herring to me. It's not about the look. No football ground has a great atmosphere every game.
Nope.
None of them. It's not about atmosphere. That's a moot point to me. Atmosphere doesn't come into it whatsoever. We all know there were times at Upton Park where the atmosphere wasn't great, but it was Upton Park. It was our home since what 1904
years of history. Yeah,
and it was our place. It was our Mecca. And if they were going to sell it and have it torn down and have it move, it had to be for something tangible, something real, something worthwhile. And they sold us that dream that we know it's going to be heart-wrenching to leave, but we promise it'll be worth it for what will come next. It'll take us to that next level. That was the big thing. Remember that? The next level?
Yeah. We're going to be competing.
So it's not about that. It's not about atmosphere. It's about that was part of who we are and what we love was Upton Park. The history, all the games that have been played, the players that had graced that pitch, the memories of generations of memories.
But I don't even think that was something that entered their thought.
It wasn't about, atmosphere.
But I don't even think they. I don't think they thought about that, Tom. I really don't think they thought about that.
They didn't give a shit.
No. It's all about that. You know that. I know
They
that. That's the way
wanted
it works.
They wanted what they wanted for their own reasons. They didn't give a shit
Evening,
about
Duke.
anything
I
else.
see you're in the live chat there, mate.
Who's that? Oh,
Duke's in the live chat. How you doing, pal? He's probably beaving around. I bet he's going absolutely nutty. He's going up and down the bar at the Lewisham Tavern, serving people pints. I've said, because I don't know, you're probably not aware of this. We got a puppy last week.
Oh yeah, what is it?
Yeah. A Levitt Bulldog. And
A
you're
what?
sitting there going, "What the fuck is one of those?"
I know what a bulldog is, but there are different,
Yeah.
obviously, variations on the
No,
bulldog.
this is.
And
I'll tell you what. Oh, she's asleep. Yeah. She was on a stream with me last night. Duke and I. We were meant to do a live Q&A with Brian Deere, but something went wrong and he couldn't make it. So fine, not a problem. So Duke and I just went, I tell you what, let's just do something anyway. So Winnie, hang on, here she comes. Here she comes. Hello, girl. That's her. That's Winnie.
She's half asleep, bless her.
Oh, it's a little beaut.
She is, yeah, bless her. Yeah. She's only about 12, 13 weeks, so she's very, very nibbly. But yeah, no, she's she's a Levitt Bulldog, which is, from what I understand, it's a guy in the States called David Levitt who basically backwards engineered through getting various different breeds of dogs. Like from memory, it was an American Pit Bull Terrier, a Mastiff. I think there was a Bulldog involved as well, and this, that, and the other. And basically, he created that breed essentially. Because what he apparently, from what I understand, is he looked at the bulldogs of today, French, English, whatever, with the squashed in face and all the breathing difficulties and whatever. And he was like, that's never the way that bulldogs were. Luke, it's not a cat. Piss off. It's a dog. He loves his cats, he does. But so he sort of like, because he said, if you looked at sort of paintings of sort of like old English bulldogs back in like the 1700s or whatever, they didn't have the squashed in face. Their snout was a lot more sort of like elongated. So he tried to sort of get it back to that. And a lot of people have looked at her and gone, oh, that's a boxer. And I'm like, nah, it's not. Anyway, little bit of doggy chat. There you go. You all you lot were sitting there thinking we're going to be talking about West Ham there, and we're talking about Crufts.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I've got
Where's Kenny?
Oh, he's out by the door there. He's a little preoccupied at the minute, but I'm sure he'll make an appearance soon. Yeah, I've got like a dog. It's only half bulldog though. So but yeah, it's half Shih Tzu as well. It's we call it a bullshit.
Bullshit.
Mm.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's
anyway,
an old one.
Dan's complaining that we're talking about dogs. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, but as as regards the stadium, I just it's just a bit of a sickener now at this point, isn't it?
What do you make of all these stories about all the sort of rumours of discontent between David Moyes and Kevin Nolan and various other coaches? It's not a good sort of news that's coming out of the stadium at the minute, is it? It's pretty bad.
Yeah, there's more than one source as well, apparently. Different people with different sources hearing much the same thing.
Yeah,
suggests that there may be something to this. Now, I'm not someone who's quick to jump on these, sources stuff. You have to be very careful with this stuff. It's hard for us to kind of say what is or isn't accurate often. But from what I know, I think this one has legs. I think there is a lot of discontent within the camp, among the players, and even the coaching staff. So, that's a bad sign, Gatesy, because when you're in the situation that we're in, with only, is it 11 games left?
Yeah. Well, hang on. No, we've played 26, so there's 12 left once the Southampton game's out. Yeah.
Right, okay. 12, with 12 games remaining in the relegation zone, you need everybody rowing in the same direction.
Yeah.
You need a kind of unity of purpose.
Yeah.
Within the squad and the staff. And if that's not there, then we could be in real trouble. We can't have that kind of discontent in the camp. So yeah, it's worrying. I have to say, when I heard these, I got really worried. It's. What do you think? I mean, do you think this thing has legs, or
absolutely? Yeah, I mean, you've only got to look at the Brighton game, Kevin Nolan, with the look of just sheer exasperation, him throwing down the iPad, and there's this bad shit going on behind the scenes, mate. I'm telling you now, there is some discontent. There is a disconnect between the man at the top of, as far as the team is concerned, which is David Moyes, and the people that work under him. I mean, I'm hearing, like I say, same stories as you of, David Moyes basically overruling Kevin Nolan at pretty much every turn. And to be honest with you, mate, if I was Kevin Nolan, I wouldn't blame him if he went, see you later, I'm off, and tried to maybe sue for constructive dismissal, because fundamentally, if you're there to fulfill a role and you're being stopped from fulfilling that role, it's like, well, what's the fucking point of him being there? And I'm not trying to sort of like do Kevin Nolan down. I'm actually sort of having a pop at David Moyes when I say that.
Yeah, I have to say, because compatriot of mine, greetings from Offaly, the man from the faithful county. Welcome, Stephen. How are you doing, bud?
How you doing, mate?
Yeah,
Look,
it's a worry because look, by all reports, Moyes is quite the disciplinarian, and he's quite, it's kind of my way or the highway type of attitude.
Yeah.
We hear that he doesn't really kind of listen too much to the coaches. Doesn't really listen to their advice that much. He kind of does his own thing regardless.
So why are they there?
Yeah, well, that's the question, isn't it? Like, what do they actually
like? The cones out.
Yeah, I mean, this source also was saying that Stuart Pearce really didn't actually do much of anything. He was literally just kind of mates with Moyes, and he just kind of was around and spent most of his time just chatting with Moyes and stuff, and didn't really do a whole lot at the club, in fact. But I think one of the worries for me is I think often there'll be a person at the club, and we've heard this from players who've retired, who've had these situations where, yeah, they'll have the manager, but there'll be an assistant manager or coach at the club who really is behind the success rather than the manager. An example would be like Steven Gerrard. When he was at Rangers, he brought in Michael Beale, and and obviously they were successful together at Rangers. When he got the Villa job, he brought Michael Beale with him to Villa, and then Michael Beale left, I think, to take the QPR job.
He did, yes.
And then the wheels came off. And if you speak to players who were there at Glasgow Rangers and at Villa under Gerrard and Michael Beale, basically the ones that will talk about it say the same thing. That actually Michael Beale was the mastermind really behind what was going on at Rangers and what was going on at Villa when they were doing well. That he was the source of the success. He was the hands-on guy on the training ground, getting the team set up for the game and everything, tactically and everything. So I just feel now in hindsight that Irvine was probably David Moyes' Michael Beale. I don't think it's been the same since his role changed. I just don't. I think Irvine was a big reason behind the first couple of seasons or season and a half or whatever it was of success. It just seems to me the wheels came off once he was out of that role. And another fucking strange thing was that it was Kevin Nolan and Irvine, I think, were doing the set pieces. And
was it Paul Nevin? I thought he was involved.
Sorry, Nevin. Sorry, yeah. It was Nolan and Nevin who was doing the set pieces. Remember when we were really lethal on corners and free kicks that were put into the box and stuff? And, teams hated having to defend those set pieces against us. And Moyes just, for no apparent reason, just took them off them.
Really?
Yeah, he just took them off the set pieces and decided
if it ain't
he was
broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, he took them off him and just decided he was going to do it himself.
Fuck's sake.
And we've seen now the result of that.
Yeah, that's gone well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just I don't know if it's just ego with him or what. Does he have to be the one who's kind of responsible for all success in every facet? I feel like he's just a bit of a control freak.
Yeah, you know it. Yeah, he's just. I think he's just someone that has to have overarching control over everything as far as first team matters are concerned. Well, that's okay if you're an Alex Ferguson or an Arsene Wenger or a Jose Mourinho or a Pep Guardiola, but with all due respect, David Moyes doesn't operate on that level.
Yeah, that was apparently what Moyes had said to them.
I don't want us to just be known as a team who just scores set pieces. I couldn't care less how we score the fucking goals. We're not scoring goals. That's been our problem this season.
Yeah, but the weird thing with that is you can do both. If you don't want to be known as a team that just scores set pieces, maybe work on scoring more from open play. You can still have your set pieces and score from them too.
Yeah. So, well, Steve makes the point there. He's got his wish, and he's right. Yeah, we're not scoring set pieces. We are scoring fucking anything. It's pathetic.
Yeah, yeah. Well done. That's something he's
brilliant.
actually got. He's managed to succeed at, isn't it?
Ian, did you see this? And I had it. I had it up my sleeve. I did star it. It was a question that Budgie put in during the big debate. I'll tell you what, we'll, if you want, we can discuss this little nugget. Chelsea ground sharing at London Stadium, Tom, possibly.
Yeah,
What do you think,
I don't
mate?
see it. I don't see it.
No,
I don't.
Where would
see
they
it
go?
personally. I don't really know. I mean, Spurs used Wembley, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
did.
Spurs
You think
used
they'd go?
Wembley.
I
But
suppose they could maybe they could use Twickenham. Twickenham's not a million miles away from Stamford Bridge. The question is if the RFU would sort of acquiesce to that, which I doubt.
yeah, I don't know. I think Wembley seems more likely, to be honest. But I don't know. I just don't see it. To be honest with you, I saw something about it on Twitter. I didn't even read it. I don't even know the details. So yeah, I don't know what the story is there. I mean, we're the tenants. I mean, I'm not sure how
Well, I
that
don't
would
think we.
work.
Well, I don't think we've got any say in it. I don't think, or a very minimal say, if anything. But because we're just like you say, we're just tenants. If Chelsea went to the LLDC and went, can we? And they went, yeah, okay. Then I think it will happen whether we like it or not. Which I don't particularly. You know, one of our London rivals sharing the stadium that we call our own, although it isn't ours.
Imagine it being like when we're like officially like away to Chelsea and it being full of Chelsea fans, and our friends are in the away section at the
Yeah,
LS.
great, brilliant.
Yeah, but I don't know really much about that. But to go back to our situation, I know we talk a lot about Moyes, and rightly so. Look, he's the manager, so the buck stops with him when it comes to results and performances. But to be honest, I think ultimately the blame now lays with Sullivan, because he had opportunities he should have taken to make the change, and he has made the decision to unilaterally back Moyes every time he's made a statement. What was it he said there around the new year? That, if we were looking to bring someone in to get us out of this situation, it would be David Moyes. And now look where we are. 12 games to go. We're in the relegation zone.
Do you think he's got something on him?
But here's what I was going to say to you, because to me, this is utterly bizarre behavior from Sullivan.
Doesn't make sense, does it?
I just don't
Tail
get it.
wags the dog.
Yeah, it's just bizarre. It's like, why is he still here? Like, why are you so adamant that you got? It's as if he was like a close blood relative or something, and he felt some kind of familial loyalty to him. It's like it's his brother or something, where he's, I don't want to sack my brother, I'm going to stick with him. At least then you could kind of understand, well, he won't sack him because it's his bloody brother, isn't it? But
Charlie.
But I mean, I just don't understand why he's still there.
I think Charlie might be onto something here, mate.
There's something going on, because I can't understand it. Like, why would you not have sacked him by now? It's like, I mean, with 12 games to go, you're still in the relegation zone, and we just had another 3-week break between games, and then you're thinking, right, it's now or never. It's now or never. I mean, Gatesy, are we at the point now where even if the worst thing were to happen and we were to get beaten by Southampton on Sunday, could he even sack him now, given that the games are coming? We've got a midweek game after that at home to Newcastle.
It's
and then we play the following weekend. Thursday, Sunday after that. It's like, can he even sack him now if he wanted to? Like, what do you do if you sack him now in the middle of this? I mean, April is a crazy month. I've got 9 fixtures in April. Could he even sack him after this weekend, even if he wanted to?
Well, I think you can, but then it's a question of if you sack
You'd
him,
have to
you replace him.
You'd have to promote someone internally at this point, right?
It's probably going to be someone from within. Kevin Nolan, Kevin Keane, maybe Mark Noble himself. I don't know, mate. It's a pretty shit situation that we find ourselves in, and from my point of view, totally avoidable if we'd have acted at the right time, which for me was after the Leicester defeat before the World Cup started. Should have got rid of him then. Said, thank you very much for your service, Mr. Moyes, but look, it's clearly not working, and we're going to go in a slightly different direction. I wonder whether the reason why it didn't happen was because of what happened when Moyes was let go the last time and Pellegrini come in. But then you could sort of like flip that and say, yeah, but then this situation is something that unfolded under Sullivan's tenureship when Avram Grant was in, and he should have been shown the door, wasn't, and he was allowed to get to game 37. We went to the JJB Stadium, got beat 3-2 away at Wigan, and he was sacked before he got on the coach, or on the coach, whatever it was. So
they didn't want to let him get on. Yeah, they didn't want to let him get on the coach back. The players had to intervene, like to say, "Oh, you've got to let him on the coach."
Yeah, it's a long fucking walk back from Wigan, to be fair. So...
Yeah, it goes to show, doesn't it? It's a bizarre, strange loyalty, and like if they'd have sacked him, even after we came back from the break, and obviously we didn't have a good start. It took us till the Everton game to win. If they'd have sacked him after a couple of games there, I mean, even Moyes couldn't have complained. And I never bought, into this stuff. Oh, it's too expensive to sack him. No, it's not. That's peanuts for a Premier League club.
It's even more expensive to suffer a relegation if you keep the geezer and he's completely fucking incompetent.
Yeah. Do you think not beating Southampton, say if we drew, let's say a draw, do you think he'd keep his job if we drew?
Yeah, probably.
What if we lost?
Oh, it depends on the nature of the defeat. I think if we lost, say we lost 2-1 and the winning goal was quite contentious and our general play around that defeat was actually quite good, and you looked at the players and you thought, no, he's still got the players on side, sort of thing. They look like they're playing for him, despite the fact that we didn't get a single point.
So say if we're
probably phased. But if we get smashed,
say if we're the better team and Southampton shithouse a 1-0 win, you think he'll still keep his job because we played?
Very likely. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if they won't. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I don't think he's getting sacked. Whatever happens, no. I think. If he wasn't sacked after the Brighton game, he's never getting sacked.
Yeah, I think for me that was the moment where I went, he's got to win. He can't. Surely. No, he's still in the fucking job. What's going on?
Yeah, if he can survive the Brighton game, he can survive losing at home to Southampton.
Yeah,
he can.
I think we've got him for the season, mate. For better or ill.
Yeah, and what's your gut feeling on the season? Let's say, what do you think? Let's not go even for the full season. I'll bring up the actual list of fixtures on my phone here in a second. Next 3 games, obviously, they're coming thick and fast. So on Sunday, obviously, home to Southampton. Wednesday, we're home to Newcastle. And then next weekend, I don't know if it's Saturday or Sunday.
Arsenal?
No, we're away to Fulham. We're away to Fulham. What's your gut feeling for those 3 games? What do you think we'll get, and what do you think would be enough? What do you think we need to get, and what do you think we will get if they're not the same thing?
Well, I can't allow myself to envisage getting anything less than 3 points on Sunday. I can't. We have to win. That is a relegation 6-pointer. We're the home team. I'm hearing stories about they've got injuries to this player, that player, the other player. We have the edge, surely, you would think. So if we come away, for me, I'm like...
Here's the thing, Gatesy, right? Here's the thing. We can't look at this on paper anymore. We can't. We can't look at the starting 11s and say, well, we're the better team, so we should win. Because in a lot of games this season, we've been the better team on paper than our opponents.
Unfortunately, you play it on grass.
And we've got, on paper doesn't mean anything anymore. The starting 11s and whether we're better than our opposition starting 11 doesn't mean anything this season, because we've lost a lot of those games and drawn a lot of those games that we could have won because we should be the better team. So I hear people, it's dangerous talk to me to hear people say, oh, well, we should beat Southampton at home. Yeah, we all know we should. We should also have beaten a lot of other teams this season that we've lost and drawn to. So it worries me that people start picking certain games saying, oh, yeah, we should target the 3 points here, target the 3 points there. You're fucked if you don't get them. You're fucked.
Yeah. No, I one other thing where I think, listen, there's probably people in the live chat that when I say it, they're going to go, duh, yeah, we know. And it's like, yeah. But our utilization of subs, I mean, if you've got a manager that can utilize subs and change the game like that in a flash, even if sort of like you've got an inferior 11 on the pitch, but you can bring on players that can influence the game in the final 20, 30 minutes. We don't have that. We've got a manager that, I mean, that 3 games recently, right? Newcastle away, Chelsea at home, Villa at home, where if we'd have actually put our foot on the gas in the last 20 minutes, half hour of those 3 games, conceivably, we might have got all 3 points in at least one of those games, right? Instead, we've got a manager that's paralyzed by indecisiveness, fear, whatever it is. I don't know, but it's just...
I think
the
it's
Villa
his
game, I'm
philosophy.
sitting there going, fucking go for it, for Christ's sake.
I think it's his philosophy. It's his philosophy. He just, if he has a point in his pocket, I think the only thing on his mind is, all right, let's make sure first and foremost that we don't lose the point, right?
Yeah.
He has that whole respect the point mentality. We saw it again against Villa, right? Basically, Villa went for it for a while in that second half. Emery made a couple of very positive subs just to see if he could go and get a win. And at a certain point, maybe 75th minute or so, it was obvious then that Emery decided, right, okay, I'm happy enough with the point here. He took off Watkins. He brought on the midfielder, what's his name? Chambers.
Defender.
So that's Emery saying to you, okay, I'm happy enough here. I'll take the point on the road. That'll do for us. They weren't in any desperate need of the win. So they were happy enough to get the point on the road at West Ham. And that at that point, what David Moyes should have done is say, right, okay, if you're going to settle for the point, take off Wally Watkins, your only striker on the pitch, and bring on Callum Chambers. Now we're going to try and punish you for that. And we're going to force you back on the back foot and make you hang on for whatever's left of the game, and we're going to go and try and win this thing. Moyes happily essentially shook his hand and said, all right, mate, we'll have a point each then.
So what do you think? Do you agree with me that if you've got that situation there, Tom, where you've had your opposition that have brought off their star striker who scored against you in the first half and brought on a defender, and they're basically saying, look, we're happy with the point. Would you be happier if David Moyes made substitutions that said, right, we're now going for it? And if that ended up resulting in a 2-1 defeat, but we rolled the dice, we went for it and just came up on the wrong side of it, as opposed to what he did, would you have actually been happier with that? Because I've got to be honest with you, I would have been, despite the fact we would have lost that point. I'd have been, do you know what? At least he was fucking going for it rather than being a coward.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. If he'd have gone for it, but I mean, Scamacca was sitting against the hoardings with his socks down around his ankles, looking on, like absolutely fit, ready to go, a goal scorer, really good striker, and he's just sitting there. And Moyes basically what he did was he brought on Corney in the hope that, just a high ball over the top might just catch Villa out. That was his idea of going for it.
Hmm.
Hoof some balls over the top, and perhaps Cornet, if we're lucky, we'll get through on the end of one. And it might have worked, funnily enough. Cornet was caught offside all but once, I think. But that was his idea of kind of going for it, was, right, we'll put Cornet on, and, fingers crossed, if we're lucky, one of them balls over the top will catch them out, and we might nick a winner. That's his going for it. But like you, I'm exactly the same. I think I would have been far happier if he'd have clearly gone for it. Get Scamacca on there, get Cornet on there, or even just, now I know Ings wasn't getting any service and stuff, but get them both on, and go for it. Take a midfielder off. There was no need to have so many midfielders on at that point.
Show a little bit of courage.
Show a bit of courage and go for it. Like, if he'd have gone for it, like I say, Villa had shithoused a 2-1 win. I'd have said, you know what, that's a bit unlucky, to be honest, because he at least he went for the win, and we could see he was trying to go and win the game. But the frustrating thing is when he doesn't. And it seems to be like, no matter what the situation is, we're a team that is in desperate need of some wins. And he seems to be happy to just kind of eke out these draws. And then, he'll be banking now on Sunday that we can, like we did against Everton and Forest, that we can get another 3 points. And then against Newcastle, he'll absolutely be very happy to just settle for a point. He'll go to Fulham and be happy enough to just settle for a point. He'll target certain games where he thinks, we might be able to get a win here. That attitude won't keep us up. No. Or if it does, it'll be by the skin of our teeth, and we'll be lucky, because it'll rely on
that there's 3 teams worse.
Yeah, it'll be relying on 3 other teams being worse, and he might get away with it. But I'll tell you what, it's going to be a bloody close run thing, even if we do survive. And I think it would be one of the worst jobs in a single season in Premier League history to get this squad of players relegated. I really do. I think it would actually be almost an impressive feat of incompetence to get this team relegated.
Liz Truss all over again.
We should be nowhere near it.
It's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely nuts. I mean, if you'd have said to me in the summer, on the back of spending all that money, on the back of finishing 7th European semi-final, 6th the season before, you'd have said we'd have been fighting a relegation battle. I'd have looked at you and gone, oh, fuck off. You're out of your mind. Here we are. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
But do you think, let me put it this way to you, right? Of the other 19 current Premier League managers, right?
Yep.
Do you think, and they're not all great managers. No. I mean, I look at Bournemouth, for example, Gary O'Neill, right? He came in as an interim, but he's got them playing actually pretty well. He's got them fighting, and they look a threat,
yep.
in games. They're not being, I mean, they were so, away to Arsenal, they were 2-0 up, and they were only beaten by, I think, like a 98th minute goal, only beat them in the end. And I saw them against Liverpool, where they drew, and they caused
they won.
Problems. Or sorry,
they beat 1-0.
And they caused them problems. And that's a job that Gary O'Neill is doing with a very limited squad, a limited group of players. And so that's what got me thinking, like, of the other 19 managers in the Premier League right now, do you think any one of them would have us in the relegation zone this deep into the season?
I can't really comment about Ruben Selles, the Southampton.
Yeah, I don't know much about this. But Southampton,
minutes.
But even Southampton, I mean, he's got a limited team there.
Yeah.
That Southampton squad isn't great. They got some decent players. Don't get me wrong. There's some good players in there. But even when I watch them play, you can see the kind of limitations of the team. But even they're fighting. They were 3-1 down at home to Tottenham, came back to level up at 3-3. And, they won away at Chelsea. He's getting certain results. Now, I know they'll have rehearsals as well, where they'll all have games as well, because there's such limited squads, where they will get beaten too. But I don't know. I just see the way they're fighting and the way they're set up and the way they play football. I just feel like what might they be able to do with a squad of players as talented as ours? If they could get that same level of intensity, the same setup, the same approach, they'd surely win. Like Gary O'Neill would surely win more games with this West Ham team than he can with Bournemouth. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, because I think it's probably generally accepted that the relegation battle involves everybody from 12th downwards. I tell you, let's go through it one at a time then, Tom, just for shits and giggles.
Yeah.
David Moyes or Roy Hodgson, who would you rather have at the helm at West Ham?
For these next 12 games?
Yep.
Roy Hodgson.
Julian
Lopetegui
or David Moyes?
No, Roy Hodgson, for the simple reason, not because Roy Hodgson's some great manager or anything, but I absolutely believe with this squad of players, Roy Hodgson keeps us up in these last 12 games. He will absolutely 100%. But I know people talk a lot about Palace were in free fall, but looking at Southampton, look at their next, like, is it 6 or 8 fixtures? It's all teams like below them. Roy Hodgson 100% will keep that Palace team up. He'll win 3 of those games. Of the remaining 12 games, I absolutely believe Hodgson will win 3 of them, at least 3 of them, and they'll be fine, given the amount of points they've got already. I don't think Palace are going down.
How about Julian Lopetegui or David Moyes?
Well, that's an easy one. Lopetegui.
Move on.
That's an easy one. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. He would absolutely keep us up. Javi Gracia, I think with this team, I think he keeps us up. Again, I'm not saying he's a great manager, but I just think with the personnel we have, I think he keeps us up. All it would require is semi-competence to keep us up, realistically. We've got the players, the squad is there. And there's also the freshness of it, right? So it's not just that manager's ability alone that I believe that. I think it's the fact that Moyes would be gone, which I think would immediately give everyone a lift, all the players.
Yeah.
And a new manager coming in, a new regime, new training setup, new approach to games, new tactics. Javi Gracia certainly would not set up like Moyes. I mean, Javi Gracia would have this team going out, getting on the front foot and having a go and trying to score goals. And I think the players would really respond to that. I struggle to pronounce his name. Wolves guy,
Lopetegui,
whatever. I don't know how to pronounce it. So it's not just. I'm not just factoring in the manager himself, but just the bounce. The fact that I think if Moyes left, the players would just heave a huge sigh of relief that they no longer have to go through this. And having a new manager in the fresh Dyche 100% keeps us up.
Move on.
100% keeps us up.
Steve Cooper?
Yeah, I think he would. I think he'd get enough out of this team. Again, not a great manager, but again, the 2 things I factor in the most is the players that we've got, the ability of the squad that we've got, and the freshness of a new manager coming in. It wouldn't even have to be a great manager. Do you know what I mean? I think those 2 factors would be enough that any other manager probably down around there probably gets more of a tune out of this team than Moyes can at the moment. Because with Moyes, you could even say that Moyes is a better manager than some of them, right? You could say, is Moyes a better manager than Cooper? Yeah, probably. Is he a better manager than Gary O'Neill? Yeah, probably. The guy at Southampton, is he a better manager than him? Yeah, he might be. But the problem we have is that under Moyes, it's all just gone completely stale.
Not very harmonious either, is it?
Stale. It's inharmonious. The players are really unhappy. A lot of his coaching staff are unhappy. And it doesn't matter how good a manager you are, even the best managers in the world. If that was the situation at City, they'd be in trouble, even with Pep Guardiola at the helm. If it goes completely stale at City under Pep Guardiola and the players aren't happy and his coaching staff are not happy, you start seeing it in the results, regardless of the fact that it's Pep Guardiola. You know what I mean? It's like a change now is virtually its own reward, regardless of whether you think that manager is necessarily a better manager when you weigh everything up than Moyes. I think it's just so far beyond that now. That Moyes just cannot get this done. I think the players just are not responding anymore.
Do you know who the manager I'd like out of that clutch of teams from 12 downwards, excluding us, that I'd love to see at West Ham? And we had Chris Florian from Leicester Till I Die TV on the big debate on Tuesday night, and he was like, "Oh, Brendan Rodgers, get him out, Leicester." I'd love Brendan Rodgers at West Ham. I think he'd get us playing what stylistically I think most West Ham fans would like to see West Ham play. I think he'd be great. I really do.
Yeah, I actually quite like Brendan Rodgers, but I think maybe he's in the same boat as Moyes a little bit. Maybe things have just gone a bit stale at Leicester for him. Now, I don't know obviously as much about what's going on at Leicester, but again, I think he's one of those managers where you get a couple of seasons out of him. You know what I mean? Like, you'll have a couple of good seasons and then it kind of starts falling apart a little bit. I think the same thing that's happened with Moyes. So I think if Rodgers were to come in, I think you'd see that for the rest of this season, maybe the next 2 seasons, where things would probably be really good under Rodgers, and we'd be all like, "Wow, Rodgers doing a really good job." And then maybe the next season it would just start tailing off, and but that's the way of it with Rodgers for some reason.
But then
So
this
yeah,
season
I
it's
don't
only
know.
because of the financial shit that they've been going through. I mean, I think they didn't sign one player in the transfer window, and they let Kasper Schmeichel go, and they let this player, that player, the other player go, and it was like, oh well, we've basically got to go with a load of reserves and players that last season fundamentally weren't good enough. It's like, no wonder they're fucking struggling.
Yeah, and it's a strange one because Leicester, before their previous owner sadly, tragically died in the helicopter crash, they seemed very well run, very well backed. They seemed like great owners, and now I think his son took over, didn't he?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem to have been able to really continue that and carry that on. So I'm not sure why. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have quite the same interest in it. So I don't, like I say, I'm not that familiar with what's going on behind the scenes at Leicester, but it's a pity for Leicester. Really, there doesn't seem to be much money there, even though they've sold a lot of players over time, for a lot of money. But the players they're bringing in don't seem to be quite making it work. But I'm going to put you on the spot actually a little bit. Who's your three? Who's your three? Who's going to go?
Southampton, Bournemouth, and it's not going to be us. Surely, 180 million spent in the summer. Surely we can't fuck it up that monumentally, can we? Can we? No, I don't think we will. I think we will get out of it by the skin of our teeth. I think that the Conference League will be a big distraction, but I think we will just, after 38 games, I think we will get our head above the relegation line. It will be a close run thing, though. We will be in a lot of squeaky bum time, shall we say, as Fergie said. But no, I think it will be. I'm torn between Leeds, Forest, or Palace. I'm not sure of one of them three. I don't think it's us, but I think Bournemouth and Southampton are virtually nailed on.
Yeah, I think I agree with Southampton. I think they'll go. I also think Bournemouth will just fall short, and I think they'll go. I think the third team will be either us or Forest. I think either us or Forest will go with them. I just think things are that bad behind the scenes. I just
How
think
do you
things are that
see
bad.
Championship football in London Stadium half empty playing out next season, Tom? Because I don't think that goes very well for us.
Sorry, say that again, Gatesy. I just didn't hear that.
Say, how do you see if we get relegated? How do you see Championship football at the London Stadium in a half-full stadium? How do you think that plays out for us over a 46-game Championship season? I don't think that goes very well for us.
Yeah, that's going to be painful to have. Yeah, a half-empty stadium in the Championship is going to look awful. I mean, it's not going to be like, previous times when we went down. Previous times when we went down, we had Upton Park, right? So we could still get a lot of people in there. We could still create a good atmosphere. It was still a tough place to come. It was difficult. We just won't have that. We just won't have that.
Yeah.
I think at the LS.
That's what concerns me, mate. That's what concerns me. What can you do?
I don't think it's going to be a particularly tough place for opponents to come to. I think they're going to quite enjoy being there. To be honest, it's going to be kind of a nice place to go play. So
Russ is complaining.
Yeah, I think, and obviously, look, it's
sorry, Russ.
Yeah, I know. Nice happy chat, boys. But what are you going to do? We're not in a good place. We're in the relegation zone with a really good squad. I mean, I wish
difficult to have a happy chat.
I'm
afraid, Russ.
I've been doing this show on this channel this season, and I'm coming across like a right miserable git because every week I have to come on and I have to talk about the shit show that is West Ham this season. And if I'd have been doing this show last season or stuff, I don't want to be coming on here complaining every week. But every report we hear coming out, all the insider stuff, it's all just bad stuff. And I mean, it's if someone wants to give me something to be ecstatic about, I'll come on here and be ecstatic. See, Charlie's trying his best for me. God bless him. I know he was
God
very
loves to
critical.
try it, Charlie.
Let's talk about the potential for a European trophy, obviously in the Conference League quarterfinals against Ghent, which I believe will win the quarterfinals. But unfortunately, Charlie, I'm not going to be of any help to you there either, because I don't think Moyes is capable of winning the Conference League. I really don't. I think the first really good team we come up against will knock us out.
I've booked the time off to go to Prague, Tom. Don't do that to me.
Well, I hope you like old buildings, because that's what you'd be looking at.
I was going for the cheap beer.
No, I'm serious. I don't think he can win the Conference League. We're very capable of winning it, but we're also very capable of being in the top 10.
Cheap beer. I'll just go anyway.
Don't get me wrong, I'd be ecstatic if we win it. A trophy, a European one as well. I'd be absolutely ecstatic. Ecstatic if we win that. But it's Moyes we're talking about. Like, we haven't played anyone yet. Even Ghent, not a great team. We're going to play a really good team at some point, whether it's, like Alkmaar in the quarterfinal, which I believe we'll get there. The semi-final. I think Alkmaar, the way we are right now, I think Alkmaar knock us out. I'm serious. I'm not joking. Like they've already knocked out Lazio.
Yeah, they're no mugs.
I think they'll knock us out. And also, before we go, because everyone will be complaining. So here's Kenny.
There he is. There's the boy.
Kenny.
What mischief has he been getting up to? Has he brought you any half-dead mice or anything lately?
Oh, he's actually been a very good boy, amazingly. So, yeah, but he's
quite unlike Kenny.
Yeah, he usually likes to make an appearance. I don't know why he's camera shy all of a sudden.
Oh, so ended on a nice bit of pussy by the end of the game. That's what we like at the end of the show.
Maybe me changing my name has thrown him or something. I don't know.
That's what it is. He's like, I don't know who this helmet guy is, but it's better than this Tory bloke I had before.
How are you, Russ?
What happened to Shaka anyway? Did you find out?
No. I don't know. He could well turn up any time though. Shaka, that's just Shaka. He
stood up.
text me this morning. Yeah, no problems. I'll see you later. Anyway, gentlemen, thank you so much. Gate's doing double duty. Thank you so much, gents.
Yeah, we've got Nick, Gary, and Virgil coming on now, so more cheeriness.
I'll just throw myself on. Hello, Tommy. Hello, mate. Gatesy, you all right?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Nick? Not bad.
I'm all good. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. I was going to jump on with you for the last 5 minutes. My network just went. It died. It was gone. So I've had to do a full reboot, but I'm back. You all right, Russ?
Yes, very well, my friend. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm good.
Good.
Wasn't one of the puppies chewing the cables or anything? Was it Nick?
No. Have you had that experience yourself, Gatesy?
I've had lots of things getting chewed. I've got to tell you, but she's gorgeous, mate. Honestly,
Is she good? Yeah. Oh, brilliant.
Beautiful little
No,
girl.
she is lovely. She is lovely. We miss her. But
when do you got left?
we've got two left. But I think we've got a home for one of them. We're going to keep one anyway. We was going to keep two, but I think we can't have 4 dogs, can we? So we'll have to make do with 3.
Do you know what she did last night, though, Nick?
Yeah.
Go on.
I couldn't be a breeder. Sorry, Katie. Go ahead.
That's all right. Sorry, we were doing a stream last night, and I had Winnie sort of like she was sitting on my lap and she was stealing the show. And
yeah,
you'll notice here there used to be a sponge muff. Well, Winnie ate it.
That's gone.
Winnie ate my muff.
I've seen
that film.
Winnie loves the muff.
Yeah, I've seen that.
She does.
Yeah,
more than I did. Sadly,
those 1970s ones, isn't it? Where they're all big. Yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah,
we've gone from pussies to muff.
Yes.
Oh, the second I turned up, there we go. Go on, gents. Go on. You go enjoy the rest of your night, Gates, and
no worries.
Tommy, thank you so much.
Thanks for having us, guys. Take care.
See you later, mate. Bye, Willy Wacker. Bye, Helmet Shiner. See you later.
Go away, Gates. He just loves it. Can't get rid of him. Right. Okay. I'll pass on to you, my good friend. Obviously, the Clarin Boo Boys. You know all about them. Looking forward to the next couple of hours. I'll be sitting in the background laughing away. Go on, I'll leave you to it, man.
Is this Pornhub? Well, it's about to be. There you go.
Yeah.
There's John. Look, there you go. There's yeah. And there's Gary.
Hello.
There we are. Right, how are we, gents? You all good?
Yeah. I reckon West Ham network at this moment have never had as many female viewers as they've got right now.
Do you reckon they've all tuned in, haven't they?
All tuned in.
The minute John came on screen.
Ladies tuned in for us three.
Right. Okay. Well, look. Listen. How are we going to do this? Because we've got 2 hours. We've got 2 hours to kill, and this is all for a very good cause, as we know. You know, Iron supporting Foodbanks. The link is in the description if you do want to donate, and if you can, you should. It's a brilliant cause. So yeah, we're gonna do our best to chew your ears off for a couple of hours. Won't be a problem.
Can I interrupt? Yeah.
Well, you often do.
I often do. You see that banner going along the bottom there? It's got the Just Giving link. Yeah.
Hang on 1 minute.
Yeah. Can I go now? Yeah. Thank you. Right. The Just Giving link is going along the bottom of the screen. Please donate using that link, because if you donate just by giving money on YouTube, then it will they'll take 40% for themselves. Whereas Just Giving, they get 100%.
Yes.
So there you go. Just thought I'd say that.
That's correct. Yeah, that is true. That is true. So yeah, go straight to that link. And like I say, it doesn't go. It's not via West Ham Network or anything like that. It's the official link. It goes straight to the people that need it.
Yep.
All right. Okay. So what we're going to do is, as our mate Mickey Smith, you all right, mate? How's it going,
Mickey?
How's it going? So look, we asked questions. We've missed the Boozecast this week. All right. Now I know we've done one live Boozecast before. So what we're going to do is do a Boozecast now. So those of you that have got our number, I know a few of you have. If you want to send in your WhatsApp voice notes to help us, give us something to chatter about, then please do. But John, do you want to pull up some of the questions on the phone?
Yes, mate. I will do that for you. 1 second.
Good stuff. Go on, you can do the. You can
got
do
a new phone there, and I've got
the
rid
narrating.
of my BlackBerry, and I've got this
You
new.
know
mobile.
that me and John can't see the comments.
No.
Yeah, I know, but you don't need to. It's all about me anyway.
Yeah. Well, it's true. Yeah.
So, since you met that geezer down the pub, you've changed.
Don't you go upsetting people.
Hang on, where's the comments? I'm trying to bloody find it now. Put me under pressure. Hang on, here we go.
Come on, John.
Okay, so where should we
John-
start? Let's have a go.
John's got the full 6 inches.
First of all, Kevin F. So we've asked a question. Ask us any question about West Ham.
Yes.
Booze cost. Kevin F's just asked a very random question. What's your favourite cheese?
I'll go first on that. My favourite cheese is look, I like cheddar. I'm boring, but I like strong, mature cheddar. The Black Bomber. Black Bomber. If you've ever had that, it's nice. You get it in the little wax casing that you get it from. Get it from the little deli counters in the supermarkets. It's not too posh, but it is lovely, creamy, beautiful. That's my favourite cheese. Gary.
Dairy Lee.
Dairy Lee.
That's why you married your missus, wasn't it? Dairy Lee on toast was the first meal she made.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I like a bit of red Leicester. There's the I can't think of this name. I think I mentioned this to you the other week, Nick. Whenever a cheese board comes up, because in my life a cheese board does often appear, right?
Of course, yes.
Well, there is a particular cheese. Can't remember the name of it. It will come to me throughout the show. I'll come back to you on that one, right? But
I don't mind a bit of roulette.
Roquefort.
I don't mind a bit of roulette at Christmas time. The old garlic cream cheese that you spread in a cracker. That ain't too bad.
No. Roquefort.
You know what?
Is my new answer.
I'm thinking some of the West Ham Network viewers that don't know who we are, they must think the calibre and intelligence of our viewers to ask such questions.
This is literally how it is, people. You don't know what you're missing.
I will find the football related question. Hang on. Right, here we go.
Hang on, one minute before you go, John. Richard Dodds, our mate Dodds, he's come up with a little question for you. A question for John: who's the last celebrity you've had in your taxi?
Yeah, well, I picked up Mr. Nigel Khan earlier from Fenchurch Street.
Stalking him, ain't you? Stalking him.
What?
Stalking him.
No, I just saw him. I thought he was busking at one point. He was standing in the street. And he's the only man I know. He wasn't wearing West Ham kit or anything, but he was still claret and blue in colour, even though he wasn't wearing anything West Ham.
Yeah.
Have you got one of those trackers on Nigel's phone so you know where he is?
Yeah,
I reckon he has.
Got to look after the old boys, isn't you? Got to look after the old boys.
Yeah. Well, now come on, fucking no more food questions, please.
No more food questions. It make you hungry, wouldn't it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to find one. Hang on.
Shall I do it? Do you want Daddy to do it?
Hang on, I'm trying to find it. Right, here we go.
I'm dying here, John.
This is from Cornish Soapy. This is from Cornish Soapy. I don't usually have to do this sort of stuff. He says, hi lads.
Do you want Daddy to do it? Go on,
Hi
sorry.
lads, do you think, shut up. Hi lads, do you think in this management turmoil, we as fans should 100% support the team on the field, but at half time, continually chant Moyes out or sack the board until the players return? So I think what he's saying is there a way that the fans are we able to, during the game at the very least, get behind the players on the pitch, but before half time, before the game and after the game, vent our frustrations at the Moyes and on the board?
Yeah, I mean, for me, absolutely. Look. First and foremost, we want to start up this season. David Moyes has done his usual in his pre-match press conference, rallying the fans. He's a bit softer in his approach this time, asking us to be the 12th man. But it all comes down to the same thing. You've got to give us something back. And 9 times out of 10, it ain't even performance. If West Ham fans can see 110% from the players on the pitch, we'll get behind them. We'll get behind the players. And we will make a noise before. But the only thing that can take the wind out of our sails isn't even a goal. It's what we've been watching, which is, a downbeat performance. That will, if you're passive on the pitch, it will be passive. Even if we want to get behind the team, it gets very difficult. So if it's passive on the pitch, it will be passive in the stands. So I just hope that we're a little bit different. We should do that. I agree with what he's saying. However, if it's going bad, and this probably sounds a bit silly, but look, how much I want Moyes out, but I want to stay up more. I do want to stay up more. But if it's going badly, then yes, we should be venting our frustrations at halftime and after the game. In my opinion, we should be.
Yeah,
but we should give them 45 minutes at least.
Yeah, look, I don't think you need to start with the Moyes out until after the game, right? I don't think you should do anything during the game to disrupt the team or the manager, right? So the best way to do it, you get to Moyes indirectly by having a go at the board. So I reckon sack the board is a good one, right?
Yeah,
that will get Sullivan's attention.
Yeah,
almost immediately. So that's the best way to do it. You don't have to go straight for Moyes. But yeah, let's hope it turns out right anyway.
I think the thing is obviously in view of recent revelations, I think a lot of people now, and obviously when I made the video about Rice the other day, I think a lot of people now are probably of the opinion that the players are so stifled that you sort of almost start to feel sorry for the players. You know, if it's true what we've heard, that Moyes is literally unbreakable, inflexible in terms of formation and not allowing the boys to go and play and all that, then how much blame do you put on the players if they literally are confidence ridden because the manager has no confidence in them? So I'm not really sure. I mean, I've never booed a player anyway, if I'm honest with you. And I think, to be fair, the only time they've had a bit of stick the players was after the Brighton game, wasn't it? Nick, you was there when people were singing, "You're not fit to wear the shirt," and that. Is that right?
After the third goal, it turned very nasty. Yeah. So when
it was aimed at the players, wasn't it?
It was. I wouldn't even say it was aimed at the players. It was literally just discontent. It turned into. Do you know? It was piss taking. So we were singing, "We're fucking shit," blah 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 blah. It was like that. We were mocking our own team, so mocking the players on the pitch. But ultimately, that was aimed at the manager. You know, the frustrations were boiling up, and it wasn't that they were singing, "You're getting sacked in the morning," stuff like that. There was an awful lot aimed at Moyes. There was, especially from me. There was a lot aimed at Moyes from me.
I'm all in favour of doing that after the game as well. I'm all in favour of doing that after the game and giving Moyes a load of grief if he's done the same thing like we expect. I mean, we don't expect him to line up against Southampton and take the game by the scruff of the neck and go for it and try and score goals, do we? Really?
No.
I don't.
No.
Be a great surprise if it did happen. But yeah, if it does turn out bad, I mean, if we, please God, we scrape a win because we need to. But if it does turn out bad and the worst happens and we lose to Southampton, then at the end of the game, he will deserve every single little bit of stick that he gets.
Yeah, he will. You know, I'm not saying.
If you thought it was negative already, the football, it's only going to get worse from here on in because he's backed himself into a corner, like I've said many, many times before.
Yeah.
And the thing is now, as a fan base, I think you said it the other day, Nick, really now it is about the results over performance anyway, isn't it?
Well, we ain't going to get a performance anyway, so the results
no, I know.
are only... Yeah.
Well, no, I know, but, it's just...
Well, now it is. I mean, look, we've got to look beyond Moyes. I don't believe whatever happens, David Moyes will be in next season. I'm pretty certain of that. I think his time's been served. Whether or not he'll survive till the end will depend on the next 3 games or so. But unfortunately, I think what that means is I think if we do badly in the next 3 games, I think our fate is virtually sealed anyway. You know, if we don't get much from the next 3 league games.
This is a massive week of winnable games, right? As far as they go in the Premier League, no game is easy. But Fulham away, we've got to be looking to win that. I'm pretty sure Moyes will be looking for a point. Home to Southampton, got to win it. There's no room for a point in that one. And at home to Newcastle, I'm sorry, I am not that impressed with Newcastle lately. I know their striker Isaac is on form and stuff like that, but I think that game is there for the taking.
Yeah.
Right. Night, Doddsy. Doddy off to milk the cows in the morning. Thanks for joining us, mate, for 10 minutes. Yeah, cheers for the
thanks for the 10
bloody
minutes.
old farmers.
Thanks, mate.
Barry, you're right. You're right about Newcastle. You're totally right about the Newcastle. I totally agree with you.
Where did Russ come from?
Sorry, I'm sitting there and I'm sitting there going, do you know what? He's bloody right. Gary's bloody right about you.
Get off. This is our street.
Go fuck this burglar.
I'll just kick him out. Fuck off. Go on.
Your mum's watching
him off his own street.
Your mum's watching you, isn't it?
Sorry, Russ. Go on, mate. Sorry.
No.
All right, then, mate. Yeah.
Don't give Nick too much power, for fuck's sake.
That's it. He's going to regret that. You should have just given me an invite, mate. You should have given me an invite. You give me power. This is what happens. Right, so.
Right. If you've got
Cheers,
any
Jack, mate.
Thank you. Thanks, Jack.
My son loves that geezer.
I think most people do. He's almost got as many subscribers as us. Have you seen his channel?
I've seen the stuff he does with the West Ham. I don't know. I've seen the stuff he does with the West Ham.
He's
boys
rather,
when they do the
he's,
food
rather
tasting
popular. He's rather popular. Yeah, he's good. He's good. Very good.
Right, here we go. Any questions as well? People could ask them in the chat now. Do you know what I mean? If
Yeah,
people
yeah.
have got any questions? Let's have a go. Can you ask people? This is from Flameur 1977. Can you ask people if they are tired of everything about this season? I am. After 25 years in love with West Ham United, I feel mentally and physically drained. Yeah.
Perhaps I'll let you answer in a minute. I know your answer. It's just predictable, Nick, right? You know what you're going to say, But
I might surprise you.
But the thing is, these are the slings and arrows of supporting West Ham, right? These are the ups and the downs, mainly downs, right? This has not been, believe it or not, the worst season I've seen with West Ham. We've seen plenty worse than this. It's terrible. The football's awful. It's not entertaining in the slightest. But what? I don't know. Maybe my expectations are very, very exceptionally low. Go on, Nick.
Yeah, it's been exhausting this year. It has been. It's sucked the fucking life out of everyone. Like I said, we've all been moised. I've almost arrived at the stage now. I mean, I've been through rage. We've all. I think we've all been through it. And I don't know. I'm starting to feel a little bit apathetic. I mean, don't get me wrong. The rage will re-emerge if we get beat against Southampton. I'm kind of telling myself I've accepted relegation, although I know I haven't. But I'm starting to feel more apathetic to it, towards it. But yeah, we've got a question here. What about you, John? It's been exhausting. It's fucking tiring.
Yeah, it is physically and mentally tiring. It does make you. I'm not going to lie. It's been making me think, I can't bother going over there, but I still do. I drag myself over there, but I've never really felt like that much, especially in recent years. And I said it before, even under Allardyce, I didn't sort of hate it this much.
No.
And that's the truth.
Yeah, I know. Do you think, like, going back to the sort of halftime protest with Moyes, do you think just booing? Do you think rotten fruit, or do you reckon like the older? Do you remember like when you were in McDonald's and you chew up the paper and you do spitballs? When you like to see him covered in spitballs at half time, just as he's walking down the salon.
That's someone's dad, Nick. That is someone's dad. Remember that. Jesus Christ! Nick just spit on the geezer.
Well, no. Right, Jack Mate's giving us a question as well. There we go. Right, who is one player less than 5 million market value that you would have back at the club? I'll go with John first. Go on, John.
Oh, wait,
this
give
season,
me a chance. Less than 5 million.
Oh, he fucking divers like Moyes. Gary, go on, you go.
I can't go. You go first.
Hey?
I'm thinking. I'm processing.
I'd have Ginge back. Dawson.
I'd have Dawson back. How much do we pay for the cameo?
No, less than 5 million market value now. I'd have Dawson or Ginge back at the moment, because I think I don't think.
Are we talking about current players or players in the past, or what?
It's not stipulated. He's kind of left it. But yeah, no. Who's one player less than 5 million market value you'd have back at the club?
The geezer runs a big, massive YouTube channel. You've just been telling me how good he is, and he can't even ask a question properly. What's going on here?
I'll tell you what. I've got an answer. Right, and you may disagree or agree with this. And I don't know how much I don't know. I can't remember how much he cost back then. Right. I would bring Lucas Neal into the club.
That's a good shout.
Right back.
That's a good shout. He won't be a £5 million player now, though.
He is the one that organised that whole team and kept us up that year.
Yeah, look, I'd have the Canio. What was the Canio? 1.5 million or something? I'd have the Canio back.
Well, the thing is, we signed him so cheap because he was a fucking lunatic and no one wanted him, didn't we?
Don't matter. Still cheap.
No. I'm just saying that's why he was so cheap, though, wasn't it? So it's
yeah, but we loved him. We loved his eccentricities. We loved the fact that he was mad.
I loved him.
We've got a bit of a thing for nutty players, haven't we?
I'm not being funny though, John. The Canio ain't the man you want for a relegation struggle, a relegation dogfight, is he?
Yeah.
Yes, he is. Why?
No, he's not. Lucas Neal is the bloke you want, isn't it, John?
See, you know the thing with Lucas Neal.
Wouldn't you like Dawson back until the end of the season? Do you not think that would help us?
Yeah, of course. But I mean, I don't think
Listen, the team was all apart and in not working together when Dawson was here. I'm thinking about someone that can come in, get those players together, and make them pull in the same direction, irrespective of the manager. Remember what Anton Ferdinand said about Lucas Neal and the way he led that team and kept them up.
Yeah, but I was never a massive fan of Lucas Neal.
Of course you weren't, because you went for you were calling him Lukash Neal, weren't you? You were doing all that. He was a great fullback, great defender.
Great. He was at the time when we had players like Lewis Bow and Morte and now.
Right.
I mean, fucking hell.
Hang on. What I'll do is I'll pair me phone. I've got 2 audio messages. If anyone else wants to send us a message in, send us a message in.
Yeah, we are cutting edge technology.
We are.
When you say anyone want to send a message in, have you put your number on the screen?
No, I'm not doing that because it's just
Why?
because I might as well.
We might get Jackmate phoning in, and all these followers come and oh no,
that's true. That's
all
true.
These followers come and follow West Ham Network, and then they all donate to Foodbank, West Ham Foodbanks, and then it'd be brilliant. Get Jackmate to phone in. Well, if he's that big, that might be like his publicist, like talking on his behalf, mightn't it?
That's right. Thanks, words and pictures.
He does all the Jackmate does all the bits and pieces with the players, doesn't he?
Yeah, the food thing.
Yeah.
I watched him do one the other day with.
Yeah.
He did one the other day with Aguerd, Zuma, and Finn Downs.
Yeah, they're good. They are good.
What was he getting? What was he getting into?
Was it Ramadan and all the food?
Jelly deals and stuff, or not?
No, it was all about Ramadan, the food that they have when they break their fast and that.
Right.
People of Islam faith.
Right.
Faith. It was interesting though. Yeah. Finn Downs was sitting there just thinking, "Where's my pie and mash?" Although that was the longest I've seen Finn Downs for a while.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I'm not sure if anyone knew who he was. How many voice notes you got, Nick? Questions?
I've got 2. I'm just trying to fucking do it from the start. Right, here we go. You ready?
Don't swear on West Ham Network.
Been ready for like 5 minutes.
It's late. It don't matter now.
Don't swear on West Ham Network.
Hey guys, Russ here from Bishop Stortford, although I'm currently in Turkey and still watching your shows.
Show off.
And enjoying them very
man.
much. I'm not sure
Committed.
if that is sad, but it is what it is. Firstly, you guys are amazing, so thanks for all the stuff you do. I'm going to stay away from your typical Moyes out type question. Talk about number 10s. There's quite a few great number 10s in the Prem right now. De Bruyne, Silva, obviously both at City, Odegaard, and we've had some great number 10s over our time at West Ham too, from Benayoun to Berkovic, and more recently Lanzini, I guess to an extent Payet as well. But for me, absolute head and shoulders above those guys for West Ham, with his ability to play behind the lines, find space all over the pitch, play on the half turn and thread killer balls through, is Thomas Souček. And of course, not only have you got to give Souček credit, I mean, what genius manager decides to put him in that 10 spot.
Sarcasm.
It's amazing. What do you guys think?
Right, go on, John. Go to you first.
Well, I started to think he was being genuine for a moment, and he'd had a few too many drinks over there in Turkey. But yeah, it is a strange one, isn't it? I mean, even if you look at our current crop of players, I mean, there's probably 3 or 4 better number 10s that ain't even getting on the pitch, i.e. Fornals and Lanzini, to name but a few. And it is quite disturbing if you actually think that Souček is your best number 10. I mean, it does beg a belief, doesn't it? It does make you question everything about Moyes. And look, there's no doubt Moyes has been in the game longer than any of us, right? And he's an expert of the game. But then you look at the decisions of playing Souček in the number 10 ahead of not only Paqueta, not only Lanzini, not only Fornals, just think, what are you doing? He's purely there because he's a big lanky fucker, isn't he? Oh, sorry.
Come on, don't be harsh. I mean, look, it's Souček's natural ability on the ball, right? He can pick a killer pass. He's got a low center of gravity. The guy can always find a gap. Great under pressure as well. When people get in his face, fantastic. Yeah.
Look. At the end of I mean, I've given him so much stick over the years, Souček. But I actually genuinely feel sorry for him now. I don't think you'll find a more honest player. He really is an honest player. He's honest and hardworking. It ain't his fault he gets picked. Should he get picked? Should he? No. No, he really shouldn't. Not in that team.
Do you think he's ever played number 10 for anyone else?
No.
So do you not think that he's even thinking, David, what am I doing playing number 10, mate? Do you think I know he probably ain't said it. Because
I don't think it's a traditional number 10, is it? Because, I mean, the way that we play with him, I think the idea is for him to make those late runs into... He's a box crasher, isn't he? It's for him to make those late runs into the box because all of our supply doesn't really come through central areas. It comes out wide, whipping balls in that are often crap.
But all intents... But if you look at the formations, he's always positioned as number 10.
Yeah, no, I know.
On the digital things that Sky do and all that, but... Yeah, I don't know, mate. It's just baffling. It's just a waste. It's just a waste of a position. Who
would be your?
Go on.
Well, in terms of number 10, though, go back the last sort of 20 years. Who's your favourite number 10 at West Ham?
You know, I always overlook, and the guy who asked the question now, I always overlook and forget how good Ben Ayoun was.
Yeah, he was superb.
He's one of them players. For me personally, I often forget how good he was, and when someone reminds me, I think, yeah, you're right, he was fantastic. So, Ben Ayoun, yeah, I'd say. I mean, was Payet number 10? I don't know. He was
like wide left, wasn't he?
I'll be up with Ben Ayoun if I'm honest.
Yeah, I like Ben Ayoun. I like Berkovic as well. Berkovic was superb.
Also good, yeah.
He was brilliant. How about you, Gary?
Yeah, no, I'd go for those two. Benny Yoon used to excite me. I really like a player that runs at defence, and he had such good balance. Benny Yoon, so good down both sides. With both feet.
Mandy G's pulling out a few here. Joe Cole, Devonshire, Brookin.
Well, Brookin was my all-time favourite number 10, obviously, but I don't think you or John have ever heard of him, have you?
Shut up.
Didn't he get us relegated that season when he came in?
Gary, you're lauding the fact that you're old. Yeah, you're going. Look at me, I'm old.
There's got to be some good things about it, right?
Yeah, true, very true. No, obviously, I never saw Brookin play. If I'm honest, what did he retire? 85, 84?
Yeah, 83, I think. 83, round there.
No,
I think.
Was it 83? Was it?
His last game was at home to Everton. I remember going.
Yeah, see, I was only a wee whippersnapper, so I've seen footage of him. Obviously, I know how good he was for the club. Devonshire's the same for me. I never.
Oh, top man, Mickey.
Yeah. Cheers, Mickey. Yeah, Devonshire was just outstanding. We've had so many good players like that over the years.
We have. We've normally got a talisman. Oh, what's this one? Jack, mate. There you go. Pronounce that.
Savio Nsireko.
Savio Nsireko, yeah.
He was great. He came on, he made one substitute appearance, and we never see him again.
Was he the little Italian lad?
Yeah, he came in under Zola, didn't he? Come in under Zola?
Yeah, I think it was under Zola. Paid quite a bit of money, didn't we?
Yeah. I think we did. We got our trousers pulled down there, I think.
Right.
Not the first time.
So we got. I don't know. I haven't listened to these yet, so they're going to be a surprise. So apologies if they're already swearing them. This is Sam from Baz Vegas. This is probably a follow up to the Who Would You Shag one. And what was the question before?
I don't know, but
was it shag, marry, and dump? Wasn't it?
Yeah, he didn't want to speak to me because I benched Di Canio. I didn't want to marry Di Canio. Right up.
Right, here we go. Oh, do you know what? It ain't going to work. Me little box of tricks has failed. Hang on.
Bloody hell.
That is fine. Yeah, I know. I don't know why.
This is always the same.
Have you run out of questions there, John, or have you got...
No, I've got some, yeah. I didn't know I was still needed, if I'm honest.
Between the two of you, it would be good if we got a question.
I know. Well, Gary, you can open up the community section and read a few out yourself.
I could do. Yeah, I could do.
He's had a busy week flying to and from America.
I know.
You know what I mean? Very, very busy lad. Here we go. If we stay, this is from Malcolm Brown. If we stay in the Premier League, Premiership's rugby, if we stay in the Premier League next season, which manager would you like to see? I mean, that's a massive question, isn't it? I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, I do like the Will Steele guy. I can never see it happening under Sullivan, which is why I poo-poo the idea. Not because I don't think he could do a good job, bit of a maverick, bit of a new breed of manager, but I just don't see it happening. Carrick, if Borough don't go up, then you could persuade Carrick. But the only thing, I mean, I've heard today that apparently Daniel Levy is interested in trying to get Vincent Company over from Burnley. I mean,
And
that's been
apparently
all
he's
over
interested.
talk
Apparently he's interested as well, John.
yeah, but they've said he's interested.
Yeah, apparently so.
You two talk for a minute, and I'm going to reboot this. Go on.
Yeah, I was
I
surprised
can't.
he's interested. I mean, he's Burnley are on the verge of getting promoted. You would have thought he'd want to see that job out, unless it is talking about taking over next season rather than this season.
Yeah, but look, if you there's no haste in these new young managers who are doing well in Championship level to move up to a club just for the sake of moving up to a club. Vincent Company's got time on his hands. He don't need to rush it. He will at some point probably end up Man City manager in the future.
Yeah.
You know, he's created something at Burnley. I mean, Burnley would have probably come back straight back up under Dyche anyway, but he's changed the whole, the whole style of play, the whole everything at Burnley. So I can't see him leaving.
No,
and they're going to go up. I think did they win tonight? They played tonight, didn't they? I didn't see the result.
I don't watch results other than West Ham's, but
I can't see him leaving.
I would take. I agree with you about Will Steele and Carrick. I don't think anyone's going to take a gamble on Will Steele, especially us. Carrick is
more feasible.
Carrick is more feasible, and I would go for that. I would go for that. Absolutely. I'd love to see a young progressive manager join West Ham. I really would.
The different.
Will Steele's got to be the one for me, or like you say, or Carrick. I mean, that'd be a fucking dreamland.
Oh yeah.
But I'd be more. I prefer Carrick because he knows the club inside out. You know, he spent a lot of time there as a youth academy player and a player. He's also, you've got to remember, he's worked, alongside. He's been a coach at Man United for a while. He's played with some great players there. He's been managed by some great managers in his time, namely Alex Ferguson, to name a few. But if Borough don't go up, I think you've got more chance of getting him.
Yeah.
Quite rightly.
I think even if they do go up, you've got a chance of getting him. I mean, Borough versus West Ham. I mean,
yeah, but I think he'll look to give him a season in the Premier League. If you lead someone up, like the same as Company, if he gets Burnley promoted in his first job in England, he ain't going to walk out of them as soon as he gets them up. He's going to follow through that season and see where it takes him, isn't he?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah,
I think that's the same with Carrick. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't think like John says, you can't. I mean, at the moment, if these people are doing well, if they're doing well at their current clubs, why would you leave and jump for what appears to be a bit of a basket case club at the moment, which we are. I know Moyes has had those two seasons, but I don't know.
We are a basket case club, but if you look at it, a London club with a huge following and money to spend versus the challenge of bringing a team, and we've seen it time and time again because Carrick and Company, they could come up with their respective teams, get absolutely dumped, slaughtered, because neither of those teams are going to spend big money like Forest did, and Forest are even in right down the bottom, right? So they're going to struggle because they're not going to be able to recruit a Premier League team. I don't think Burnley have got many what I'd describe as Premier League quality players left. I think they've sold all their best players, all their best Premier League quality players. Middlesbrough have been out of the division for quite some time, so that's going to be a rebuilding job. They're going to need money when they get promoted. So I think either of those are feasible. But Carrick, I think, is with the links to West Ham, he must remember back to his time at West Ham, and he must have some ideas about how he'd like to change the club and all that sort of stuff. But
most of them, I'm sure they all have, but it's being hamstrung by the obvious, which is Sullivan. It's no coincidence that every manager fails under Sullivan. As Mr. Mace says here, any manager who'd willingly want to work for Sullivan is mentally flawed and should be excluded from the selection process. That kind of that don't help us very much.
What I would hate is that if he was to bring in a young manager, and the young manager was so grateful to have the job, they'd let Sullivan just call all the shots. Because I suppose the one good thing about Moyes is that his contract, he's not letting Sullivan call all the shots. But at the same time, it's that's a contract like that. You're kind of reliant on the manager turning out to be good, aren't you?
Yeah.
What's this one?
What's what?
Right, here we go. Right, so I've got a message from Russ. I'd say let's do Sam from Baz Vegas first. Let's see if I can get that working.
Go on then. Yeah, sorry.
How you doing, boys? Hope you're all doing well. Even you,
Yes.
John. I'm over you benching the Canio now, so I forgive
Still
you.
saying it.
So, got to ask a nice little simple question for you. What would be your starting 11 for Sunday's game?
Oh.
And I only asked this because of the madness I heard come out of a West Ham fan's mouth yesterday. Driving along on the M25, working with a geezer I don't normally work with, started chatting. He's a West Ham fan, season ticket holder. I thought, oh, sweet, have a little chat. So I asked him, obviously big game Sunday, what would be your starting 11? And the shit that came out of his mouth, I could not believe. He had, I won't go through the whole starting 11, but I'll just give you 3 names that made me physically be sick in my mouth. He had Fabianski over Areola.
Oof.
And he also had Kera and Soucek in his starting 11.
No.
What had he been smoking, mate? But you'd be happy to know I kicked him out on the M25 and made him walk home for that ridiculous answer.
Good work.
But go on then, what would be your starting 11?
Cool, I'll tell you what,
Right.
he's a bit like you, Nick. If you don't like your answer, he loses it, doesn't he?
Fucking right, no. Don't mess around. Don't hang about. Don't muck around. I'll go first. My starting 11.
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't
Go
we
on.
do if we're going to go through your whole 11, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, go on then.
Right. I'm gonna base this on what we've been talking about for a few weeks. I'm gonna base it on the 3-5-2.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna go for, and I'm gonna go against something that he said there as well. So I'm gonna go for Areola in goal.
Yeah, you're going to pick Kera, aren't you?
I'm going to go for Aguirre. I'm going to go for Zuma. I'm going to go for Kera because I want to play high and I want pace at the back. And I think Kera would be more suited to a possession-based team. I don't think he's good backs against the wall. He's crap. So I would play him on the right side personally. And then I would go for. I would play. This is going back to the Harry Redknapp days where when you play the wide players, they ain't wing backs, they're wingers. So you had Trevor Sinclair and Stan Lazaridis. So Gary from Romford's voted in.
Oh, get him on. Get him on in a minute.
So I would go for a conventional left-sided player. I'd put Bowen on the left wing, and I'd put Ben Rama on the right wing as attacking players. I'd go for Rice, Paqueta, and Fornals in the middle, and I would go for Skamaka, dropping a little bit deeper, but as a front two with Ings, but Skamaka being a slightly deeper one, linking play, getting forward, because I think that'd be his job. So that is what I would do. I'd like to see Bowen and Benny bombing down the wing and whipping the ball in on their stronger foot to provide supply to two very, very good players. So that's what I would do. Gary, I'm very sorry, mate. This is not a phone-in show. This is the Booze Cast, so you'll have to wait till Sunday.
Tell him
All
to
right?
leave a voice note.
I don't think he knows.
leave a voice note.
I don't think he knows how. He's tried before. I'll phone him back in a minute. We could get him on. So yeah, that would be my starting 11. But go on, Gal.
Yeah. I think 3-5-2 is the right answer. I mean, look, this is all nonsense anyway because there's no way he's going to play 3-5-2.
Yeah.
The back three that you used to select, or the back four, so Areola, Aguirre, Zuma, Kera. That is for me the right selection because Kera, the only position he can play is right of a 3 in centre.
You don't have to pick him though. You don't have to pick him.
No. But I think he's good in that position. He's actually good in that position. It's when he comes into his own because that is his position. He can't play right back. He can't play, in part of a middle two, a central two. Right? He can't do it.
So where does he play for Germany then?
Where? Well, he plays quite badly for Germany, doesn't he?
He got absolutely annihilated by the German press after the game against Belgium.
But so is Paqueta. These players are going off the boil. It's all about momentum. Now I know that it hasn't affected Declan Rice because Declan Rice has picked up. But what I'm saying is not every player is the same, and they've been taken out of their environment. They've come into a club. It's gone to shit for a lot of them. And I think it's affecting the players. And like I say, players are going downhill. Kera won't be a German international for long if he stays at West Ham. Neither will Paqueta be a Brazilian international. I don't think, by the sounds of it. And he was a mainstay. He was a mainstay in that team.
Right, so I've done me back the 4, and then I'd go with Emerson over on the left. I'd go Soufal over on the right. I would play Rice and Paqueta. No, hold on. 5-3-2. Yeah, Rice, Paqueta, and Fornals in the middle. Right.
Yeah.
And up front, I would play Bowen and Skamaka.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, you played Bowen.
Was that the same as yours?
Similar. So you've gone Bowen and Skamaka up front.
Well, I think yeah. I think that would be my first choice. I'd like to see Ings and Skamaka, but yeah, I don't know. I think the reason I say that is because of the amount of work that Bowen gets through.
I think there's logic. I think there's logic in that, and I think that is why. One thing I will say about Ings and Skamaka, they are not the best pressers.
That's what I'm thinking. He gets through a lot of work, Bowen. He'll do the work for Skamaka, right?
But they like playing as a 2 as opposed to a 1 up front, so they'll work better as a 2, won't they?
Yeah. Well, I'd like to see it and see if it works. It would be nice, wouldn't it? Just once this season. How about you, John?
I'd go Areola in goal. Now, if everyone's fit, because obviously we've heard some rumours that a few of them might be injured. I mean, Skamaka, Emerson, and Aguirre apparently are carrying knocks, are coming back from international duty. So I'd go 4-2-3-1, but I'd do it like this. I'd play because I like the way Emerson's been playing at left back personally.
Yeah, true.
I'd have Aguirre and Zuma centre backs. I'd probably have Soufal right back if he's fit, because he only seems to be fit when he plays with Czechoslovakia at the moment. Because I think he's been doing all right for us in the last few games, to be honest with you. And it takes Kehrer out of the equation. And then I'd have Rice and Paqueta as the 2.
Yeah.
I'd have Bowen on his natural left side. I'd probably have Benny on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in terms of the 3, my 3 would be a little bit disjointed in so much as I'd probably have like Skamaka playing like number 10-ish role of the 3, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
And then Ings in front of him somewhere. But, it's quite a fluid system. My system's quite fluid. It's not rigid like yours, Nick, yeah?
Yeah, I'll get that, yeah.
Because I'm more of a modern day manager.
Yeah, who's got their badges, all right?
Did you see that message, Nick, in the private chat? There's a message from
Russ.
Jack, mate, in the...
Yes, I did respond vocally earlier on. You obviously weren't listening to me like you often do.
So Jack Mate has basically done what I told him to do.
Right.
So basically, Jack Mate's followers might as well just follow me now because I'm basically in charge of him.
Right, here we go. I've got it here. I'll play it now. You ready?
Go on.
Question for the lads on the stream. If you can't say Portuguese Danny, who is the top 3 best looking West Ham United players ever? Can't wait to see you squirm over that.
This is right up John Street. This is right
my
up John
shout,
Street.
if I'm allowed one, if you don't mind. Skamaka, number 1 by country mile. Enjoying the stream. Great cause. Keep it up, lads. Killer you guys. Question
Cheers, Jack.
for the lads
Thanks,
on the
mate.
stream. If you
no, it's
can't
playing
say
again.
Portuguese...
How do I stop it?
He asked the same question.
How do I stop it? Right. Go on, John. Go on. Give us your man crushes.
Oh, mate, man crush. Oh, you know mine, didn't you?
Yeah.
So, you know, like for me, Dawson is top draw because guy, he's like the modern day milk tray man. I can just imagine him doing anything necessary to get me my box of milk tray. He's just a beautiful looking man. And when I met him at the petrol station with my boy, he was a wonderful human being. He wasn't one of the modern day footballers who shunned it. He was, go on in, mate, and all that. But I have to agree with Jack, mate. I think Skamaka's a very good looking man. My missus, she absolutely weeps over him. She's like, fried egg sandwich couldn't be any more wet. I'm gonna say number 1 Dawson, number 2 Skamaka.
Yeah.
Number 3, right? Sebastian Schemmel.
Schemmel?
Yeah, Schemmel.
Someone's put that in there.
Where?
In the chat. So we've got.
We can't see the chat. You're in charge of it.
Richard B.
There you go.
I can't do everything, John.
When he first came to us,
Matt B's got a good point there. Dowie's got to be up there.
Dowie's right up there. Yeah.
What an ugly bastard.
Dowie looks good from behind.
Nose like a builder's elbow.
When Sebastian Schemmel first come in, he had that lovely blonde hair. He was like saying different, wasn't he? He was like,
I don't know. I've never felt about a player that we brought in, but
Listen,
maybe that's just me.
I can admit if a fella's a good-looking bloke. It's why I tell you you're an ugly fucker. Yeah.
John's comfortable in his sexuality, Nick.
He is.
Geezer, taxi driver.
All right, go on, Gary. Who's your man crushes?
Oh my God, this is tough, isn't it? Well, I ain't really got any man crushes, but I'll tell you what. Let's take it back. I'm trying to do a quick search here.
No, you can't take it back.
No, Google. No, Google.
No, number one would definitely be Skamaka is a good looking lad, isn't he? He's a good looking lad. But I'll tell you what, looking at the faces here, I think James Tompkins would have to be a number 2. He's a good looking lad when he was here, wasn't he?
Decent shout, I suppose.
Yeah, decent shout. It was like a sort of cheap, low cost model material. Yeah. Schemmel, yeah, he was brilliant. Yeah, he was beautiful man. And who else will I do? Number 3.
Who put him up? Who put his picture up?
Del, he had a face like a bulldog chewing a wasp. I'd have said a bulldog licking piss off of stinging nettles. That's what I'd have said. But no, I didn't put a picture up. That's Russ in the background putting pictures up.
Oh, for God, he's like God. He's like God. He's just like there.
I'll tell you what.
Pops up every now and again and throws something in.
I'm going to have my number 3 for the same reason that John picked Dawson. I'm going to have Trevor Brooking as number 3 as the best looking.
I'm not having Trevor Brooking.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, I am. I'm going number 1 Skamaka, number 2 James Tompkins, right?
Nah,
number 3
not
Trevor
having
Brooking.
that. Not having Trevor Brooking.
Back in the day, good looking lad. Back in the day.
There was never a day. There was never a day when he was good. Looks like a librarian or something.
Oh, he did when he does now. You would when you're 80.
You are. You're 71. You're nearly 80.
Fuck off.
I'm gonna go.
On West Ham Network.
I'm gonna go for
Here we go.
number 1 for the time that he was here. In terms of if I've ever had a man crush, that was probably it, and it was probably more to do with his football and the way he spoke, and he done his interview with his French accent, and that's probably Dimitri Payet.
Why can I? Right, that's a good question. That's a good answer. But you've gone extra manly with your voice. And
yeah, I just really got to say it like that. Yeah.
And then you've gone, but not because of his looks, because of his football.
No, not just because of his looks. I mean, I think it was more. Yes, we should tell. It was that sort of thing. So that was Dimitri Payet. I think I go for. I probably would put Skamaka. Skamaka's got to be second. He's a handsome devil, isn't he? And probably after that, it's got to be Lanzini, isn't it? Got to be Lanzini. Little Lanzini, yeah. That'd be it, yeah.
Ugliest. Let's do 3 ugliest players.
Yes, fucking Dowie's top. Dowie's got to be top
on all of our lists.
I loved Keith Rowland, but he looked like Beaker at an Muppet show.
It was bad.
Joey O'Brien. Joey O'Brien weren't good looking geezer. I mean,
I'll tell you what, we've had some ugly managers though. You mean like Avram Grant, right?
Yeah.
Actually looked like a corpse in some of his pictures, didn't he? David Moyes, the early photos of David Moyes are fucking superb. And Glenn Roeder weren't a looker, was he?
Well, David Moyes now, David Moyes has got a face like I imagine a 90-year-old testicle would look like at the moment. It's all fucking shriveled up like a walnut, isn't it? He's really struggling.
Had too much sun, hasn't he?
Not on his
Don't
nuts.
go down well with the gingers, does it?
Prejudice. You can't come on here. Yeah, you can't do that on West Ham Network.
I know you can't. I know.
Terrible behaviour.
Right, okay. Well, here we go. So I've got this is Irish Tommy. I think this is the voice note you're talking about, Tommy. Here we go.
Irish Tommy here. I have a question for you 3. What unsung West Ham player did you absolutely love and were gutted when they left?
Unsung West Ham player. That's a really good question. Has anyone got one they can go on? Has anyone got one they can go on? There's a lot of
many
them.
for me.
There's a lot of them.
Many for me. I remember I used to absolutely love Matty Holmes. Do you remember Matty Holmes?
Yeah.
And he got a big
Holmes
move.
under the hammer, yeah.
Yeah, he got a big move, didn't he, to Everton, I think, and got his career he got a massive injury. But I used to love him because he was such a hard worker.
Yeah,
I've got the answer.
Go on.
All right, you don't even need to compete with me after this. Stuart Slater.
Yeah.
Fuck Fuck off. Don't give me that.
Was he an unsung hero?
He
People
was a
loved
hero,
him.
though, wasn't he? He was a hero.
People loved
He
him.
was magnificent, that guy. For a couple of seasons, he was brilliant. He was nailed on to be an England player, an England left winger, until he decided he was a striker and convinced Billy Bonds that he was a striker as well, and then got his move off to Celtic, and his career went down the toilet. He could have been something really, really special for us. That's the answer. So don't sneer at me, John. Don't sneer at me.
I'm not sneering at you.
I could change the narrative a little bit and go to because obviously you picked two good ones there. But in terms of players that I feel like West Ham fans undervalued and went on and proved this wrong, is Frank Lampard at the top of that list?
Well, I don't think everyone did. I think
most people did. Most people did.
Gary did. Gary did.
Yeah.
But, no,
that's a good one from Russ back there. He said Hayden Mullins. That is a really good shout.
Oh yeah. Good.
That's a really good shout. Yeah.
There was a lot of players, in that season when Pardew brought us up. There was a lot of players from that sort of era.
Mr. Mace, Peter Butler.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Definitely.
There's loads. But that
you Gil.
Could have been a star. Could have been a star.
Top drawer he was.
There's another one as well, Pedro Obiang. I liked him as well. He's a good player.
Decent player.
Yeah.
Is Pablo the current one?
Probably. But he doesn't get enough game time there. So he's going from unsung hero to sort of almost a forgotten man because he just doesn't, he's getting 5-minute cameos and stuff. It's pointless. Absolute pointless what's going on.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Chris Miles has gone Bellamy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I loved Bellamy when he played for us.
Yeah, I did as well.
Yeah, he was
I know. There's loads of them. Look, Chiarti.
I loved Chiarti.
Chiarti, for some reason, I don't think, it's my opinion anyway, I don't think the fans ever took to Chiarti.
No,
I really like Chiarti.
I don't know why. It is a strange one.
On mass, they didn't. I agree with you.
Samasi Abu. There's another one.
Fans' favourite.
Yeah.
Well, until he missed that penalty against Arsenal in the cup match.
This is an excellent one from Mr. Mace, Leroy Rossini.
You know what? It's funny you put him up because that came as soon as you mentioned Abu, I thought of Leroy.
Yeah.
It is amazing. You remember the diving header in the 3-3 draw against Nottingham Forest?
I was just going to say that when the ball went back post and that was a great day.
Yeah.
That was a great game. That 3-0. Yeah. Well done, Gary. You got.
But when you talk about players and you profile players that give 110%, that was Leroy Rossini, wasn't it?
Oh God,
don't you think maybe it's indicative of what we are as a club? But don't you think a lot of West Ham's fans, like a lot of your favourite players, were players? I've said it before, I'll say it again. They might not be the most technically able players, but they just gave it their all. And because of the club, because of the sort of clubs we are, let's be honest, we don't have many world-class stars come through our doors. So you sort of embrace the hard workers more than maybe most clubs would. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, look how much we love Marlon Harewood.
No, that's it. Well, Tommy said Zarate and Emel Furtado. We've got João Mario. Yeah, I think he done all right at the end of that season, didn't he? João Mario, the Portuguese player that came in.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Gone on to do well as well.
Mike Small,
the lamppost.
Couldn't stay on side.
Diamanti, good one. I did like Diamanti.
Yeah.
No, we've had a lot, and then you get the good players, and they come and go so quick.
Trevor Morley.
Yeah. Trevor Morley. No one won a free kick like Trevor Morley.
No.
Mm-hmm.
How many? What we got there? It's Colton Cole probably isn't he?
He's got his own song, isn't he? I think
definitely.
Yeah,
definitely. I think we should. Once we've finished this one, we should flip it on his head and talk about who's your favourite nutter.
Who's your favourite nutter?
We've had lots of nutters.
There's only one. It's Dix for me all day long.
Oh come on, look, Dix, Di Canio, Moncur.
It's Dix. Mad
Dog. We've had a lot of nutters over the year.
Yeah. No, it was Dix for me all day long.
Yeah, but Dix was a fan's favourite from the outset, wasn't he? But you remember like Thomas Repka, people hated him at first because he was terrible. But then when we got relegated, he was still there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And then they grew to love him again. It was just.
He was. I went to one of his last games, which it might have been his last game. It was away to Aston Villa. We beat them 2-0, I think, and he came over to the fans and tears in his eyes and everything. He was a proper hard nut, but he loved us. He did.
Dawson's got to be up there as well.
In terms of hard nuts, he's a tough guy, and this is a great shout from Mr. Mace. Actually, Tim Breaker gets forgotten.
Yeah.
He's probably up there as because we haven't had that many great right backs in recent memory. He's got to be up there, you know.
Yeah, he was at that charity do we went to, wasn't he? At the at the club in Romford. He came across really well in that. Yeah, I agree. Tim Breaker.
Favourite nutter, Keith Robson.
Yeah, he was. He was
play.
apparently. Yeah, I never saw much of him, but apparently he was.
There you go, top nutter, Julian Dix. I agree. John Moncur, Irish Tommy's gone, and Stuart Pearce. Stuart Pearce was.
Stuart Pearce was a nutter. Yeah, he had cold eyes. He had cold eyes, Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, because I heard was it Perry Groves? Well, when I went to Arsenal West Ham and I went corporate and they had a compare there and it was Perry Groves and he was walking.
Corporate.
No, he weren't a compare. He was walking around meeting and greeting people, and it was one of the blokes on our table, a guy called Tony. He asked him. He said, "Who's the hardest player, West Ham player you've ever played against?" And he said, "Well, look, obviously, Julian Dix was terrifying." He said he was horrific to play against. He said he just tried to hurt you. He said, but if you ever get Stuart Pearce look you in the eyes, he said it's terrifying. He said the guy steals your soul. He said it is horrible. He said he looks at you like he's going to do you some real damage. So yeah, he said those two.
He broke his leg and tried to run it off.
Yeah,
I know.
And he was about 42 then, wasn't he?
Yeah,
he was. And he still came back from it and played after that.
I once did when Russ was doing that My Hammers 11 thing. This is what I did. I did my 11 nutters, my nutty 11, right? And I had Ruddock in the middle as well, right? Because he was slightly deranged, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Bellamy was.
I'm just making sure I haven't got any more messages. I haven't. There's no more in there.
The cupboard's empty.
The cupboard is empty. The cupboard is bare. So, is there any more questions on there, John?
Hang on, I've got to get it up now, anyway, because I've come out of it to do this. So, hang on, give me a second, people. Just talk amongst yourselves. It's quite easy.
Hang on. Do you want me to do it? Do you want Daddy to do it?
Nick, stop calling yourself Daddy. You fucking knobhead. Fucking Daddy.
I love that.
If you was my dad, I'd phone hold line.
I'll be back in a sec.
Come on.
Right here. There we go. This is from Raynham Iron. Did you watch the Will Still video on the coach's voice, and what did you think? Now, we have spoke about this a few times on WhatsApp and that, haven't we? But go on, Nick. I know you love Will Still. Go.
Will Still, yeah, I have seen it, and it's incredibly impressive. And to be quite honest, it just gives you a bit more of an insight into the workings of a guy's mind like that. You know, he's been in the game a long time as well. I think a lot of people think he just came from playing Football Manager, didn't they? To getting that opportunity, he's not. He's been in the game for sort of 10 years. He's been to university. He's got the highest qualifications you can get, because he first of all he was going to be a player. That's what he wanted to be. Realised he weren't good enough, and then said, "Well, look, there's loads of jobs in football." So he picked coaching, and he's been in and around football coaching for an awful long time. Got his opportunity, earned his opportunity, and he took it, and he's been fantastic ever since. And he's just dynamic. And when you look at what we've got at the moment, where we've got a guy in charge who's he's the opposite of dynamic, whatever that is. You know, he's got one trick. He's a one trick pony.
Undynamic.
He's undynamic, and the fact of the matter is, right? He literally, and the fact of the matter is, he was great when he first came in, and he had that one plan, and the one plan worked really well. Got them all running. We had that effective counter attack. But the minute that people decided to stop doing that, people decided to stop letting us in behind and give him a problem he couldn't solve. He physically can't. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't. He's got all of these new players now, and it's to have someone like that, to have someone like Will Still, I think he's genuinely the type of guy that you could drop him into a group of players in any scenario, and it gives you the impression that he would formulate a plan to get the best out of the players that he's got. Unlike someone who just needs players to fit his one system. I think Will Still was the type of guy. He's way more than that. And look, I'm not all about Will Still. I just want a manager like that. I want someone young, enthusiastic, forward thinking, modern, because the game has changed. You know, it has changed, and yeah, it's well worth watching. And it was Dave that told me to go and watch that. Yeah, it's brilliant.
How is that Celtic manager doing? The one that
Postecoglou. I've not been following it, but I would like him as well. I know he's not young, but he is dynamic. He's brilliant as well. You know, he's still got an awful lot left in the tank. I love his style of football. So he's another one. I just want someone a bit more progressive and forward thinking. And so, you know, we can't be having this shit no more. I've not been following it.
I wonder how he's doing. How he's been doing since we gave him a load of compliments early on, because he
just
said
us.
some wonderful things, didn't he, about the fans, about the Celtic fans and everything else.
Yeah,
and he tried to pull the club together, and I think that's what we need. I mean, we've got a manager who basically ignores us.
They're top of the league by 11 points.
Yeah. Oh, right. Brilliant. No, I'm
by
really,
9 points. I can't count.
Really pleased for him. So that hopefully that will. You know, because was he relatively unproven when he came in?
Yeah, Gary, in 29 games, they've scored 93 goals.
Yeah,
with all due respect,
I know.
it is the Scottish League.
I know it's a Scottish league, but they ain't PSG.
It's a two-horse race.
Yeah, I know it's a two-horse race, but what I mean is he hasn't got like Neymar and players like that playing for him. He's gone out and he's found players.
Go to Scotland.
No, but he's gone out and he's found players from the J League and stuff like that. He's gone and brought good players in. He spent money well.
He knows the J League, didn't he?
I know.
He managed in the A League, the J League, the K League, and now the shit league.
But he's done the shit league. Yeah.
Well, look, I'm
Is
sorry.
that where he managed beforehand, though? John, is that where he managed beforehand? Does he just come from Australia or whatever?
No, he managed in the A League, I believe, in Australia. He managed in the J League, the Japanese league, which is how he's managed to identify some Japanese players and take them to Celtic.
Right.
I'm not saying he's not a good manager. I'm not poo-pooing it, but you can't pull out stats like 93 goals. I mean, you know, after Celtic and Rangers, there's no one up there. I'm not being horrible. They walk through most games, don't they? Let's be honest. And Rangers ain't what they were. But in terms of Will Still, I've done loads of digging. I do like the sound of him, but I just the funny thing is when you look at a lot of teams, they bring in. If you look at Patrick Vieira, young progressive manager, Palace have got rid of him. They brought back an old dinosaur. This whole new progressive manager thing. I think with chairman is a little bit of a token gesture, because as soon as things go a little bit wrong, they want to get rid.
That's a sticking plaster, though, isn't it, John? That's a sticking plaster. By the way, before we continue with this, thank you, Howard, for that contribution just now. It came up.
Yeah.
And also, let's do a check. We're at the top of the hour, so let's just remind people that if you want to subscribe, if you want to contribute, either contribute directly on YouTube or preferably go to the Just Giving link down the bottom here. You know, but either way is good.
If you donate via that link, 100% of the money that you're donating will go to them. If you donate via YouTube, then Google take their cut. YouTube take their cut. So it's they've posted the link up there again. So, but thank you anyway. It's convenience as well, isn't it? Like people have just got the Google account. So it's So it's all,
basically you're telling people to stop being bloody idiots.
No.
Yeah. So where were we, John? Where were we? We were talking about Postecoglou, right? And he done J League and A League.
I was talking that like a lot of chairmen, they say, let's bring in these young progressive managers, but they don't really give them time. They get rid of them as soon as a few bad results come their way. I mean, Arteta, you know, big respect to Arsenal, the Arsenal board. They believed in him because, you know, this time last year, a lot of Arsenal fans they was calling for his head, Gal. They was.
But this is a good shout from Mr. Mace, and I completely agree. I think that's when you know that some homework has been done.
What?
When some homework has been done, like I'd quite like a manager totally out of left, someone I've never fucking heard of. Someone brought in, you know. I think that would be refreshing.
We're never going to get a manager like that under Sullivan, are we?
The Brighton organisation, though, and the guy who owns Brighton, they're on a different planet to us, right? Yeah. I mean, the way he selects talent. You know, I don't know what proprietary algorithm, you know, what it consists of, but it'd be great if we could get access to it, because I think every other club needs that. He identifies talent, hardly ever gets it wrong. He, like Brentford, you know, if Brentford are completely prepared to lose Thomas Frank, right? That's why they've put him on a long contract. They're prepared to take the 20 million payoff to get rid of him, because they've already got their next manager lined up, and that is exactly the same with Brighton, right? That we haven't got a fucking clue. If we fired Moyes, say we lost to Southampton, we fired Moyes Monday morning, or Saturday night or Sunday night, David Sullivan would be out there looking for a manager, going, "Who am I going to hire?" There's no one out there. There are loads of people out there. There's, football is a huge game, and there are hundreds, thousands of managers out there, good progressive ones. It's a matter of finding them.
Listen,
Needle in the haystack,
look,
right?
Listen, I'm not being funny. A lot of the managers in the youth academies that are coming through are young and progressive as well. A lot of the ones that are breaking through now are coming through from because they've been coached in a different way. So they've earned their stripes differently, and that's why. Even in our own club, we might have someone coming through at the moment who's a good young manager. You just don't know.
Yeah,
no,
you don't know.
No.
But do you know what I don't want? And this is really what I don't want. It makes me sick. I do not want any manager to come in and have the level of control that David Moyes has got at this club now. I don't want any manager to come in and have that level of control. I want him to come in and be a fucking coach. That's what I want.
Yeah, but by saying that, you're saying that the club retains control instead of the manager. And I can't
be having that thing with Moyes
we don't
again.
have, Nick, the director of football thing, right? If we had a great director of football and the manager was just a coach, then yeah, we could look at it just like that. The manager comes in, he coaches the team. The director of football works with the head of recruitment to recruit all the players, and the coach is just there to coach the first team, right? That would be ideal. But as long as you've got Sullivan poking his little fat fingers in and wants to retain control and get involved in the recruitment and everything else, it's not going to work. I think Sean touched on it a couple of shows ago in Gates' show. Sean was very clear that what Mark Noble is doing, it's not really a sporting director's role, right?
No,
let alone a director of football, because and Sean said this, Moyes wouldn't allow it. Because his contract says that you can't bring somebody in above me.
I know.
What?
I know.
But
Do you want me to break a little bit of Well, listen, it's not news. This is something that I've been told.
Not another geezer with a pub story, is it?
No, this ain't. No. This ain't. This isn't a friend, by the way. This is someone I've had a conversation with following that show. No, following the show the other day. Lovely guy. We had a great chat. Obviously, got me number off the stream. He was very good, very knowledgeable. Spoke to him for sort of 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and we're going to have a chat with him again before we do another show, because some of the stuff that I must admit, he was like information overload. He was throwing so much stuff at me. I was sort of taking a few notes as he went, so that I could sense check it afterwards. And everything that I took a note of, he was bang on. He was bang on with everything, and he seems to know an awful lot about the club and the runnings of the club. And what he said was about Mark Noble was that Mark Noble went to. This was about the fallout. So Mark Noble was deployed to France to go and scout a few players in January or just before January or whatever, and he was sent to watch Terra Moffi. And apparently he came back and he basically said he's shit. He said he's no better than Antonio or not as good as Antonio. And then the next thing he read, and he fed this back to Sullivan. The next thing he saw that Sullivan's put a 30 million bid in. And that is what I'm told caused the massive fallout, because he was literally like, what am I doing here? You just taking a piss. If you just sent me over there to get me away or something.
But technically, Noble's right. I'm not saying his opinion of Moffi is right, but what I'm saying is you've sent someone to do a job.
Yeah.
You call them back and get their opinion, but go against them anyway. It must make you feel like an absolute mug, mustn't it?
And he'd only just started his job at that point as well. So, so it's undermined him straight away.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you know what I find unusual, though? Moyes is the way he wants to control everything. I thought those days, that was what Wenger and what Ferguson used to do. I didn't think managers were that powerful anymore in terms of all-encompassing. You know what I mean? I thought managers these days, the new manager is just coach, like you say.
Yeah.
I didn't think Moyes would get that much control, if I'm honest with you. It still surprises me now.
I remember now what we were talking about when I started promoting the Foodbanks thing, and that was about Roy Hodgson and the fact that Crystal Palace have pulled the ripcord and got rid of a progressive manager in Vieira and brought in the old bloke, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, it does not look good. The optics of it are terrible, because if you look at the run of games that Vieira had up until he got sacked. It was a very, very difficult run of games.
Yeah.
And
Gary, 17 games with was it 2-1 win or 2 wins or something? It was ridiculous.
I know. There was no shot on goal in 3 games or whatever. I know.
17. They were shit for a while.
Yeah, no, I get that. But you know, you stick with a manager through all the tough games. Let him not bring home any points, and then as soon as you got a run of winnable looking games, you fire him. It don't make any sense really to me.
Yeah, but it don't make any sense. But if it works and they go and win a few games, yeah, you could turn around and say, well, Vieira would have won that, but that's just hearsay, isn't it? So they've taken a risk. Look, listen, I'm pretty certain that there must have been a reason why they've done that. You know, we don't know what goes on inside the club. No, it's not even that. You don't know if there's been fallouts. You don't know you don't know what's happened in the club, and they just might be a little bit more reactive. They might go, no, it's toxic. There's things not going right there. Let's just get rid of. Let's change. So it could be that. You don't know. You don't know what the dynamic is.
No.
But yeah. So
you don't know. I mean, it sounds like the Crystal Palace players. A lot of them are kind of disengaged. Like Zaha has got.
Well, Zaha's on his way at the end of the year. He's on his way. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's probably strutting around trying to avoid injury. I mean, Zaha, I've never really rated him either.
I agree.
I know you don't like him very much, John.
No.
He's a big whinger, isn't he? He's a whinger. I mean, it's all he does. It's all he does. He dives a lot.
He's an incredibly good player, though.
He's the most fucking
judging that by, Nick?
player. Yeah,
he's a good player, mate. He is a good player.
He's one of them players. He likes to be the big fish.
I know he's not likable.
No, I'm not saying about that.
Yeah,
he likes to be a big fish in a small pond. He tried the Man United thing. I know it was quite a while ago. Didn't work out. He's come back to Palace. He's probably one of their greatest players ever. You know, but at the end of the day, he's 30 now. He's out of contract in the summer. He ain't going to get into any top 6 team, in my opinion.
No.
So he's been offered mega bucks to go to Saudi Arabia, wherever Ronaldo is. You know, I think he should just choose that option rather than sit on the bench for a top 6 team for less money. Go over there and earn 300k a week.
Going back to Moyes,
he's not great. I think he's overrated.
Yeah, going back to Moyes, right? He clearly held all the cards in the negotiation with Sullivan for his new contract. So after that first season where he kept us up, right, he clearly, you know, could put what he wanted in the contract, and Sullivan would have agreed to it because he's got total control over everything.
Yeah,
and that really can't happen at a football club in this day and age unless you've got an absolute legend. You know, I mean, Wenger had complete control of the club. Ferguson had complete control of the club. It just does, as you said, Nick, it does not happen these days. That is old-fashioned. Now, I know Sullivan's 74. Sean said in that show earlier that he's not going to sell up this summer.
Yeah.
However, I don't think you'd know that he's going to sell up until he did. I think he's not going to tell anyone, including Sean. You know, but he... I don't think you can teach an old dog new tricks. I don't think he's going to go for this model. If I was Sullivan, I would be definitely... If I'm 74 and I'm a recluse and I'm sitting in my house doing, you know, basically on the phone all day to football agents and whatever else, I would want to know what's going on in my club. What he's got at the moment is basically he's got no relationship with David Moyes, apparently. Don't talk to him. He's got a relationship now with Mark Noble, and Mark Noble is a conduit between him and David Moyes to let him know what's going on, right? I mean, I don't know about you. If you're in that situation, you would need to delegate. Bringing in a director of football is a massive advantage to someone like Sullivan. His eyes and ears on the ground. Bringing a seasoned director of football. You know, like, who's the guy that was at Arsenal who's twiddling his thumbs at the moment?
Yeah, but...
No, who's the guy that worked with Arsene Wenger for all those years? He's doing nothing now.
Oh, I know what you mean.
I can't remember his name.
I can't remember his name.
Oh, Dean.
Yeah, Dean.
Yeah.
You know, bring him in. Give the guy total control. Give him total control over everything. Or someone of that ilk. You know what I mean?
I think the Noble. I think I said it when we got him. Everyone was laughing. The Noble title is just title. It's a gesture. The reason Sullivan's brought him in because Noble's relationship with Sullivan is going to be far better than his relationship with Moyes. You know, Sullivan's been there since Noble was a kid, right? So I think the reason that Noble's there, not only to appease the fans, which it was to some degree, but also I think Sullivan, if he's not talking to Moyes, then he knows that Noble's going to give him all the insight, and he knows that Noble's got the club's best interests at heart. So he's got Noble in because he trusts Noble. It doesn't matter about his qualifications or lack of.
I
You know,
don't.
that's the man that's under the-
Scott R said, "Is Moyes gone if we lose the next one?" It's probably probably based on that. What I was saying with that, I did ask that guy. So the guy that I always ask everyone, and he was completely honest. He said, look, he doesn't know. He said I can't talk from a position of knowledge. He said because I don't know. He said, but my opinion is, he said unless we was to lose heavily or something, he said he can't see them getting rid of him. So that was the opinion on that, which is probably right. It's not right, but
like it or not, the director of football position, and Mark Noble is a sporting director. He's not director of football. I think they've done that consciously. They haven't made him director of football, right? Because Moyes' contract won't allow it. David Dean is the guy I'm thinking of, right?
David Dean, yeah.
David Dean. He's sitting there twiddling his thumbs. This is a guy who was as much responsible, well, almost as much responsible for the success of Arsenal in all those years as Arsene Wenger was. He was amazing, right? Now, if you want to, in the future, make Mark Noble a director of football, what better way than to bring in someone like David Dean or someone of his ilk and let him mentor Mark Noble whilst being the director of football, a proper director of football, and let David Sullivan kick back and enjoy himself in the back office, doing what he does. But a good director of football would control David Sullivan.
But Gary, we're talking like I know what you're saying. That's what we need. It's what we've needed for an awful long time. But Sullivan didn't employ a director of football. He brought in a good guy that wants to do more for West Ham. But he didn't bring him in as a director of football. He's brought him in. I'm not being funny. He was like to appease the fans. That's what I think. And I think his role's evolving. I think his role's evolving, and I think there's probably a lot of it as well, because we know he's working with the kids now. He's working with the under-18s. He's fucking putting his boots on. He's playing with them. And I think what he's doing is he's stepping back. I think he's stepping back from the first team, maybe because he can see what's happening. So I think he's throwing himself into that. He's going, no, I'll deal with the academy. So I think that could be quite key as well, because if it's looking like there are going to be some changes made in the first team, because of his relationships that he's got there with the likes of not just Moyes but Nolan and people like that as well, he might not want any part of that.
I think Sullivan has nailed his colours to the mast this season. We either live or die with David Moyes. That is what's going to happen, right? So we stay up.
Good shout from Mickey there. Look.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, once you fire David Moyes, his contract is irrelevant then, right? Then you can do what the hell you like. And surely Sullivan, even in his mid-70s, surely is, otherwise it's, if he doesn't want to make a change like that and become a grown-up football club, then Sullivan's as big a narcissist as David Moyes.
He's had 16 years of doing it. How long have you been in charge?
I honestly think that Sullivan this season would have killed. I think that this would have killed Sullivan this year. I think him going out spending 170 million, 180 million like he has, and then going out desperately in January trying to buy in Danny Ings, trying to spend another 30 million on Terry Moffey. It's him desperately trying to make this work in spite of that manager. He probably knows full well that he's done wrong. He's gone out and he's spent all that money on flair players, but he hasn't got a flair manager. He knows he's fucked up. He knows he has. And it is a massive mistake. But I don't doubt there is no way that Sullivan's sitting there smiling at this. He's probably in hell. But this is it's his own doing. It's his own doing.
But the thing is for Moyes is that he's very lucky that there is still so many teams involved. If we was,
I know.
There's no doubt if we was cut adrift in the bottom three, he would have been gone, right? But the fact that there's still technically 8 teams fighting for relegation or fighting to stave off relegation, it's actually done him a massive favour. Because at any other time you've been in the bottom 3 in, what is it now, April, any other time you're in the bottom 3 in April, you'd have been gone.
Yeah.
So
totally agree.
It's so tight and congested down there. Do you know what I mean?
Right. So we have got more questions. So I'm gonna leave this one with you. Is this the right one? Right. So I'll leave you 2 with this one because you're gonna know what my answer is gonna be with this, and I'm gonna go and get a top up on drink. So this is from
where are you going there?
Get a drink.
Well, what are you getting?
I'm gonna top my wine up to the top. I'm gonna have a half a pint.
You're gonna get a drink out of him, bro. He's tight.
Fuck off.
When you get back, I'm going to go and get a drink as well.
Right, Alec Bassindale.
Yeah.
Right, he says if you, bearing in mind this guy is Moyes out as well, but he's just being devil's advocate. So he said if you place yourself in an outside looking in perspective, could there be any justification at all in calling this season a transitional period, like Arsenal before this season, where they struggled in the league but are now favourites to win it? Right, Gary, John, I'll leave you with that for a minute.
Go on, Gal.
Well, I think if you describe a transition, you're transitioning from something to something. There is a destination, a clear destination. And I think if you look at Arteta and what he was trying to do, people could see the destination and the way he was trying to get that team to play.
Yeah.
I don't think you can describe this as a transitional season because, yes, he has added some new faces, some very expensive new faces to an old team, but he has continued to play in exactly the same way, right? Backs to the wall, defense first. Yeah, it shouldn't be like this. Go on, John.
No, I mean, I get what Alec's saying, and I know he's Moyes out, so he's obviously just putting the question out there. But initially, start of the season, you could have an argument for it, bringing in 8 or 9 new faces and, you know, spending big money and all that. But the problem is that, and I disagree with you in terms of the way we play is the same. I actually think the way we play is actually, it's regressed. It's worse the way we play. It's actually gone backwards. It hasn't gone forwards. You're right. There's no identity to the reason there's no identity is because Moyes is stuck. He's backed himself up against the wall. He can't be forward thinking now if he wants to. He's scared anyway, and the fact that we are down there has made him even more cowardly. Let's be honest. And look, I was championing him at the start of the season, and everybody.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and we all wanted him to do well. Yeah. But when you look at it, you sort of think, do you not want to do well for yourself? It's almost like you can't help but question his own ambition because you think you're not doing anything about it. You ain't trying anything new. That's the frustrating thing.
I know that is really a good point because, you know, if you are absolutely failing at your job, now I know. Look, what makes it better for him is even if he fails miserably at his job, right, he's going to get his old contract paid up, right, and he'll likely get future employment somewhere else, albeit it won't be at the same level, right. And the guy's a very rich man already. He's had several large payoffs from different clubs, so he has the safety net. So it's not quite the same as the example I'm going to give you. But if you are doing absolutely terribly at your job, and your manager or whoever is saying, look, it's not acceptable, this is crap, you would try to change things around and try to change it up and do things differently, wouldn't you?
But then sorry to interrupt, but then that's why I disagree with Nick when he says this must be killing Sullivan, because if you was underperforming in your job, Gal, your boss above you would be saying, fucking sort this shit out.
Yeah.
If Moyes isn't changing or doing anything different, it means no one's even telling him to sort his shit out above him. So it's almost like they're all.
If you listen to Sean, if you listen to what Sean said earlier, John, Sullivan doesn't even talk to Moyes that much.
Well, well, I mean, how could you have a relationship like that then?
Well, I don't know. He's supposed to be his boss. So how do they communicate? How does a message get from Sullivan to Moyes? Is that through Mark Noble or through the coaches? How does it get there?
Fuck knows.
You know.
It's baffling. It's baffling.
Yeah.
The more you learn, if it's true, and the more you hear, the more you think, how on earth has Moyes still got a job? But then also, how on earth has Sullivan managed to keep us in the top flight for so long with his lack of... He's got a lack of ambition in my mind.
Well, I think he's lucked out a few times, Sullivan, and I think he lucked out with Moyes the first time around. You know, he's also fucked up a few times as well. I mean, the Avram Grant year was just an abject disaster. And that's what worries me. This just feels like the Avram Grant year again. He's just refusing to see it. He cannot see it.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to go and get a drink.
Okay, right. So what was that question?
Alex,
well, I'm not going to answer that one because you know what my answer is. No, it is not a transitional period. Well, it is. It's us transitioning to shit.
No, I was saying it could have been a transitional period, but when you see that we've actually regressed and we're not even playing as good as we was before, we're actually worse.
Well, look when
There's
you've
no argument for it.
but when you've got a style of manager like, let's say Arteta, who you would say is probably a little bit more of a visionary, modern, you might think he's working towards something. But I think with someone like David Moyes, I think he's hit his ceiling, or he hit it a while ago. You know, he's not gonna burst through that, is he?
No.
But
Gary said that Sean said that Sullivan doesn't even communicate with Moyes. If that's true, then I mean,
yeah, no.
That's a terrible relationship, isn't it?
Certainly is, mate. Right, there's no more questions on that one. Let's try and find another one. Is there any? Mind you, can't see the chat, can you?
I can't see the chat. So you've got to do it, mate. Obviously, because
Right.
you're like the leader.
Okay, people in the chat, come on, give us something to talk about. We've got another 20. We've got another 35 minutes to go. Help us out. Come on.
Tinder.
Give us a
Tinder chat.
Tinder.
Oh, Nigel's in the chat.
Is he?
Yeah, he's just got back from his bingo, isn't he?
Sam Allardyce was a disaster. That's one for you, right, John? In your honest opinion, right?
Yeah.
Who was more successful at West Ham in the jobs that they did, and which periods did you enjoy more? Was it David Moyes or was it Sam Allardyce?
It's difficult for me to say because they both did their job within reason, right? Allardyce got us promoted straight away, kept us up. The season after that, we finished a little bit higher than the previous. So he did his job description. The football was poor, I agree.
Yeah.
Moyes saved us first time round, come back in. We had 2 relatively successful seasons, finishing 6th and 7th, and we had some great nights in Europe. But I'm talking about the here and now. I don't believe the football as it is now at West Ham was as bad as Allardyce, because even under Allardyce, we was in the other team's box more than we ever are now. We know
it was back to front very, very quickly with the aim of trying to score a goal.
It wasn't exciting, don't get me wrong. But at least the ball was down the other end and there was a little bit of a game plan. I think now we've got no game plan at all the last few months. I think we're absolutely lost. You know? So I'm not bigging up Allardyce, but I'm just... something we're missing.
Yeah, that's right. I think we could... Do you know something? I think at this stage, I think you could almost do that, but you've got to play the right way. You can't play direct with the way that we do it at the moment, which is just with 1 or 2 people, sitting everyone behind the ball. If you play counter-attacking, I think Brentford show the perfect way to play counter-attacking.
Yeah,
they do. They sit there defensively resolute, and then they've always got the outlet of Tony and Mbeumo, haven't they, going forward? I think they've got it right. And do you know something? I don't actually mind a counter-attacking game when it's effective. It doesn't really bother me too much, and that's why. I suppose the early days under David Moyes, which is what he did as well. That was pretty much the way that we played. But
Nigel in the chat's put we have created the 8th most chances this season in the league.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Where'd you get that
but
from?
do you know what he's talking about? He's talking about XG. Now there are chances and there are chances, John. There's been games where we've been hitting P rollers from 30 yards into the keeper's hands.
That's a
chance.
It's a shot, John.
That's a shot. That's a chance.
Yeah.
So now Nigel, the bloke who hates XG and stuff like that, is now referencing XG to try and back up his own argument.
Never an XG in my day.
This is Nigel, whose prediction for the next 3 games was that we were going to get 46 points from the next 3 games. That's
he said we were going to get 12 draws, didn't he? 12
He said was.
Let's purposely misquote him. He hates it.
Yeah, I'm more than just a podcast.
All 12 games.
I'm more than just a podcast. He said we were going to get from our remaining 12 games 23 points.
He's losing it, isn't he?
He's losing it.
Definitely
He's losing it. I know.
He's definitely losing it. Yeah, I've just seen that. I've got the chat up on my phone. I've just seen a question from Tommy, Irish Tommy. Why do they call him Irish Tommy?
It's a bit slow. It's a bit slow on this one. I'm trying to.
Well, there's a question from Irish Tommy. Who is our best ever academy product? You can't say Bobby Moore.
Oh,
Rice.
Who is our best ever academy product?
It's right. It's Rice.
Bobby Moore.
It's Rice.
No.
Is it?
Disagree.
What after Bobby Moore? Who's been better than who's been better than Rice? Really?
No ball.
Oh, fuck off, John.
Fuck off. 500 plus games.
Yeah, I know, but
Acting under every manager he's been under, pretty much.
Mate,
How
he
can
ain't.
you say that? Didn't cost us a bean.
Neither is Rice. It's a different level. He's
Rice,
going to leave for about 120 million.
Listen a minute. We got Rice when he was 14, 15. He'd already had 6 years at Chelsea. So they had coached him more than we coached him.
Look, maybe Joey Cole, people are saying Rio, even Carrick, people like that. I'd take that. Not Mark Noble, not for me.
Yeah, but
no.
you've got to look at the. Yeah, but they was all sold on for profit.
But John, he only stayed here because no one else wanted him. No, that's the thing.
What are you looking at? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Are you looking at the value to West Ham or the value to some other team?
I'm looking at the value to West Ham, but not monetary value, actual value.
All right. Well, if you're looking at the value, as in the longevity, someone spent their whole career here. Second in line to is my I refer to my earlier answer, Trevor Brooking.
What?
He spent his whole fucking career at West Ham.
I didn't see Trevor Brooking.
Yeah, no, I can't comment on that. Hang
on a minute. How do we know anyone? Maybe no one tried to buy Trevor Brooking either.
We got relegated. in 1978. I think.
Can we?
Hang on. Let me finish. Right.
Go on.
And Brian Clough.
Can we say just Premier League era? Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Can we just say Premier League era?
Can I just finish?
Football started before the Premier League, Nick. There was football before the Premier League.
Yeah, it was there. It was all black and white. Yeah. The great Brian Clough, when he was winning the Division 1 and then he went on to win 2 successive European Cups, right? He tried to sign Trevor Brooking and failed, and he got all bitter over it. And so there was a headline in the paper: Trevor Brooking floats like a butterfly and stings like one too, by Brian Clough. Right? That's how bitter he was.
So old. People must have been reading news.
Thing is though, it was different in those days, and this is something that I've got to be honest with you. I found out from Nigel. He could be.
Friends.
No. He told us all, and that was that back in those days, before the age of when he spoke about Bobby Moore. Basically, when you own the papers for a player, you own that player.
Yeah.
You own the player. It wasn't like they've only got a 3-year deal and they've got to sign a new one. You own the player for the duration of, unless you wanted to sell them.
Yeah.
That was literally it. And so I think maybe that is why. That's why so many players spent their careers at clubs, was because it wasn't their choice whether they left or not.
I think with Bobby Moore, you're right, because he definitely wanted to go to Spurs at some point, right? That much.
Bobby Moore wanted to go to Spurs.
Bobby Moore, that's what I'm saying. Bobby Moore, sorry.
That's what he wanted to go. Maybe
no. Bobby Moore, he had mates at Spurs and everything else. He wanted to go to Spurs. West Ham were, let's be honest, he was a World Cup winning captain. West Ham were finishing bottom half near the relegation zone every year. He wanted to go and play for a club that won stuff. So, reluctantly understand that. But Trevor Brooking, he had options. He could have left. If he had have asked to leave, they would have let him go. But he stayed with us for 3 years in the in the second division, right? Whilst playing for England alongside Kevin Keegan and setting it alight for England. It was different level.
Different level, but talking about the modern game. So if you're talking about let's say the Premier League era, right? The Premier League era. Now let's go back to this Noble and Rice debate. Which is the better academy product out of Noble and Rice?
Noble.
For West Ham, Noble. For someone who's going to go on to be a world-class player, it's Declan Rice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're missing the point, Nick. When did we pick Rice up? He was 14, 15. My point is, he was coached more at Chelsea. I'm not slagging him off.
No. He was 13 actually. He was 13 when he came to us.
All right. Well, my point is Noble's longevity.
There you go. Nigel says Rice.
Yeah, but he don't like Noble because of what he did against.
Oh yeah, but no,
Burnley.
John. I'm not being funny. Out of 10, if you put Rice at 10, Noble's 3. That's the difference. That's the difference in quality.
Yeah.
That's the difference in quality.
Absolutely.
It is.
Absolutely. But if you want to take that, if you want to look at it like that, you would say Rio Ferdinand because of all the stuff he went on to win.
Yeah.
So you basically you just because a player plays for your club, I know he was a captain for quite a few years as well, but yeah, I wouldn't say he's a legend either, Mark Noble. I like him. I like him.
Surely. Absolute bullshit.
Surely. Nick, do you know how much John paid for one of his boots?
Give me some of your legends. Hang on, Gal. Give me some of your West Ham
I
legends.
haven't got a legend. really.
You must have
at
a
the
legend
moment.
who you think's a legend at West Ham.
legend.
Di Canio, for me.
Yeah, give you that one. Who else?
He's a Di Canio.
Julian.
Dix would be a good one.
Yeah,
Bonds.
give you that.
No,
Gal,
not Bonds.
stop
Not Bonds.
hopping
Not
in.
Bonds for me.
Oh, sorry,
Bonds for
harping
me.
over you.
Yeah.
Not Bonds for you.
Well, no, I didn't really see him.
You just offended half the audience.
What do you mean?
Bonds is not a legend.
Gal,
No, I didn't say he's not. I didn't say he's not a legend. What I mean is, I can't comment on him because I never really. He weren't my era.
Yeah, only for the old fuckers, isn't it?
Yeah, he weren't my era, so I'm not going to comment on players that I didn't watch. Yeah, I don't know. It's
you lot with dark hair.
I ain't really got dark hair, however. I have at the back. It's going.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
You look like a walnut whip that's been unwrapped and left.
People pay for that sort of thing.
Chocolate started to discolour.
Yeah,
the milk's coming out.
Yeah.
I mean,
You big fucking squarehead.
Whoa.
Yeah, but
I'm gonna reveal your souls. I'm gonna reveal your souls.
Naughty sauce.
I'm sorry, I keep swearing on West Ham Network. I don't know.
Yeah.
You're swearing more on West Ham Network than what you do on our one.
Because I know Russ is watching and I'm paranoid about not swearing.
Someone's picked something that said, look, Walnut Nick. Bastards.
Love it.
Right, okay. What's this? Ashton could have been, but he wasn't an academy. We got him from Norwich.
Yeah, definitely.
We got him from Norwich, but yeah.
I'll
never forget the goal in the testimonial.
Oh,
fucking ridiculous. You know,
I'll never forget the goal, Man City away on a Monday night in the cup. Brilliant goal. And we went absolutely nuts. That was brilliant that day.
Right, I'll tell you what, let's go to current events. Let's talk about the game on the weekend. We've got 25 minutes. We've got 25 minutes to go. So what do you expect, Gary, on the weekend? What team do you expect David Moyes to put out? How do you expect us to approach it? And what do you think the outcome is going to be? Do you think that we're going to be? Is there going to be an uplift? I don't know.
From what I've heard today with the injury news, I think it will be 4-2-3-1. I think it will be Cresswell, Aguerd, Zuma, Soufal, I think is fit. It will be Rice and Paqueta. It will be Ben Rama on the left, Bowen on the right. That is brilliant. That is superb.
That's fucking brilliant. He actually has got Lego here. He's like a Lego piece, isn't he? Yeah, have you got one of them fucking square heads?
Quality, that is.
You don't want me to call you what I usually call you, do you, in front of people? Right?
Well, I'll definitely better not call you what I normally call you.
Yeah, you better.
We'll get banned.
You better not let me call you that.
Well done. You 7070, you're a legend. You're a legend. We're going to reuse that. We're going to reuse it. Yeah.
That's it, God. Because I've got control of the comments. I'm going to leave that one up there for a little while. Go on, Gal. Go on, Gal. You were saying?
Right. So we got Rice Paqueta in the middle. This is who Moyes will play, right? It will be Ben Rama on the left.
Russ, why did you give me all the what? Lego fireman? I'm a fucking taxi driver. Russ, why did you give Nick all the fucking power, mate? For fuck's sake. All right, take it down. If you don't take it down, I'm leaving.
What do you mean?
No, I'm leaving.
You're going to storm out. You're going to huff. Right.
I'm going to leave it like
He's going to have a diva moment.
Yeah. We got.
He's going to lose his head.
Look at the buffers. 35 years of this mug. Mate, I tell you, these people better shut up. Why are you getting involved?
Come on, everyone, let it go. Let go. Let go. Let it go.
Lego.
Come on.
Not just laugh for 20 minutes. Come on.
I physically can. Right.
Ben Rama on the left. That is fucking quality.
Fucking hell.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
that's killed me. Andy Smith wins.
Look, I've gone bright red. I've gone bright red, right. Gary,
Andy
finish your
Smith
fucking
wins.
point, will you?
Fuck's sake, right. Ben Rama left, Bowen right. You know Souček's going to play number 10.
Yes.
And you know
go on.
Danny Ings is going to play up front on his own, right? What do I expect? I expect safety first. I expect a few little sorties forward, but nothing meaningful getting forward in numbers, just a few little, bits. We are dependent upon great performances from the likes of Bowen and whatever else. And yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
he
my
is.
God.
He's all head.
Yeah.
He's just got these little legs that come out.
I'm going to fucking go mad in the chat. Watch me go mad. Fuck you all.
Right, go on, Gal. Fucking hell,
Fuck's
Gal.
sake, come on. Right.
Go
A
on.
few sorties forward. The success at the weekend is going to
Build a
depend.
bridge.
You're only laughing because they're piss taking me and not you for once.
Go on, mate. Sorry.
Shall I go now?
Yeah, go on, go.
Success is dependent upon some great individual performances from some of our wide players like Ben Rama. Brilliant.
Fuck off,
That is
Irish.
brilliant.
Oh, this is fucking
Quality.
brilliant. Can we
Right.
stay until 3? Right, go on. Go on.
Shall I carry on?
Yeah, go on, sorry.
Great performances from our wide players.
Start
like Ben
again
Rama
because you
and
fucked this.
Bowen.
You fucked this all up. Come on.
Listen, right?
You fucked it up.
Fuck off. I've already been through 4-2-3-1.
Yeah.
Right. You know me team. Winning is dependent upon this. In this reserved approach we're going to take, it's going to need individual brilliance. Individual brilliance, right? So I'm in two minds as to whether we're going to win or not because the individual brilliance might happen. Bowen might play well. Ben Rama might play well. Southampton, they're capable of hitting us on the break. They're capable of hitting us with a set piece. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Could we swap his angry face for a happy one? Virgil's going to pieces.
I'm not coming on West Ham Network anymore. These people are horrible bastards.
Turn his head around. There's a smile on the other side.
What's your fucking son? What's he getting involved for? You should be in bed, Lee.
He's brilliant. Well done, Lee. Quality.
Right. Good boy. Well done, Lee. Right. Okay. Right. Shall I go?
Yeah, for fuck's sake, would you?
Right. Okay. What do I think he's going to do?
Hold on. Are you going to just put like comments up and laugh at them while you're talking?
No, he won't do that when he's
I probably
talking.
will.
He won't do
Nah.
that when he's talking, Gal. Oh, no, he's got.
No, look.
Listen to me,
I
I'm in charge.
think 4-2-3-1, 4-2. Like, yeah, I think that's what he'll do. It'll be normal, very, very samey. What we've seen
I love
before.
That comment's brilliant.
Fucking brilliant. pick up the pieces and start again, lads. Come on, John. Build yourself up, son.
This is getting Russ. Take charge of this situation. Russ. Where is he? He's got to sleep or something, isn't he? This is getting out of hand now.
Fucking hell, that is
I'm not come on West Ham Network to get abused by their posh supporters that they've got.
I'll tell you, everyone wants to hear what John's got to say. Go on, John,
No,
it's your
mate,
turn, mate.
fucking
No, come on.
nothing.
I
Come on,
promise
John.
you. No, everyone, take it seriously. Come on, John.
He's just going to do what he always does. There's going to be no changes. It'll be
Yeah.
turgid. It'll be slow. It'll be fearful. We won't take the game to them, and we'll probably draw 1-1.
Yeah.
You reckon 1-1?
I fear a draw.
Is a draw like the worst thing? Well, it's not. I mean, it's a point to point, I suppose, isn't it? But
Not in the current climate, but it is, isn't it? Because we need
No.
to get out of it. We can't keep waiting and waiting and waiting for 3 points. We
Yeah.
need it now. We need it
Nigel
now.
was right. 12 points would keep us up, one from each game, but we're not going to get one from each
Did
game.
you just say that out loud? That Nigel's right? Fuck you! No, don't tell him that.
He weren't right. He was in the right family.
Yeah. No. I think no. Look. I mean, people are saying the point is unacceptable. Fuck me, is it? It is unacceptable, but
Yeah,
I just
come on, Nick. If we got a point, you'd be going nuts.
Yeah, no, I know.
Come
Hang
on.
on, what's
We need
this?
look, a point in the grand scheme of things, a point's better than no points, but we need fucking 3 of them.
Luke Bailey's just sent me that. Look.
What's Luke Bailey getting involved for? What's Cresswell got to do with it? What's Cresswell got to do with it? In French, Luke. Why's he got
Right.
Cresswell on there?
This is we've lost the plot, haven't we? Come, we've got
Why's he
15 minutes.
Cresswell on there? Why's he got Cresswell on there?
What do you mean? I don't. Well, because he's got similar sort of hair, I suppose. It's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. No. For me, look, listen. I'm going to be. Bearing in mind, I can't call the result for Toffee, right? I can't. So generally, if I call a win, it'll probably it'll go wrong. I am very, very nervous about the game on Sunday. I do think I do feel like we're going to lose it, and this is with Southampton missing their 2 first choice centre backs, and I think Che Adams is out as well, isn't he?
Apparently, yeah.
I think we're going to lose. I do because I firmly believe all of the disharmony in the changing room. I do believe that, and I don't see how you can overlook that. We can look at it player for player. We can talk about formations. We can do this and we can do that till we're blue in the face. But if it's as bad as it is, which I believe, at some point that's gonna, we've said it all along. You might look at this game with David Moyes and go, yeah, it's bread and butter. It's bread and butter David Moyes. Whenever he has to win a game like this, he wins it. But I've been saying for a long time that at some point he will lose one of these must-win games. I just hope it's not too late. I think that this one would be too late. I think that losing to Southampton would possibly kill us. I know we still have 11 games left, but I think that this could be the one that he loses.
I don't think, John's gone for a draw. You've gone for a loss. I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to go for a win just to cover all the bases. But I think some individual great performances from the likes of Bowen and Benrahma and maybe Ings. Southampton not strong. They're not down. They're not down there by mistake. They're down there because they're a bit crap like us.
Yeah.
Right. We can. Thank you, Lee.
Fuck off, Lee.
Lego Virgil. Can we change your tag now to AKA Lego Virgil? Can we do that?
I'm not
Lego
coming back on the show. I'm never doing the show again. I don't know why you're laughing. I'm never doing the show again. I'm not having people, even French Luke, who ain't even said a word in the chat all night long, suddenly pops up and messaged you.
Yes.
No, I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all, if I'm honest with you.
Freaking it about Ward Prowse being on set piece.
Well, Nick, that's not actually a joke, Nick. He means that. It's nothing to do with Lego.
He doesn't. He's highlighted pieces. Yes.
Yeah, because he's adamant. Nigel's gone for 3-0 West Ham, but he said we was going to draw every game. So I'm a bit confused. But Nigel, you said we was going to draw the next 12 games. Now you've gone for a 3-0 win. I don't know.
We're gonna smash them. I know.
I wonder if Nigel won at bingo tonight.
We've not lost at home this year, everyone. No, we beat Everton just before their manager got sacked, and we've been really good.
Beat Forest.
We beat Forest, who have got the worst away record this side of the planet. They actually have, isn't it? In all of the top 4 leagues, Nottingham Forest have the worst away record.
Yeah,
the very worst.
The very
worst. 1 point. They got 1 point away from home.
Fucking ridiculous, isn't it,
John? And we beat them. What was it? 4-0. We beat them, right? Yeah. That has happened several times this year. I think 4 times, 5 times. When they let 1 goal in, they let like several in. They just fall to pieces.
Shut up, you mug.
What are you keeping to yourself?
What's that? No, it's just you saying that they fall to pieces. I'm just associating everything to John's head now. Oh.
Southampton in the last 5 games. Are Southampton fit? Southampton ain't 5th in the form table. Surely not.
No, they can't be because I don't think have they. I know they've drawn a couple.
They beat
but
Chelsea. They beat Chelsea.
Oh yeah, well, they might be then. They might be. I mean,
They
I don't.
They come back 3-all with Spurs, didn't they?
Yeah, but I think a lot of them, a lot of the teams was. Nigel's at it now, isn't he? Have you seen it?
Because he owes me money for that fare. So if he carries on, I'm going to charge him. What's he said now?
It's in
He's
the
had
chat.
a few sherbets, had a bit of brave juice, isn't
It's
he?
in the chat now, yeah. But yeah, so yeah, look. All of the teams in that, what is there? There's 9. Any 3 of 9 teams can go down. There's a 4-point gap. I do. Is it 9 or 8? Is it 8 or 9 teams? It's 9 teams, isn't it?
9, yeah, 9, 12.
It's 9 teams. And I think I don't think it's going to stay that way. I do think that in the next 5 games, I think there's going to be. We'll be left with 5 or 6. I think that's what will happen.
Yeah.
I think over the next few games, you'll start to see the teams that are going to survive. That's personally my feeling. Even the ones that are being plucky at the moment, the ones that are being plucky and hanging in there, if they don't. But they're being plucky. If they're being plucky and hanging in there, if they lose a couple more games at some point, their spirits are going to break. They are, Lots of Southampton. If Southampton lose 2 or 3 more games, they're fucked. They're gone, aren't they?
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. But does he have a made in China sticker?
These bastards, they're going to miss me when I'm gone.
Bastards.
Who we got this week? You got.
Virgil's never coming back. He's going to assemble his cab and leave.
Who said that?
Right. Okay.
You got Leeds away at Arsenal. They can't beat them, can they, this week?
Well, but you say that. I see. This is for me, John. For me, I think that Arsenal I think they're going to fluff their lines.
No,
I think in the last 10 games, I do. I think the Man City are going to win the league. I think Arsenal I think they're going to fuck it. I think they are.
You got Bournemouth. Bournemouth have got Fulham.
Yeah,
that's a massive game, and you got Palace Leicester as well, and you got Forest Wolves. So tomorrow, Forest Wolves.
Yeah,
Palace Leicester, Bournemouth Fulham. Bloody hell. Leeds away. Yeah, mate. It could all change tomorrow. Brighton have got 3 games in hand over Spurs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So if things go according to plan, they could be Champions League in a few games' time.
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they've been fucking good this year, haven't they? They have been.
They have been good.
They have been good. Last one.
I'm not sure I'm not sure if I've ever seen Reece
Angie Lego.
I don't like him.
Angie Lego on fodder.
Oh dear. That was good.
Anyway.
That's good. Anyway.
Just got to take it one block at a time, haven't we?
I'm never coming on. I don't know what's going on.
Oh dear. Do you shave or just shave?
Look at the one below that. Look at the one below that.
What?
These West Ham Network viewers are right wankers, didn't they?
Oh dear.
Oh dear. We've laughed for 20 minutes. That's
I know. Honestly, fucking hell. That was it. Was good. It was good.
not for me.
We've got 6 minutes to go. So another quick plug for the
We're struggling, aren't we? Go on.
Yeah. Another quick plug for the old Iron supporting food banks. Please donate any which way you can. Either send money or old Lego pieces. Do what you want.
Shut up. No, Mickey, don't you start, Mickey. You're on my side, son. Don't you start on me, Mickey Smith, all right, geez?
But the best way to donate is in the Just Giving link that's scrolling along the bottom of your screen right now, because they get 100%. They get 100% of all donations, and this is for a great cause. Iron supporting Foodbanks. So don't forget that. That's why we're doing this marathon.
Who's on? Is someone who's going through the night? Who's on next? Anyway,
Don't know. I don't know, but I'm ready to go for another couple of hours. Don't know about you. I'm working. I'm on New York time at the moment.
You stay on. I've got to get back to Windsor.
I've got to get back to Windsor.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. What's this? Oh dear, that was good. That was good.
It was quality.
It wasn't good for me, was it? My morale.
No.
What's this? He's being sarcastic. Look, nice. Look, you're being wasted. You boys are wasted on here.
Oh, American Hammers are on next, apparently.
Are they?
USA. There was a question that was in the community about foreign supporters. What do you think? Quick answers. What do you as fans think about overseas West Ham fans who just watch West Ham on telly? Nick, go.
I wasn't listening. Say it again.
Gal, you go.
I think that overseas supporters who support West Ham are just as important as the likes of us who are fortunate enough to be able to go to the ground, right? West Ham supporter is a West Ham supporter. Don't care where you live.
Well, yeah. Before I got roped into doing YouTube and being insulted by all these West Ham networks.
Grippy.
That's it. I'm going. I'll see you later.
No, fuck off. You can't yet.
Come back, John.
Billy Horschel is on next. Billy Horschel.
Oh, cool.
How do I know that name? That's the American fella, yeah?
I don't know.
Is it going to be?
It does sound familiar.
Golfer. He's the golfer.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Who's he on with on his own? Shall I stay on with him? Talk about Lego?
You should. Yeah. You should. You should.
Slam dunking in the end zone and all that stuff.
It's golf. It's golf, not American football.
Look. You'll love him. Not his nobles, mate.
Right.
We should ask him. But I'll tell you what, if he does come on, Russ, we want to ask him who the best academy product is from West Ham in the last 20
it's not
years.
Russ watching over us now. It's Anton.
That's Russ as well.
I'm still here.
Russ, I've told you before. Fuck off, Russ. Go.
Yeah, my pub.
There you go.
Oh, it just descends into fucking chaos, isn't it? Sorry, we've ruined it for West Ham Network. They mustn't.
We have. I am
these
sorry.
Clowns.
I am sorry.
These clowns back again.
I know.
Especially that Mitch.
Oh, there you go. Look, loads of love, John. Now, look.
I don't need love.
You're a brilliant sport. Everyone knows you need a cuddle. Come on.
They tore you down now. They're building you up, John.
They are.
Well, it's everyone else's fault when I pick up tourists tomorrow and take them on the long route just out of spite because you made me angry.
What's Virgil's? Basically, what that is. When we started the channel, John used to play very badly over Hackney Marshes, and he refers to himself as Virgil van Dijk of the Marshes. So he became Virgil of the Marshes. There you go. So he's it's stuck. It's a nickname.
Just to interject, Steve N. Right, I was a very good player. I had a few bad injuries.
Top draw.
Nick was basically sub in that. I don't even think he played.
Off.
Nick never got on the pitch. He talks a good game. He's one of them.
Oh my God.
Couldn't play.
You do talk.
Not good enough to lace my boots, Nick, were you?
You couldn't reach your boots.
Yeah.
Right. Where are we?
Couldn't reach my boots.
You couldn't because of your little Lego hands. Right. Oh dear. Right. So no, the question was. I saw that earlier on. So it was about how do I read it. It was about the American fans, wasn't it?
Overseas fans.
Overseas fans. Look, I think it's changed. I think back in sort of Nigel's day, anyone who's not born in Canning Town is an out of towner, basically. But I think it's changed now. And to be quite honest, with some of some of the effort that people put in,
Yeah.
not just watching. I ain't even the ones that travel from overseas. If you're watching from the US, you're having to get up at silly o'clock in the fucking morning to watch us live.
Yes,
they go to a lot of trouble. So no, a fan is a fan. You know.
Yes.
So no, there is no difference for as far as I'm concerned now.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
I never realised that West Ham were as transatlantic as we are until I started doing this YouTube we used to. I was never aware we had such a following in America. Like when you do this, you realise people all over the world. It's quite weird, really.
It does feel mad, doesn't it, when we do the phone-ins and people phone in from the US and that. It's crazy.
Considering the thing is that baffles me is we're not even that successful, and yet you've still got all these fans who support us. It's just, you know, you can understand it with Man United, Man City, Liverpool because they win trophies and it's all glamorous.
Yeah.
You sort of think, why have you chosen West Ham? Like, you know what I mean?
They know quality when they see it.
Do you know that noise? His feet.
No, I dropped my phone because I had a call from the Samaritans checking if I was all right.
All right. So we're done, aren't we?
Yes, we are. We are done.
It's been fun. It's been fun. I've enjoyed this.
Yeah, it's been good. I hope you enjoyed it. We're all a bit. Sorry, Russ. I was
I'm
only
not coming on ever again.
I want to kick Sanson off like that. He's too fucking big.
Yeah, he's a big lad.
I don't count, mate. I live in Scotland, so I don't count, apparently.
Yeah, you're a foreign
Coming out of
fan,
town, I'm a foreign fan. I'm on the same land, but that gives me a little percent up there. But
yeah. But there is no difference. I mean, I'm not being funny. When you look at it, it's like you said it before, Gary. With people, you've got people that sort of travel over. You've got a mate that travels over from which country is it?
Denmark.
So he travels over from Denmark. I mean, you just drive down the A12.
Yeah, I know.
You know,
it's easy for me. It's easy for me.
What's the big commitment?
Gary Stewart lives up, and Chris, they live up north.
Chris Miles,
up north.
Yeah.
They come down to the home games.
Same as John Matomsky. You know, I'm not being funny. He's up in Stoke, and he's like literally up and down the motorway, distributing all the stuff to the new, from New and Foodbanks as well.
It's amazing what he does. Amazing.
It's crazy, absolutely crazy. It's every game.
I've had it pretty much most of my life though. When every time I've come down to West Ham, fucking hell, like, you know, do you really belong here? But I got past that because Dad was from Newham. So, it doesn't bother me anymore. It doesn't affect me. I've been there, done that, wore the T-shirt, had a season ticket for 16 years now. This is the first season I've been struggling to get down. No, but that's down to the fact I've got a newborn and you know, all that sort of shit. And it's just it's a fucking effort. Like
it really is.
Did those comments slow down once you passed 6'5" though? Did they?
I'm not that tall. But I remember, do you know what? I met you, Virgil. Remember I met you in the stadium and I was
fucking massive. No. I mean, I'm 6'1".
No.
You fucking scared me.
No, we were talking and he was like, he was looking at me and he's like, you're not that fucking big. And I was like, yeah, because you're standing on that fucking step.
Oh, yeah.
Up on the step. And I went, right,
John's standing on a crate.
Yeah.
Big stack of Lego bricks.
Introduces himself, and me being polite, my first thing is, you're not as big as they fucking said you were.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's not very polite. I know that.
It's all right.
Yeah. It's the way I am.
Oh dear. Right. So who you got next? You got
Billy. We should have Billy. Yeah, Billy's coming on a
Brilliant.
bit later on for a little chat. Yeah, and then we've got the American Hammers coming on. Good old Bill. Obviously, you know, West Ham fan, and then we've got the American Hammers doing a takeover for a couple of hours, which you could see, and then then we're on the graveyard shift, and then it gets it's the morning.
Are you boys on it together? Or are you tag teaming? What are you doing?
No, we want it together. Want it together,
together the whole way through.
Yeah.
Cool.
So,
well done, Russ and Anton. It's a great call.
Thank you so much, lads. That was great.
Yeah, well done.
It was really fun. Really fun, guys.
Mostly funny.
Let's fucking get him off now. No, joking. I was literally just sitting there waiting myself about the Lego stuff. They love a pun. They all love a pun. Like literally, do love a pun.
I'll try and take my head off. Sorry.
Yeah.
Touche.
Yeah, your viewers are scumbags. Oh, sorry. I thought we had the riff-raff. Jesus Christ.
Very good. Well, thank you very much, guys.
No worries. All right, we shall leave you all to it. See you later.
See you later.
Take it easy, lad. Cheers for that.
See ya.
Clarin, hear you boys. God bless them. Clarin, boys.